Chapter 12. Escape. Joram ran, though nothing chased him. Nothing that he could see, that is. Nothing real, nothing tangible. The enforcers could not arrive this fast. The others would protect him, buy him time. He was in no danger. Still, he ran. It was only when spasms cramped his aching legs that he finally collapsed onto the ground and knew that he could never outrun the dark and tormented being who pursued him. He could never outrun himself. How long Joram lay on the forest floor he never afterward knew. He had no idea where he was. He had an indistinct impression of trees and tangled plant life. Somewhere he thought he heard the low murmuring of water. The only thing real to him was the earth beneath his cheek, the pain in his legs, and the horror in his soul. As he lay in the dirt, waiting for the pain to ease, the cold, rational part of his mind told him that he should get up and continue on. But beneath that cold and rational surface of Joram's mind lurked a being, a dark creature that he managed most of the time to keep fettered and guarded, but on occasion it slipped its leash and took him over, mastering him completely. Night blanketed the young man, lying exhausted and frightened in the wilderness, and the coming of night loosed the blackness within Joram. Free again, it leaped out of its corner, sank its teeth into him, and dragged his soul away to gnaw and ravage. Joram did not get up. A numb, paralyzed sensation stole over his body, such as one feels upon first awakening from a deep sleep. The sensation was pleasant. The pain left his legs, and soon all feeling left his body. He could no longer taste the dirt of the ground in his mouth, where his cheek pressed against the muddy trail. He no longer had any conscious thought of lying on the ground, or of the chill of the evening air, or that he was hungry or thirsty. His body slept, but his mind remained dreamily awake. Once again he was a little child, crouched at the feet of the stone magus that was his father, feeling that hot, bitter tear splash upon him. Then the tear changed to his hair, tumbling and curling around his face and down his back, his mother's fingers ripping and tugging at it, tearing apart the tangles. And then his mother's fingers were the claws of animals, ripping and tugging at the overseer, tearing apart his life. Then the stone that was his father became a stone in Joram's hand. Cold and biting, the stone shrank suddenly, becoming a toy, dancing in his fingers and appearing to disappear into the air. But all the while the stone was safely palmed, concealed, hidden from view, hidden until today, when it grew so large in his hand that he could hide it no longer, and he hurled it far away. Only it kept coming back, and once again he was a child. It was night, and it was day. Perhaps it was night again and day again. Black spells, Anja called these times for Joram, when the darkness of his soul overwhelmed him. They had begun to afflict him when he was about 12. He had no power over them. He could not fight them. But for days he would lie upon his hard cot, staring at nothing, refusing to even acknowledge his mother's frantic attempts to force him to eat or drink or walk in the real world. What roused him from these black times, Anja could never tell. Joram would suddenly sit up, cast a bitter glance about the hovel and at her, as if blaming her for his return. Then, with a sigh, he would return to life, looking as if he had wrestled with demons. But so deep had he sunk this time that it seemed nothing might rouse him. The cold and rational part of his mind appeared ready to give up the fight when it suddenly gained an ally: danger. Joram's first conscious thought was irritation at being bothered, but his next one was of excruciating pain that exploded in his knee, tore through his body, and snatched his breath away. Gasping and moaning, he rolled over in agony. "It be live!" Through a haze of pain and the departing shadows of darkness, Joram stared up toward the sound of the gruff voice. He had a confused impression of greasy, matted hair covering a face that once might have been human, but now had degenerated into something bestial and cruel. Hair covered human arms and a human chest as well, but it was not a human foot that had kicked Joram. It was the cloven foot of a beast. The pain jolted his nerves, body, and mind back to reality. Once again he could see and feel, and the first feeling he had was one of terror. He saw sharp hooves standing close to his head, and looking up, the powerful body of the creature that was half horse and half man looming above him. A sudden vision of that hoof slamming into his head caused fear to act as the second stimulant to Joram's system. But it could only do so much. His muscles were stiff from long disuse, his body weak from lack of food and water. Gritting his teeth, Joram managed to rise up on his hands and knees, only to feel the hoof crash into his ribs, sending him sprawling headlong into a thicket of underbrush. Pain stabbed him. Unable to breathe, he fought for air as the hooves clattered nearer. A huge hand gripped him by the collar of his shirt and yanked him to his feet. Staggering on legs that stung with returning circulation, Joram would have fallen, but other hands held him up, binding his arms behind his back swiftly and skillfully. A grunt. "Walk, human!" Joram took a step, stumbled, and fell as the blood tingled in his numb legs. The hands jerked him to his feet again and shoved him forward. The pain in his side was a slow fire. The earth heaved beneath his unsteady steps. Trees reached out to maul him. He stumbled ahead, then tripped and fell into the dirt, landing heavily. His arms bound, he was unable to catch himself, and he rolled in the muck. The centaurs laughed. "Sport," said one. They hauled him to his feet again. "Water," Joram gasped through cracked lips, his tongue swollen. The centaurs grunted, the hairy faces splitting into yellow-toothed grins. "Water," repeated one. Raising a massive arm, he pointed. Joram, barely standing on his shaking legs, turned his head. He could see the river ahead of him, sparkling through the leaves of the trees. "Run," said the centaur. "Run, human, run," shouted another centaur, laughing. Desperately, Joram broke into a staggering run, hearing a cantering and thudding of hooves beating into the ground, feeling hot breath on his back, and choked by a foul, bestial odor. The river drew closer, but Joram felt his strength ebbing. He knew, too, with the certainty of despair, that the centaurs had no intention of letting him reach the river. Once human, these creatures had been mutated by the Darksword, the battle-masters, and sent to fight in the Iron Wars. The wars had proved costly, devastating. The warlocks left alive were drained of their magic, their catalysts exhausted, having no more strength left to draw on the sources of life. Unable to call upon the magic to change their creations back, the Darksword abandoned their mutated soldiers, banishing them to the outland. Here the centaurs lived their lives, breeding with animals or captured humans, creating a race whose human feelings and emotions were almost completely lost in the struggle to survive. Almost lost, but not quite. One emotion thrived among them, nurtured and cherished over the centuries: hatred. Though the reason for that hatred had long since perished within the minds of these creatures who had no memory of their history, the centaurs knew one thing: torturing and murdering humans gave them a deep inner satisfaction. Stumbling to a halt, Joram turned with some idea of fighting. Immediately a hand crashed into his face, knocking him over. Lying on the ground, racked by pain, the cold part of Joram's mind told him, "Die now. End it quickly. It doesn't matter anyway." He heard the hooves hitting the dirt around him. One thudded into his body. He didn't feel it, though he heard bones crack. Slowly, determinedly, he staggered to his feet. The centaurs knocked him down again. More blows from the sharp hooves broke his bones, cut into his flesh. He tasted blood. The coldness of a voice stung Joram back to consciousness, as the coldness of water stung his lips. "Can we do anything for him?" "I don't know. He's pretty far gone." "He's conscious, at least. That's something," continued the cold voice. "Any signs of a head wound?" Joram felt hands upon his head. Rough and uncaring fingers ran over his skull, twitched open his eyes. "No, I guess they wanted to enjoy him as long as possible." There was a pause. Then the same voice continued, Well, do we take him back to Blacklock or not? Another pause. Take him, said the cold voice finally. He's young and strong. It'll be worth our trouble to haul him back to camp. Set his bones with the splints, the way the old man showed you. Do you suppose he's the one killed the overseer? A voice very close to Joram's ear boomed as rough hands gripped his limbs, making him gag with the sudden jolt of pain. Of course, said the cold voice dispassionately. Why else would he have been out here? That makes him more valuable. If he proves troublesome, Blacklock can always turn him in. He still has his old contacts in the Duke Seraph. A bone crunched. Blackness, tinged with fiery red, swirled around Joram. He caught hold of the cold voice, hanging on so that the darkness would not sweep him under. Be quick about it, the cold voice said irritably. Get him on the pack-horse, and stop him from screaming like that. There may be other centaur hunting parties on the border. I don't think you're going to have to worry about his yelling. Look at him. He's finished. Indistinguishable words, vanishing in a vast distance. A sensation of being raised. A sensation of falling. Days and nights tumbled into one another with a noise of rushing water. Days and nights of the vague, dreamlike awareness of traveling upon the water. Days and nights of struggling for consciousness, only to be assailed by pain and the bitter knowledge of being alone and forgotten. Days and nights of lapsing into unconsciousness and hoping bleakly never to waken. Then there was the vague knowledge that the journey had ended and he was on land once more. He was in a strange dwelling, and Anja came to him, kneeling beside him and combing out his tangled black hair and whispering stories of Marilyn, Marilyn the beautiful, Marilyn the wondrous. And he could picture Marilyn in his mind. He could see the crystal spires and the boats with silken sails drawn by fabulous animals that drifted upon the currents of air. He was happy while these dreams lasted, and his pain eased. But when the pain returned, the dreams grew distorted and terrible. Anja became a creature of fangs and claws, trying to rip open his chest and tear out his heart. Always, over and above the dreams and through the pain, came strange sounds, as of a giant breathing, and a banging like an untuned bell, and a hissing like a horde of snakes. Fire sprang up, burning before his eyes, burning away the beautiful, distorted images of Marilyn. But finally there was darkness and silence. Finally there was sleep, peaceful and restful. Finally there was a day when his eyes opened and he looked around him, and Anja was gone, and Marilyn was gone, and there was only an old woman sitting beside him, and the banging sound ringing in his ears. "A long journey you've had, Dark One," said the old woman, reaching out her hand to smooth back his black hair. "A long journey that almost took you beyond. The healer did what she could, but without a catalyst to grant her life, her arts are limited." Joram tried to sit up, but discovered that his arms and legs were bound. "Untie me," he cried hoarsely, trying to make himself heard above the banging, bellowing sounds that came from somewhere close, apparently outside the cabin. "Nay, lad, you're not bound," said the old woman, smiling in gentle amusement. "No, now lie still. You had a leg broke in 2 places, and an arm practically twisted off, and ribs smashed in. The bindings you feel are holding you together, young man." Her smile changed to one of pride. "An invention of my husband when he was younger. It's the best we could do for you without a catalyst to aid our healer. Those splints hold the bones in place while they knit themselves back together." Joram lay back, confused and suspicious, but too weary to either argue or fight. The incessant banging appeared now to be coming from inside his head. Seeing him wince, the old woman patted him. "The sounds of the forge. You'll get used to it in time. I don't hear it at all now, except when it stops. Likely you'll work there, lad," she added, rising to her feet. "You're a strong one, I'll wager, and used to hard work. I can tell from your calloused hands. We can use a young man of your build and girth. But don't worry about that now. I'll get you a bite of broth, if you think you can stomach it." Joram nodded. The bandages itched. It hurt to move. But then he felt an arm beneath his head and a touch of something on his lips. Opening his eyes, he saw the old woman holding a bowl and an odd-looking implement in her hand. With this implement she carried the broth from the bowl to his mouth. The taste was salty and delicious, filling his body with warmth. Eagerly he gulped it down. "There, that's enough," said the old woman, settling him back. "Your stomach's not used to it yet. You must try to sleep again." How could he sleep with that infernal noise? "What is a forge?" he asked wearily. "You'll see, all in good time, Dark One," she said, bending over him with another kind smile. As she did, Joram noticed an object hanging from a silver chain around her neck that had slipped from the bodice of her dress and now dangled down before his eyes. It was a pendant of some sort, Joram recognized, remembering Anja telling him about the glittering jewels the people wore in Marilon. But this was not a glittering jewel. It was a crude, hollowed-out circle, carved in wood, with 9 thin spokes running through it. Seeing Joram's gaze upon the object, the old woman touched it with her hand, fondling it as proudly as the Empress might have fondled her rich jewelry. "Where am I?" Joram asked drowsily, feeling as if he were back on that terrible journey, and the water was once more sweeping him away. "You are with those who practiced the 9th mystery, those who would bring down death and destruction upon Thimhallan, according to some." The old woman's voice was sad, like the low murmur of the river. It came to him from a distance, muffled by the banging and bellowing sounds. Floating upon the water, he heard the old woman's voice once again, whispering as the wind. "We are the Coven of the Wheel." Chapter 13. Sarian's Punishment. 17 years had passed since Sarian had committed his heinous crime of reading forbidden books. 17 years had passed since he had been taken to Marilon. 17 years had passed since the death of the prince. The people of Marilon and its small empire of surrounding city-states had just completed commemorating the holiday of that mournful occasion, when Sarian was summoned once again to Bishop Vanya's chambers in the font. The arrival of the summons, coming as it did on the dark anniversary, brought such dreadful and unhappy memories to Sarian that he could not help but accept it with some trepidation. He had in fact returned to the font from his current home in the Abbey of Marilon, expressly to avoid the holiday that reminded him not only of his shattered hopes and dreams, and of the Empress's bitter sorrow, but of the sorrow of others he had seen whose children had been born dead. Sarian always returned to the font, if he could, during this time every year. He found comfort there, for no one at the font was allowed to ever refer to the death of the prince, much less celebrate it as a memorial. Bishop Vanya had forbidden it, an occurrence that everyone thought odd. "Old Vanya really detests this holiday," remarked Deacon Dulces to Sarian, as the two walked the silent, peaceful corridors of their mountain fastness. "I can't say that I blame him," Sarian replied, shaking his head with a sigh. Dulces snorted. Still a deacon in his middle years, and knowing that he would undoubtedly die a deacon, Dulces had no compunction about speaking his mind, even in the font, where it was said the walls had ears, eyes, and mouths. Why he hadn't been sent to the fields long ago was due strictly to the intervention of the now elderly Duke of Justar, in whose household he had been raised. "Bah, let the Empress have her fancy. It's little enough, the alderman knows. You heard that Vanya tried to dissuade the Emperor from declaring the holiday." "No." Sarian looked shocked. Dulces nodded, smug in his knowledge. He knew all the gossip of the court. Vanya told the Emperor that it was sinful to remember one who had been born without life, one who was obviously cursed. And the Emperor refused him? "They draped Marilon in weeping blue again this year, didn't they?" Dulces asked, rubbing his hands. "Yes, the Emperor had guts enough to face up to His Holiness, even though it meant that His Holiness stalked out in a huff and now refuses to go near the royal court." "I can't believe it," Sarian murmured. "Oh, that won't last long. It's just for show. Vanya will be the winner in the end, no doubt about it. Just wait. The next matter that comes up, the Emperor will be only too happy to give in. They'll be reconciled, and Vanya will simply wait until next year to do it all over again." "I didn't mean that," Sarian said, glancing around uneasily and drawing Dulce's attention to one of the black-robed Duke Sereth, who was standing silently in the corridor, his face hidden in the depths of his cowl, his hands folded before him, as was correct. Dulce snorted again in disdain, but Sarian noticed that the deacon crossed the corridor to walk upon the other side. "I mean, I can't believe the Emperor refused him." "It was all due to the Empress, of course," Dulce said, nodding knowingly and slightly lowering his voice with a glance at the enforcer. "She wanted it done, and so of course it was done. I tremble to think what might happen if she took it into her head to want the moon. But you should know that. You've been at court." "No, not that much," Sarian admitted. "In Marilon, and doesn't attend court?" Dulce flashed Sarian an amused glance. "Look at me," Sarian said. Flushing, he raised his large, clumsy hands. "I don't fit in with the rich and the beautiful. You saw what happened during the ceremony 17 years ago, when I got the color of my robe wrong, and I don't believe that I've once gotten it right since then. If the color was apricot flambe, I was rotting peach. Oh, you laugh, but it's true. Finally, I left off changing it altogether. It was easier wearing the plain, untrimmed white of my rank and calling." "I'll bet you were a hit," Dulce said caustically. "Oh, wasn't I?" Sarian answered with a bitter smile and a shrug. "You know what they called me behind my back? Father Calculus. It was because all I could ever talk about was mathematics." Dulce groaned. "I know. I bored them to tears, some to invisibility. One night the Earl simply dwindled away before my eyes. He didn't mean to, poor man. He was frightfully embarrassed and apologized most handsomely. But he's getting old. If you only made the effort. I tried. I truly did. I joined in the gossip and the revelry." Sarian sighed. "But it proved too difficult. I'm getting old, I suppose. I'm asleep 2 hours before most people in Marilon even think about sitting down to dinner." He glanced around him at the stone walls that glowed softly with a magical radiance. "I enjoy living in Marilon. Its beauties seem to me as new and awe-inspiring as they did on that day I first saw them 17 years ago. But my heart is here, Dulce. I want to pursue my studies. I need access to material here. There's a new formula I'm devising, and I'm not quite certain about some of the magical theorems involved. You see, it's like this." Dulce cleared his throat. "Oh, yes, I'm sorry." Sarian smiled. "There goes Father Calculus again. I get too enthusiastic, I know. At any rate, I was planning to make my request to return here. Then I received this summons from the bishop." Sarian's face grew shadowed. "Cheer up. Don't look so frightened," Dulce said casually. "He's probably going to offer you condolences on the death of your mother. Then, like as not, he'll invite you back himself. You're not like me, after all. You've been a good boy, always eaten your vegetables, that sort of thing. Don't worry about anyone at court. Even as boring as you undoubtedly were, my friend, you could never outbore the Emperor." Dulce glanced sharply at Sarian's averted face. "You have been eating your vegetables, haven't you?" "Yes, of course," Sarian answered hastily, with an attempt to smile that was a dismal failure. "You're right. It's probably nothing more than that." Glancing at Dulce, he found the deacon staring at him curiously. Once again the terrible burden of guilt for his crime assailed him. Feeling completely unable to stay around the shrewd, penetrating deacon any longer, Sarian made his rather confused goodbyes and hastened away, leaving Dulce to stare after him with a wry grin. "I wish I knew what rats are crawling around in your closet, old friend. I'm not the first to wonder why you were sent to Marilon 17 years ago. Well, whatever it is, I wish you luck." 17 years might as well be 17 minutes as far as His Holiness is concerned. Whatever you've done, he won't have forgotten, nor forgiven either, for that matter. Heading back to his own duties, Dulces shook his head with a sigh. Leaving Dulces, Serian fled to the haven of the library, where he could count on being left alone, but he did not study. Burying himself beneath a mound of parchment, well out of sight from any who might chance by, the priest put his tonsured head in his hands, feeling as miserable as he had when he had been summoned to Vanya's chambers 17 years earlier. He had seen Bishop Vanya on numerous occasions during the past years, since the bishop always stayed at the abbey when visiting Marilon, but Serian had not spoken to him since that fateful time. It was not that the bishop avoided him or treated him coldly. Far from it. Serian had received a very kind, very sympathetic letter on the occasion of his mother's death, expressing the bishop's deepest sympathies and assuring him that she would rest in the same tomb as his father in one of the most honored places in the font. The bishop even approached him during the funeral ceremonies, but Serian, under the guise of being deeply grieved, turned away. He was not comfortable in the bishop's presence. Perhaps it was because he had never truly forgiven His Holiness for condemning the small prince to death. Perhaps it was because, whenever he looked at Vanya, Serian could see only his own guilt. He'd been 25 years old when he had committed his crime. Now Serian was 42, and he felt he'd lived more in these last 17 years than he had in all those first 25. What he'd told Dulces about his life at court was only partially true. He didn't fit in. They did consider him a crashing bore, but that wasn't the real reason he avoided it. The beauty and the revelry of court life was, he'd discovered, nothing but an illusion. As an example, Serian had watched the Empress succumb day by day to a wasting illness that the healers found impossible to treat. She was dying. Everyone knew it. No one discussed it, certainly not the Emperor, who never failed to comment nightly on how improved his lovely wife looked, and how beneficial the spring air brought about by the Sif Hanar — it had been spring a year in Marilon — was for her recovered health. Everyone in the court nodded and agreed. The magical arts of her ladies-in-waiting put color into the Empress's chalk-white cheeks and changed the hues of her eyes. "She looks radiant, Your Majesty. Only grows more beautiful, Majesty. Never seen her in such delightful spirits. Have you, Highness?" They could not, however, add flesh to the sunken face, or dim the feverish luster of her gaze, and the whispers around court were, "What will he do when she dies?" The line runs through the female side. Her brother is visiting, heir to the throne. Have you been introduced? Allow me. Might be wise. And through it all, through all the beauty and illusion, the only reality seemed to be Bishop Vanya, moving, working, lifting a finger to beckon someone here, motioning with his hand to smooth something out there, guiding, controlling, always in supreme control himself. Yet Serian had seen him shaken once, 17 years ago, and he wondered, not for the first time, what it was that Vanya was keeping hidden from them. Once again he heard the bishop's words, "I could give you the reason," then the sigh that stopped the words, then the look of stern, cold resolution. "No, you must do what I tell you without question." A novitiate appeared before him, touching him gently on the shoulder. Serian started. How long had the boy been standing there, unnoticed? "Yes, brother, what is it?" "Forgive me for interrupting you, father, but I have been sent to bring you to the bishop's quarters whenever it is most convenient." "Yes, right now will be fine." Serian rose to his feet with alacrity. Not even the Emperor, it was said, kept Bishop Vanya waiting. "Father Serian, enter, enter!" Vanya, rising to his feet, made a cordial motion with his hand. His voice was warm, though Serian thought it seemed a bit strained, as if he were having a difficult time keeping the fires of his hospitality burning. Starting to kneel to kiss the hem of his robes, as was proper, Serian was vividly and painfully reminded of the last occasion when he had performed this act 17 years earlier. Perhaps Bishop Vanya remembered as well. "No, no, Sarian," Vanya said pleasantly, taking the priest by the hand. "We can dispense with obsequies. Reserve those for the public for which they are intended. This is a private, quiet little meeting." Sarian looked at the bishop sharply, hearing more said in the tone of the words than in the words themselves. "I am honored, Holiness," Sarian began in some confusion, "to be summoned into your presence." "There is one here, deacon, I would like you to meet," continued Bishop Vanya smoothly, ignoring Sarian's words. Turning, startled, Sarian saw that there was another person in the room. "This is Father Tolban, a field catalyst from the settlement of Walrun," said Vanya. "Father Tolban, Deacon Sarian." "Father Tolban," Sarian bowed as was customary. "May the almon's blessing be yours." It was no wonder Sarian had not noticed the man upon first entering. Brown and dried and withered, the field catalyst disappeared into the woodwork as thoroughly as if he had grown there. "Deacon Sarian," Tolban mumbled, bobbing nervously, his eyes darting from Sarian to Bishop Vanya and back to Sarian again, his hands twitching and tugging at the long sleeves of his untrimmed, mud-stained, and shabby green robes. "Please, everyone be seated," Vanya said kindly, indicating chairs with a wave of his hand. Sarian noticed that the field catalyst waited a moment, to make certain he had really been included in the invitation, he supposed. This made things rather awkward, since by courtesy Sarian could not really sit down without the field catalyst seating himself as well. Starting to sit, he noticed that Tolban was still standing, forcing him to catch himself and stand back up, just about the same time as Tolban had finally decided it was permissible for him to sit. Seeing Sarian standing, however, the field catalyst leaped to his feet again, his face flushing red in embarrassment. This time Bishop Vanya intervened, repeating the invitation to be seated in a pleasant but firm tone. Sarian sank into a chair, relieved. He'd had visions of jumping around most of the afternoon. After inquiring if anyone cared for refreshment, which they didn't, and some further polite talk about the difficulties of spring planting and the prospects for this year's harvest, all of which were answered weakly and somewhat confusedly by the obviously nervous field catalyst, Bishop Vanya finally came to the point. "Father Tolban has quite an unusual story to relate, Deacon Sarian," he said, still in his same pleasant voice, as if they were three friends indulging in idle talk. Sarian's tension eased a bit, but his mystification increased. Why had he been called to Vanya's private chambers, a place he had not set foot in for 17 years, to listen to a field catalyst relate a story? He looked at Vanya sharply, only to find the bishop looking at him with a cool, knowing expression in his eyes. Quickly, Sarian turned his attention to the field catalyst, who was drawing a deep breath, as if about to plunge into icy water, now prepared to pay close attention to the little dried-up man's words. Though Bishop Vanya's face was smooth and placid, as always, Sarian had seen a muscle twitch in the man's jaw, just as he had seen it twitch at the ceremony for the dead prince. Father Tolban began his tale, and Sarian discovered that he had no need to force himself to listen. He could not have torn himself away. It was the first time he heard the story of Joram. The catalyst experienced several emotions during the telling, emotions ranging from shock to outrage and revulsion, the normal emotions one feels upon hearing such a grim, dark revelation. But Sarian knew, too, a stomach-clenching, bone-chilling fear, a fear that spread from his bowels through his body. Shivering, he huddled deeper into his soft robes. "What am I afraid of?" he asked himself. "Here I am, sitting in the bishop's elegant chambers, listening to the halting, stumbling words of this withered old catalyst. What could possibly be wrong?" Only later would Sarian recall the look in Bishop Vanya's eyes as he listened to the story. Only later would he come to understand why he shivered in terror. As it was, he decided at the time It was nothing more than the vicarious thrill of fear one enjoys listening to the stories of the nursery, stories of dead creatures who stalk the night. And by the time the Duke Sereth arrived, Father Tolban concluded miserably, the young man had been gone several hours. They tracked him as far as the outlands, until it became obvious that he had vanished in the wilderness. We could see where his trail disappeared across the borders of civilization. They also found centaur tracks. There was little they could do, and, in fact, they simply assumed him lost to this world, since all know that few who venture into those lands return. That is how I reported it. Vanya frowned, and the catalyst flushed, hanging his head. I was premature, it seems, in my judgment, for now, a year later— That will be sufficient, Father Tolban, Bishop Vanya remarked, still speaking very pleasantly. But the field catalyst wasn't fooled. Clenching his hands, he stared down gloomily at the floor. Sarian knew what the wretched man must be thinking. After this disaster, he'd be a field catalyst for the rest of his natural existence. But that certainly wasn't Sarian's problem, nor was it why he had been asked to listen to this dark tale of insanity and murder. He glanced again, puzzled, at Bishop Vanya, hoping to find some answer, but Vanya was not looking at Sarian, nor was he looking at the poor field catalyst. The bishop was staring out into nothing, his lips pursed, his brow furrowed, obviously grappling mentally with some unseen enemy. At last his struggles came to an end, or appeared to do so at any rate, for he turned to Sarian, his face once more smooth. "A most shocking incident, Deacon." "Yes, Holiness," Sarian replied, still feeling the shiver creeping over his body. Placing the tips of his pudgy fingers together, Vanya tapped them delicately. "There have been several instances over the past few years where we have been able to locate these children who were born dead, and yet who, through the misguided actions of their parents, were allowed to remain in the world. When they were discovered, their terrible sufferings were mercifully relieved." Sarian shifted uneasily in his seat. He had heard rumors of this, and though he knew what a tortured existence these poor souls must lead, he could not help wondering if such drastic measures were really necessary. Apparently his doubts were expressed upon his face, for Vanya frowned, and turning his gaze upon the innocent field catalyst, proceeded to expostulate. "You know, of course, that we cannot have the dead walking the land," Vanya said sternly to Father Tolban. "Yes, Holiness," stammered the catalyst, shrinking before this undeserved and unexpected attack. "Life, the magic, comes from all around us, from the ground we walk, the air we breathe, the living things that grow to serve us, yes, even the rocks and stones, crumbled remains of once great mountains, give us life. It is this force we call upon and channel through our humble bodies that gives the Magi the ability to mold and alter the raw elements into objects both useful and beautiful." Vanya glared at the field catalyst to see if he was paying attention. The catalyst, not knowing what else to do, and looking thoroughly miserable, gulped and nodded. The bishop continued, "Imagine this life force as a rich, full-bodied wine, whose color, flavor, bouquet," he spread his hands, "is perfect in every respect. Would you dilute this wonderful wine with water?" Vanya asked suddenly. "No, oh no, Holiness," cried Father Tolban. "Yet you would permit the dead to walk among us, and what is worse, perhaps allow their seed to fall into fertile ground and grow. Would you see the vines of weeds choke out the life of the grape?" The field catalyst might have been a dried grape himself as he shriveled under this barrage. His brown face shrank, his wizened features twisted, while he desperately protested that he had no intention of nurturing weeds. Vanya allowed him to babble, his gaze shifting to Sarian, who bowed his head. The reprimand was his, of course. It would not be proper for a bishop to scold a font catalyst in the presence of an underling, so Vanya had chosen this method to rebuke him. Confused memories of hiccuping babies and weeping parents flitted into Sarian's mind, but he firmly repressed them. He understood. The bishop was right, as always. Deacon Sarian would not be the one to dilute the wine. But he wondered, as he sat staring at his hands folded properly in his lap, where was all this leading? With an abrupt gesture, Vanya squelched the field catalyst, cutting him off at the roots and leaving him on the ground to wither. The bishop turned to Sarian. "Deacon Sarian, you are no doubt wondering what this tale has to do with you, and now you will have your answer. I am sending you after this Joram." Sarian could do nothing but stare, aghast. Now it was his turn to stammer and stutter, to the vast relief of Father Tolban, who seemed extremely grateful to find the attention shifted away from him at last. "But, Holiness, you said he was dead." "No," Father Tolban faltered, cringing. That was my mistake." "He's not dead, then?" Sarian said. "No," Vanya replied, "and you must find him and bring him back." Staring at Bishop Vanya, Sarian wondered what he could possibly say. That I'm not Duke Sereth, that I know nothing about apprehending dangerous criminals, that I'm middle-aged, that I'm a catalyst, a word synonymous with weak and defenseless. "Why me, Holiness?" he managed to ask feebly. Bishop Vanya smiled, tolerant of his priest's confusion. Rising to his feet, he sauntered over to the window, waving his hand behind him as he went. This gesture was to the two underlings, indicating that they were to keep their seats, both of them having started to leap up when he stood. Sarian relapsed into the soft cushions of the chair, but at the same time he tried to shift his position in such a way that he could see Vanya's face as he talked. That proved impossible. Walking to the window, the bishop stood with his back to Sarian, staring down at the courtyard below. "You see, Deacon Sarian," he began, his voice still pleasant and nonchalant, "this young man, this Joram, presents rather a unique problem for us. He did not meet his physical death in the outlands, as was reported." At this juncture, Vanya half-turned, carefully examining a bit of the fabric of the curtain and scowling at it irritably. The field catalyst went deathly white. Finally muttering, "A flaw," Vanya continued imperturbably. "Father Tolban has since received word which leads us to believe that this young man, this Joram, has joined up with a group who call themselves the Coven of the Wheel." Sarian glanced at Father Tolban, hoping for a clue, since Bishop Vanya had uttered these words in a tone of such dread that he could only suppose he was the only person in Thimhallan never to have heard of this group. But the field catalyst was no help, having shrunk back so far in his chair as to be practically invisible. Receiving no response from his priest, Vanya glanced over his shoulder. "You have not heard of them, Father Sarian?" "No, Holiness," Sarian confessed. "But I lead such a retired life. My studies—" "No need to apologize," Vanya cut him off. Clasping his hands behind his back, he turned to face him. "I would have been surprised if you had, as a matter of fact. As a loving parent keeps the knowledge of dark and wicked things from his children until they are strong and wise enough to deal with them, so we keep knowledge of this dark cloud from our people, bearing the burden upon ourselves in order that they may live in sunshine. Oh, the people are not in danger," he added, seeing that Sarian raised his eyebrows in alarm. "It is simply that we will not allow vague fears to disturb the beauty and tranquility of life in Marilon as it has been disturbed in other kingdoms. You see, Father Sarian, this coven is devoted to the study of the dark art, the study of the ninth mystery, technology." Once again Sarian felt that cold fear grip his bowels. A shivering sensation, starting at his scalp, ran over his entire body. "It seems that this Joram had a friend, a young man called Mosiah. One of the field magi, hearing noises in the night, woke and looked out his window. He saw Mosiah and a young man he is positive was Joram engrossed in conversation. He could not hear all of what was said, but he swears he overheard the words coven and wheel. He said Mosiah drew back at this, but his friend must have been persuasive, because the next morning Mosiah was gone. Serian glanced over at Father Tolban, just in time to see the field catalyst cast a furtive look at Vanya, who was studiously ignoring him. Tolban looked over at his fellow catalyst, and caught Serian looking at him. Flushing guiltily, Tolban returned to staring at his shoes. "We have, of course, known of the existence of this coven for some time," Bishop Vanya frowned. "It is composed of every outcast and misfit who thinks the world owes him something in return for his birth. Not only do the dead walk among them, but so do thieves and robbers, debtors, vagrants, rebels, now a murderer. They come from all over the empire, from Sherakan in the north to Zithel in the east. Their numbers are growing, and while the Dakarn Duke could deal with them easily enough, going in to take the young man by force would mean armed conflict. It would mean talk, upset, and worry. We cannot have that, not now, while the political situation in court is in such delicate balance." He cast a meaningful glance at Serian. This is dreadful, Holiness," Serian stammered, still too confused to catch more than one word in 10, but Vanya was looking at him, expecting a reply, so he said the first thing that came into his head. "Surely, something must be done. We cannot live knowing that this threat exists." "Something is being done, Deacon Serian," Bishop Vanya said in soothing tones. "Rest assured, the matter is under control. Another reason that apprehending the boy must be handled delicately. But, at the same time, we dare not allow this murder of an overseer go unpunished. Talk is already spreading throughout the field magi, who are, as you know, a discontented, rebellious lot. To let this young man go free after his heinous crime would encourage the spread of anarchy among this class. Because of this, the young man must be apprehended alive and made to stand trial for his crime." "Apprehended alive," Vanya muttered, frowning. "That is most important." At last, Serian thought he was beginning to understand. "I see, Holiness." He had some trouble getting his words out past a bitter taste in his mouth. "You need someone to go in, isolate this young man, open a corridor, and lead the Duke Sereth to him without anyone else being the wiser. And you chose me because I was once involved with the dark—" "You were chosen for the excellent mathematical knowledge you possess, Deacon Serian," Bishop Vanya interrupted, sliding in under Serian's words smoothly. A glance at the field catalyst and a slight shaking of the head were enough to remind Serian that he was not to speak of the old scandal. "These technologists, so we are led to believe, are extremely fascinated with the subject of mathematics, believing it to be the key to their dark art. This will provide you with ideal cover, and lead them to accept you into their group most readily." "But, Holiness, I am a catalyst, not a rebel or a thief," Serian protested. "Why should they accept me at all?" "There have been renegade catalysts before," Vanya remarked wryly. "This Joram's father was one, in fact. I remember the incident quite well. He was found guilty of conceiving through the repulsive act of physically joining with a female. He was sentenced to the turning to stone." Serian shuddered involuntarily. All his old sins were crowding in on him, it seemed. The lurid dreams of his youth returned to him, adding to his tension. The fate of Joram's father might well have been his own. For a moment he was very nearly physically ill, and leaned back against the cushions of his chair. When the blood quit pounding in his ears and his dizzy feeling abated, he could once more attend to Vanya's words. "Surely you remember the incident, Deacon Serian. It was 17 years ago. But no, I forgot. You were absorbed in your own problems at that time. To continue, upon being told that her child had failed the tests, the mother, I believe her name was Anja, disappeared, taking the babe with her. We tried to trace her, but it proved impossible. Now, at last, we know what happened to her and her child." "Holiness," Serian said, swallowing the bile in his mouth, "I am not a young man. I do not believe I am suited for such an important task. I am honored at the confidence you repose in me, but the Duke Sereth are far better qualified." "You underestimate yourself, Deacon," Bishop Vanya said pleasantly, leaving the window and walking across the room. "You have been living too long among your books." Coming to stand directly in front of Sarian, he looked down at the priest. "Perhaps I have other reasons for choosing you, reasons that I am not at liberty to discuss. You have been chosen. I cannot, of course, force you to do this, but do you not feel that you owe the Church something, Sarian, for, shall we say, past kindnesses?" The field catalyst could not see the bishop's face. Only Sarian could see it, and he would remember it to the day he died. The round, pudgy cheeks were placid and calm. Vanya was even smiling slightly, one eyebrow raised. But the eyes were terrible, dark and cold and unyielding. Suddenly Sarian understood the genius of the man, and at last he could give a name to his unreasoning fear. The punishment for the crime he had committed so many years before had been neither forgotten nor relaxed. No, it had simply been deferred. 17 years Vanya had waited patiently, should an opportunity arise to use it, to use him. "Well, Deacon Sarian," the bishop said, still in that same pleasant voice, "what do you say?" There was nothing to say, nothing but the ancient words Sarian had learned so long ago, repeating them now as he repeated them every morning in the ritual of dawn. He could almost see the white, thin-boned hand of his mother tracing them in the air. Obedire est vivere, vivere est obedire. To obey is to live is to obey. Book 2. The Outland. The border of the civilized lands and that region of Thimholland known as the Outland is marked to the north of Marilon by a great river. Called the Famirish, or Tears of the Catalysts, its source is to be found in the Font, the great mountain that dominates the landscape near Marilon, the mountain where the Catalysts have established the center of their order. Thus the river's name, a daily reminder of the toil and sorrows suffered by the Catalysts in their work for mankind. The water of the Famirish is sacred. Its source in the mountain, a merry bubbling brook, is a holy place tended and guarded by the Druids. Water taken from this pure portion of the river possesses healing properties used by the healers throughout the world. As the river runs upon its way, however, tumbling and laughing down the mountain like the child it is, the Famirish is joined by other streams and brooks, its innocence and purity diluted. By the time it reaches the city of Marilon, the river has grown up, becoming a wide, deep body of water. Having gained in maturity and stature, the Famirish River, upon arriving in Marilon, becomes civilized. In the years following the Iron Wars, the Pronalban, wizards skilled in the arts of shaping stone and earth, took hold of the river, rechanneled it and tamed it, split it and divided it, twisted it and turned it, sent it flowing up hills and down ornamental waterfalls, and caught it in quaint small pools. Through their magical arts and those of their descendants, the river is forced up into the marble platforms where it bubbles in fountains and shoots high into the air in rainbow geysers. Magically heated, the river creeps demurely into perfumed bathing rooms, or presents itself boldly, ready for work in the kitchens. Finally, allowed to venture into Marilon's sacred grove, where stands the tomb of the great wizard who founded this land, the Famirish nurtures the beautiful tropical plants, and finds time to indulge in the artistic creations of the illusionists. So vastly changed is the Famirish River in Marilon that most people forget it is a river at all. After suffering itself to endure these civilized trappings, it is little wonder that once the river escapes the city walls of Marilon, it churns and rages within its banks in a tumult of whitewater confusion. Once the Famirish works this out of its system, it calms down, and by the time it meanders past the cleared fields and small farm villages, it is like a placid old field catalyst, plodding slowly and muddily along its tree-lined way. Onward it flows through the croplands, quiet and hard-working, until it leaves civilized lands behind. Then, once out of the sight of man, the Famirish River gives a final great twist, like the back of a dragon, and plunges with a wild roar of exultation into the outlands. Free at last, the river becomes a raging torrent of white foaming water that leaps over rocks and rushes through narrow cavern walls. There is an anger in the water, an anger it acquires as it surges past the dark places where lurk angry things, beings created by magic, then tossed aside, beings wrenched from beloved homes, brought to a strange land, then left to fend on their own, beings who live here because their own dark natures will not allow them to live in the light. Strange sights the river sees as it hurtles along its course. Trolls wash the bones of their victims in its waters in the manner that the creatures have, cleaning the bones to use them for ornaments upon the body or to decorate their dank caves. Giant men and women, fully 20 feet tall, with the strength of rock and the brains of children, sit upon its banks, staring into the water in dim fascination. Dragons sun themselves upon its rocks like huge lizards, keeping one eye open always for signs of intruders into their secret caves. Unicorns drink from its pools, savage centaurs fish its streams, bands of fairies dance upon its waters. But the strangest sight of all, perhaps, comes within the deepest, darkest part of the river's journeying, within the very heart of the outland, the camp of the technologists. By the time it reaches this region, the Famirish River runs deep and wide, dark and sullen, for here the river receives a rude shock. It flows into the clutches of the sorcerers of the Ninth Mystery, who chain the river and force it to work for them. The technologists, or the Coven of the Wheel, as they call themselves, have dwelt peacefully within the shelter of the outland for many years. Numbering several hundred people, their community is an ancient one, having been founded by those who escaped the purges that took place following the Iron Wars. They give life to that which is dead, was the accusation of the catalysts then. Their dark art will destroy us in this world as it came close to destroying us in the ancient world. Look what it has done already. How many have died because of it, and how many more will die if we do not remove this plague from our land? Hundreds of the practitioners of the Ninth Mystery were sent beyond in what became known as the casting out. Their books and papers were, according to the catalysts, completely destroyed, though the catalysts secretly kept examples of many of them. To fight the enemy, one must know him as well as one knows oneself. The sorcerer's terrible weapons and engines of war slowly became things of dark legend. The stories of machines that raise water from the river, and carriages that crawl across the ground on round feet, dwindled to the stuff of fairy tales that children laughed to hear repeated. Those few who managed to escape the persecution fled into the outland, where they waged a constant, bitter struggle for survival. Drawn to their ranks were all those who, as Bishop Vanya said, had a grudge against the world, men and women of the lower classes who had rebelled against their lot, men and women of all classes whose greed led them to crime, men and women whose twisted passions led them into 1,000 sins. Here, too, in later years, came the dead, those children who had failed the testing. All were accepted because all were needed to help in the desperate battle against the wild and savage land and its inhabitants. Finally, after centuries, the technologists managed to create a haven in the wilderness where they could live more or less at peace. All they wanted was to be left alone, having neither the ambition nor desire left to force their ways upon others. They wanted to live as they chose, tinkering and puttering and building their water wheels and grindstones and grist mills. Though still a haven for outcasts, the sorcerers of the Ninth Mystery had their own laws, which were strictly enforced. Thus they managed to rid themselves of tainted blood. Thus they managed to live isolated and apart from the rest of Thimholland for long, long years, eventually all but forgotten by the rest of the world. The world, having forgotten the sorcerers, might have left them alone, but, as often happens to mankind in his search for knowledge, the coven chanced upon a discovery that could have led to great good, but was instead perverted to evil. They learned once more the ancient lost art of forging iron. Who knows by what chance this brought the evil men to them? Perhaps it was the discovery of a crude knife upon the body of a centaur. Perhaps it was the spear in the hands of some poor, pathetic giant who babbled the name of those who had made it for him before he succumbed to torture. It doesn't matter now. The bandits found the coven, a simple, peaceful people isolated from the world. To enslave them was an easy task, for the leader of the bandits was a powerful warlock, a former Duke Sereth. For the last 5 years, the technologists have been ruled by a group who has taken the iron, taken that which is lifeless, and given it a most deadly life of its own. Chapter 1. The Renegade. In less time than it takes to tell it, Sarian started on his journey. By the time he was ready to leave the font, he was no longer afraid, nor was he bitter or angry. He was resigned. He had accepted his fate. After all, he had escaped punishment for 17 years. He left the font under the cover of night, sped upon his way by the enforcers, the black-robed Duke Sereth. Only one person noticed Sarian was gone, Deacon Dulces. When his inquiries among masters and brethren brought only shrugs and blank looks, Dulces, secure in the favor of his duke, finally confronted Bishop Vanya himself. "By the way, Holiness," said Dulces in conversational tones, planting himself in front of the bishop as he walked about one of the terraced gardens, "I have missed Brother Sarian of late. He and I were to have discussed a mathematical hypothesis concerning the possibility of fetching the Empress the moon. The last time I saw him, he spoke of being summoned to your chambers. I wondered—" "Father Sarian?" interrupted the bishop coldly, glancing around at several other catalysts, members of his staff, who were standing near. "Father Sarian," the bishop mused. "Yes, I recall now. I believe he and I discussed a mathematical theory of his, something about shaping stone. He seemed fatigued to me, overworked. Don't you agree, Deacon?" An emphasis on the rank. "I recommended a holiday." "I'm certain he took your recommendation to heart, Holiness," the perennial deacon returned, frowning. "I hope so, brother," Bishop Vanya said, turning away. With a sigh, Dulces went back to his cell to perform the ritual of night, seeing in his mind's eyes his poor friend slogging among the beans and cucumbers. Dulces was not far wrong in his imaginings. The bishop had decreed that Sarian should establish a reputation as a renegade catalyst, so that when he vanished into the outland, his story would be believed. He also advised Sarian to discover what he could about Joram, to gain information on the young man that might be of use later. What better way to accomplish both objectives than to live among the field magi in the village of Walren? Sarian agreed to the arrangements calmly and quietly, a doomed man accepting his fate. He had decided, after serious reflection, that this business about Joram was all a sham. There seemed no other reasonable explanation. He simply could not fathom why the bishop was going to all this trouble to track down one dead young man, even if he was a murderer. Sarian had simply outlived his usefulness to the order, and this was Vanya's way of eliminating him swiftly and silently. Such things were not unusual. Catalysts had disappeared before. The bishop had even taken the trouble to establish a witness in this wretched Father Tolban, who would relate that Sarian had died in a heroic cause. Thus Sarian's mother's spirit would rest easy and not trouble Bishop Vanya in the night, as spirits sometimes did, now that the necromancers were no longer in the world to propitiate them. Sarian and Father Tolban arrived in the village of Walren within moments after leaving the font, traveling through the corridors whose magical halls made a journey of hundreds of miles. seem little more than the placing of one foot in front of the other. Though it was early night when they arrived, the field magi were in bed and asleep, according to Tolban, who was obviously nervous and ill at ease in Sarian's presence. Muttering something to the effect that he assumed Sarian would wish to rest as well, the field catalyst led the priest to an empty dwelling near his own. "The old overseer lived here," Father Tolban said in gloomy tones, opening the door to a burned-out tree that had been converted to a dwelling like the others in the village. Slightly larger than the rest, it appeared on the verge of collapse. Sarian glanced inside in bitter resignation. Nothing more, it seemed, could add to his misery. "The overseer who was murdered?" he asked quietly. Tolban nodded. "I hope you don't mind," he mumbled, rubbing his hands. "The spring air was chill, but it's all that's vacant at present." "What does it matter?" thought Sarian wearily. "No, it's all right. I'll see you at breakfast, then. Would you care to eat your meals with me?" Father Tolban asked hesitantly. "There's a woman, too old to work in the fields, who earns her way by doing such chores." Sarian was about to reply that he wasn't hungry, and didn't expect to be, when he suddenly took notice of Tolban's anxious, pinched face. Something occurred to Sarian then, and, remembering the pouch someone had thrust into his arms before he left the font, he handed it to the field catalyst. "Certainly, brother," Sarian replied. "I would be pleased to share your table, but you must let me pay my way." "Deacon, this is too much," stammered Tolban, who had been eyeing the hefty sack hungrily ever since they'd arrived. The fragrant aroma of bacon and cheese filled the air. Sarian smiled wryly. "We might as well eat it now. I don't believe I will be needing it where I am going. Do you, brother?" Flushing, Father Tolban muttered some incoherent reply and backed hurriedly out of the door, leaving Sarian to stare around the dwelling. Once it might have been a relatively nice place to live, he thought bleakly. The wooden walls were polished. The branches that formed the roof gave some signs of having been skillfully mended and repaired. But its past owner had been dead a year, the dwelling allowed to fall into ruin. Apparently no one had entered it since the man's murder. There were remnants of its former owner scattered about in the way of clothes and a few personal items. Picking these up, Sarian tossed them into the fire pit, then glanced about. A bed, formed out of a bough of the tree, stood on one side of the small room. A crudely shaped table and several chairs huddled near the fire pit. Branches formed a few shelves in the walls that had once been the tree's trunk, and that was all. Thinking of his comfortable cell in the font, with its down mattress, warm fire, and thick stone walls, Sarian gave the bed where the murdered man had slept a shuddering glance. Then, wrapping himself in his robes, he lay down on the floor and gave way to despair. The next morning, after sharing Tolban's meager breakfast, Sarian was introduced to the cacklings and crowings of Marm Hudspeth, who considered him a wonder sent from the Alman himself. Then the catalyst was taken outside to meet the rest of his people and to begin his duties. According to the part he was told to play, Sarian had been sent to the fields for some minor infraction committed against the order, and was supposed to appear discontented and rebellious. He was not, as has been said, a very good liar. "I don't know if I can play this part," he confided to Father Tolban, as they trudged through the mud toward where the field magi stood patiently in line, waiting for the morning's gift of life. "What? Being angry at the church? Angry at the fate that brought you here?" "Oh, you'll play it all right," muttered Father Tolban gloomily, the spring wind whipping his robes about his stick-thin, dried-up body. "For all the good it will do you." And so, Sarian discovered, he had not been in Walren a day before he lost some of his own despairing misery in his anger at the way these people were forced to live. He had thought his own dwelling small and cramped until he found that entire families lived in shacks no larger. Food was plain and coarse, and scarce after the harsh winter. Unlike the fortunate inhabitants of the cities, where the weather is controlled, the field magi are subject to the whims of the varying seasons. In Maryland, surrounded by its magical dome, rain came only if the empress decided that the sunlight had grown tiresome. Snow fell, only to glimmer beautifully in the moonlight on the crystal palaces. Here, on the border, there were terrible storms, the likes of which Sarian had never experienced. The nobles there, Father Tobin glanced in the direction of distant Marilon, fear these peasants, and with good reason. The field catalyst shuddered. I saw them the day that accursed boy murdered the overseer. I thought they were going to murder me as well. Sarian shivered, too, but it was from the cold. The winds had been blowing steadily off the mountains, and until they switched, spring was more like winter. Opening a conduit to Marmhudspeth, Father Tolban gave the Magus sufficient life to envelop the two catalysts in a cozy globe of warmth that made Sarian feel as though he were sitting in a bubble of flame, but it didn't help much. The cold seemingly defied magic. It had dwelt in this shack longer than mortals. Creeping from the floors and walls, it seeped up through Sarian's feet and into his very bones. He wondered if he would ever again be warm, and sometimes thought, rather bitterly, that Bishop Vanya could at least have told him he intended to torture him before his execution. "But if the Emperor fears rebellion, why doesn't he improve conditions?" Sarian asked irritably, endeavoring to wrap his feet up in the skirts of his white robes. "Give these people housing, enough to eat." "Enough to eat?" Tolban looked shocked. "Brother Sarian, these people are strong in magic to begin with. I've heard it said they're stronger than the Albanara, the noble wizards. How could we control them if they became stronger still? Right now they are forced to depend upon us to provide them with life. They must use all their energy to survive, if they ever gained the means to store it up." He shook his head. Then, glancing around fearfully, he drew close to Sarian. "And there's another reason," he whispered. "Their children aren't born dead." A month passed. Then 2. Days and nights grew warmer, and Sarian learned the work of a field catalyst. Rising with the dawn, never feeling as though he'd had enough sleep, he mumbled wearily through the ritual, joined Father Tolban for a frugal breakfast, then made his way into the fields where the Magi were waiting. Here, the catalyst put into practice those mathematical exercises he'd been taught from childhood. He learned to measure out life in exact and minute degrees, since it would never do to give a field magus too much. He trudged the rows with them, uncaring at first. It seemed nothing could penetrate the depths of his unhappiness. Even the sight of a small seedling springing up from the earth was like sunlight streaming through a break in storm clouds, cheering him for only a moment, then vanishing into darkness once more. The catalyst had not forgotten, however, the real reason he was here. Mostly from boredom, and to keep his mind off his own misery, Sarian spent the evenings talking with the people, and he had no difficulty in getting them to discuss Joram. They scarcely talked of anything else, in fact, the death of Anja and the murder of the overseer having been a high point in their lives. Over and over they related the story with relish during the brief hour they were permitted to socialize after their meager dinners. "Joram was a fey one," said the father of the runaway Mosiah. "I saw him grow from a babe to a man. I lived with him in this village 16 years, and the words he spoke to me I could count upon the fingers of this hand." "How could he be among you all that time, and you have no notion that he was dead?" Sarian asked. They shrugged. "If he was dead," said a woman with a contemptuous glance at Father Tolban, "Joram did the work same as the rest of us. So he didn't have life enough in him to walk the air. Neither do you, Catalyst." She said this with a sneer, and the others laughed. "He were a pretty babe," commented one. "And a comely man," said another. At this Sarian saw a young girl nod so enthusiastically that she blushed red when she noticed him watching her. "Or he would have been," the older woman added, "if he ever smiled, but he didn't. Nor laughed, neither. Nor cried," said Mosiah's father. "Not even when he was little. I saw him take a bad spill once. Joram was always falling or stumbling into things, seems like. Anyway, he split his head clean open. Blood ran down his face. It like to knocked him silly for a bit. A growed man would have cried over that, and not felt the least shamed. He had tears in his eyes, too. By the almond the lad was only 8 or 9, but he gritted his teeth and blinked them back. 'Damn it, boy,' I said, running over to help him. 'Let out a holler or two. I would if I'd taken a hurt like that. But he only gave me such a look with those brown eyes of his, it was a wonder I weren't turned to stone on the spot." "It was his mother done it to him," said the older woman with a sniff. "She was moonstruck, was that one, wearing that fancy dress till it fell off her body, filling his head with stories of Marilyn and how he was better than the rest of us." "He had beautiful hair," said the young girl shyly, "and I think I saw him smile once. We were working together in the woods, and I found a wild rose. He seemed so unhappy most of the time that I gave it to him." The young girl looked down at her hands, flushing. "I felt sorry for him." "What did he do?" the woman snorted. "Bite your hand?" The others snorted derisively or snickered, causing the young girl to blush and fall silent. "What did he do?" Sarian asked gently. Glancing up at him, the girl smiled. "He didn't take it. He acted almost like it frightened him, but he smiled at me. I think he smiled. It was more with his eyes than his lips." "Foolish child," snapped the woman, who was her mother. "Go home and finish your chores." "It's true, though," said one of the others. "I never seen hair so thick and black on the head of any living being. But if you ask me, it were a curse, not a beauty." "It was a curse," Marm Hudspeth muttered, peering at the abandoned, tumble-down hovel that had been Joram's home with an eager gleam in her eye. "The mother was cursed, and she passed it on to her son. She chewed at him, gnawing away at his soul. She dug her nails into him and sucked his blood." Mosiah's father laughed derisively, causing Marm to glare at him. "Ye've little to laugh at, Jacobias," she cried shrilly. "Your own boy's gone off to find him. Dead? Yes, Joram is dead. And it's my belief Anja took the life from him, drew it out of his body to use in her own. You've all seen the white scars on his chest." "What scars?" Sarian was about to ask, but the conversation ended abruptly when Jacobias, with a show of magical force Sarian found quite alarming, considering the Magus had worked a full day, angrily vanished into the air. Shaking their heads, the other field magi made their weary way to their shacks to get what sleep they could before daybreak found them back in the fields again. Returning to his own dwelling, Sarian thought about what he'd heard, beginning to form a picture of this young man in his mind. Product of a cursed and unholy alliance, raised by an insane mother, the young man was probably half-crazed himself. Add to the fact that he was dead. Father Tolman had expressed no doubt whatsoever on this point, and it was a wonder he had not murdered or committed some other brutal act before this. And this was the young man Sarian was supposed to go into the outland and find. The priest's bitterness increased. Anything, even the turning to stone, seemed better than this torture. Sarian's life at this juncture was truly miserable. Accustomed as he was to spending his days in study, wrapped in the comforting, silent solitude of the libraries or his warm, secure cell, he found the life of a field catalyst one of bone-aching weariness, sore and swollen feet, and mind-numbing monotony. Day in and day out, he and Father Tolman were in the fields, granting life to the Magi, walking along after them through the rows of wheat or corn or beets or whatever it was that grew there. Sarian never knew. It all looked the same to him. At night he lay on his hard cot, every joint and muscle hurting. Though desperately tired, he could not sleep. The wild wind howled around the mean shack, whistling in through cracks and chinks that all the magic of the Magi could never keep closed. Above the wild sounds of the wind, he could hear other noises, living noises, and these frightened him more than anything else. They were the noises of the beasts of the outland, who, he was told, sometimes felt bold enough or hungry enough to approach the village in hopes of stealing food. These howls and growlings made Sarian realize that, bad as this life was here, it was nothing compared to the life he had to look forward to, life in the outland. His stomach clenched every time he thought of it, and he often began to shake uncontrollably. His only bitter comfort was the knowledge that he probably would not survive long enough to suffer. 4 months passed thus, Sarian's allotted time to establish himself as a renegade catalyst. He didn't know whether he had fooled anyone or not. Supposedly sullen, rebellious, and hot-headed, Serian generally came across as sickly and wretched. The Magi were so lost in the drudgery of their own lives, however, that they didn't pay much attention to him. As the day set for his departure in late summer drew near, Serian had heard nothing from the font, and he began to hope that perhaps Bishop Vanya might have forgotten him. Perhaps just sending me here is punishment enough, he thought. Surely one dead young man doesn't matter that much. Serian determined that he would simply stay where he was until he heard something. Father Tolban still obviously considered himself Serian's inferior, and would do whatever the priest told him. But this was not to be. Sitting alone in his cabin, a few nights before he was supposed to leave, Serian was startled and alarmed to see a corridor suddenly open before him. He knew even before the figure materialized who had come to visit him, and his heart sank. "Deacon Serian," the figure said as it stepped from the corridor. "Bishop Vanya," Serian said, bowing to the floor. Serian saw the bishop glance around his poor surroundings, but, beyond a raised eyebrow, he didn't take much notice, his attention being centered on his priest. "Soon you begin your journey." "Yes, Holiness," Serian replied. He was still on the floor, not so much from humility as from the fact that he simply did not believe he had the strength to rise. "I do not expect to hear from you for some time," Vanya continued, standing near the corridor's opening, a black void of nothingness. "Your situation among these sorcerers will be delicate, and it will be difficult for you to make contact. Especially if I am dead," Serian thought bitterly, though he did not say it. "Still," Vanya was going on, "there are ways we have of communicating with those far distant. I will not elaborate, but do not be startled to hear from me if I deem it necessary. In the meantime, try to send a message through Tolban when you think you will be able to turn this Joram over to us." Serian stared up at the bishop in amazement. The young man again. All Serian's pent-up misery and anger over the last months found its outlet. Slowly, his bones creaking, the priest struggled to his feet and faced Vanya defiantly. "Holiness," Serian said respectfully, but with an edge in his voice that was born out of fear and desperation, "you are sending me to my doom. At least let me die with what dignity I can. You know I cannot possibly survive even one night in the outland. Keeping up the pretense of hunting for this Joram was all very well before an inferior, but we can at least dispense with it between ourselves." Vanya's face flushed, his brows contracted. Pursing his lips, he drew in a deep breath through his nose. "Do you take me for a fool, Father Serian?" he bellowed. "Holiness," Serian gasped, blanching. He had never seen the bishop so angry. It was more frightening, at the moment, than the unknown terrors of the outland. I thought I had made myself clear. The importance of bringing this young man to justice cannot be overemphasized." Vanya's pudgy fingers stabbed the air. "You, Brother Serian, have a high opinion of yourself, it seems. Do you honestly think I would go to this considerable expenditure of time and effort simply to divest the order of one foolish priest? I undertake nothing with an expectation of failure. I have information about these practitioners of the dark arts, Serian. I know they need one thing, and that one thing I am sending them, a catalyst. No, you will be quite safe, I assure you, Father. They will see to that." Serian could not answer. He could only stare at the bishop in utter confusion. One thought managed to rise to the top of the swirling waters of his mind. Once again he wondered, what was it that made this one dead young man so vitally important? Seeing his priest dumbfounded, Bishop Vanya shut his lips with a snap, and turning, prepared to take his leave. Then he hesitated, and turned back again to face the catalyst. "Brother Serian," the bishop said in a peculiarly soft voice, "I have pondered long whether to tell you this or not. What I say now must not leave this room. Some of what I am about to reveal to you is known only to myself and the Emperor. The political situation in Thimhallan is not good. Despite our best efforts, it has been deteriorating for years. We have it on good authority that the kingdom of Sherakan has been influenced by certain members of this Coven of the Wheel. They have not yet embraced the dark arts that nearly destroyed us centuries ago, but their emperor has been so rash as to actually invite these people to his kingdom. The cardinal of the realm, who sought to counsel against this, was dismissed from the court." Sarian stared at him, transfixed. "But why?" "War. To use them and their infernal weapons against Marilon," Vanya said with a heavy sigh. "Thus you see how vital it is that we take this young man alive, and through his trial expose these fiends for what they are, murderers and black-hearted sorcerers who would pervert dead objects by giving them life. By doing this, we can show the people of Sharakan that their emperor is in league with the powers of darkness, and we can then encompass his downfall." "His downfall?" Sarian clutched at the back of a chair, feeling weak and dizzy. "His downfall," Vanya repeated sternly. "Only then, Father Sarian, will we be able to prevent a catastrophic war." He looked grimly at the catalyst. "You see now, I hope, the extreme urgency and importance of your mission. We dare not attack the sorcerer's camp. Sharakan would come instantly to their aid. One man must slip in, retrieve the boy. I choose you, one of my most intelligent brethren." "I'll try not to fail you, Holiness," Sarian murmured confusedly. "I only wish I had known, that I were better suited." Reaching out, Vanya placed his hand upon Sarian's shoulder, his expression one of earnest caring. "I know you will not fail, Deacon Sarian. I have every confidence in you. I am only sorry you misunderstood the nature of your mission. I did not dare explain it more fully. The font has ears, you know." He raised his hand in the ritual blessing. "The elements of earth and air, fire and water grant you life. The almond be with you." Stepping into the corridor, the bishop disappeared. When he was gone, Sarian's strength gave out, and he sank to his knees, overwhelmed by what he had heard. The thought of his own death had been terrifying. How much more frightening was it now to know that the fate of 2 kingdoms, perhaps, rested on his shoulders. His mind in turmoil, he laid his head on the back of his clenched hands and tried to understand what was happening, but it was beyond him. How clear and simple and pure were the equations of his art, how neatly and logically the world of mathematics fell into place. How dreadful it was to step into the world of chaos. Yet he had no choice, and he would be serving his country, his emperor, his church. How much better than believing himself a criminal. The thought gave him courage, and he was able to stand. "I need something to do," he muttered to himself. "Something to keep my mind off this, or I'll think myself into a panic again." In an effort to compose himself, Sarian began to perform the small household tasks around his dwelling that he had in his despair carelessly put off. Taking the teapot from where it stood upon the table, he washed and dried it and put it upon the shelf. He swept the floor and even had the heart finally to begin packing a few possessions in preparation for the journey. When he realized he was tired enough that sleep would overtake him, he lay down upon the hard cot. Closing his eyes, he was just slipping into darkness when a thought suddenly occurred to him. He didn't own a teapot. Chapter 2. Simpkin. Blacklock sat at a desk within his brick dwelling, the best and biggest in the camp, deeply absorbed in his work. Through an open window, the morning sun shone bright upon a ledger spread open beneath the warlock's hand. Soft air, sweet with the smell of late summer, accompanied the sunshine, bringing with it sounds of rustling trees, the murmur of voices, the occasional shout of children at play, or the harsh, deep laughter of his henchmen who lounged about outside his cabin. And always, above and below the sounds of life and the seasons, rang the sounds of the forge, clanging rhythmically like the tolling of a bell. Blacklock noticed all of this and none of it. The least change in one of any of those sounds, the switching of the wind's direction, a fight among the children, the lowering of a man's voice, and Blacklock's ears would have pricked like a cat's. A cessation of sound from the forge would have caused him to raise his head, and, with a soft-spoken word of command, send one of his men to find out the reason why. This is what the Duke Sereth are trained for, to be aware of everything going on around them, to be in control of everything, yet managed to keep themselves above and apart from it. Thus Blacklock was aware of everything that occurred in the coven. Thus he controlled it, though he seldom left his dwelling-place, and then only to lead his men upon their silent, deadly raids, or, as had happened recently, on a trip to the northern lands. Blacklock had just returned from Sharrakan, and it was because of his successful negotiations there that he was penning figures in the ledger. He worked swiftly and accurately, writing the numbers in neat, orderly fashion. Everything around him was arranged in neat, orderly fashion, from his furniture to his blond hair, from his thoughts to his clipped blond mustache. All was neat, ordered, cold, calculated, precise. A knock on the door did not interrupt Blacklock. Having been aware of his man's approach for some time, the former enforcer did not stop his work, nor did he speak. The Duke Sereth rarely speak, knowing well the intimidating value of silence. "Simpkin is back," came the report through the door. This was unexpected, apparently, for the slender white hand writing the figures paused an instant, hanging suspended above the page, as the brain that guided it dealt swiftly with this matter. "Bring him." Whether these words were spoken or simply flashed into the guard's head was a question no one bothered to consider when addressed by one of the Duke Sereth, who were trained in mind-reading and mind-control, among other arts suitable to those who enforced the law in Thimhallan, or, as in Blacklock's case, used the skills they had been taught to break it. The warlock did not stop in his figuring, but continued to add up the long columns of numbers. By the time he had reached the end of a column, the knock sounded again. He did not answer immediately, but coolly and unhurriedly finished his work. Then, wiping the tip of his quill pen with a clean white cloth, he laid it down next to the ledger, turning it so that the feather faced outward to his right. Then he made a motion with his hand, and the door swung silently open. "I've brought him. He's with me." The henchman stepped inside, saw Blacklock's eyebrows raise slightly, and whipped around. No one was with him. "Damn," the guard muttered. He was right behind. Darting out the door in search of his charge, the guard almost collided with a young man stepping inside, whose entry into Blacklock's cold and colorless dwelling might be likened to an explosion of flowers. "Egad, you lout!" cried the young man, stepping hastily out of the henchman's way and wrapping his cape around him protectively. "Are you going in or out?" "Ha! A rhyme! I'll make another. Lout! Out! There! Charming, isn't it? Go bathe, or butcher small children, or whatever you do best. Come to think of it, bathing isn't in that category. You offend the snout, lout." Drawing a bit of orange silk from the air, the young man held it to his nose, glancing about the room with the air of one who has just arrived at a dull party and can't decide whether to stay or leave. The henchman made it clear, however, that he was staying, by laying a hand on the young man's purple sleeve and starting to shove him inside. Almost instantly, however, the guard snatched his hand back, yelping in pain. "Ah, how sad. My fault entirely," said the young man, peering at the henchman's hand in mock dismay. "I do apologize. I call this color grape rose. I only thought it up this morning, and I haven't had time to work on it. I fancy I've left a bit too much rose in the grape." Reaching out, he plucked something from the man's hand. "I thought so. A thorn. Suck on it, there's a good fellow. I don't believe it's poisonous." Wafting past the angry henchman, a heady smell of exotic perfumes clinging to him like his own personal suffocating cloud, the young man came to stand in front of the expressionless Blacklock. "Do you like this ensemble?" the young man asked, turning this way and that, perfectly undaunted by the silent, black-robed figure who sat unmoving, absorbing all around him into his dark void. "It's all the rage at court. Breeches, these are called. Damned uncomfortable. Chafe my legs, but everyone's wearing them, even the women. Why, the Empress said to me, 'What was that? Did you mutter, O mute master?' Thank you for the invitation, though it could have been phrased a bit more eloquently. I think I will be seated." Dropping gracefully into a chair opposite Blacklock's desk, the young man lounged back in it comfortably, arranging himself to show off his outfit to the best advantage. It was hard to guess the young man's age. It might have been anything from 18 to 25. He was tall and well-formed. His hair fell in long chestnut curls upon slender shoulders. A soft, short beard, the same chestnut color, hid the weak lines of his chin. A soft mustache adorned his upper lip, apparently for the sole purpose of giving him something to play with when bored, which was generally, and he was dressed in an absolute bouquet of riotous color. His silken stockings were green, his breeches yellow, his waistcoat purple, his lacy blouse was green to match the stockings, and a mauve cape hung from his shoulders to the floor, trailing behind him majestically. As the young man sat there, twisting the ends of his mustache, the henchman moved over to stand behind the chair, but at his approach the young man promptly put the orange silk to his nose and gagged. "Oh, I say, I can't stand this. I'm feeling nauseous." With a look, Blacklock told his man to back off. Grumbling, the guard obeyed, taking his place at the far end of the neat, orderly room. The young man, lowering the silk, smiled. "Change your clothes," said Blacklock. "Don't be such a boor," the young man started to protest in aggrieved tones. Blacklock neither moved nor spoke. "You find my outfit highly ridiculous. You find me highly ridiculous," said the young man cheerfully. "But you use me anyway, don't you, my lord of benevolence?" Slowly the colors of the young man's clothes deepened and darkened, their very shape and nature changing, until he was dressed from head to toe in black robes that were an exact copy of Blacklock's, with only small exceptions. The sleeves were too long, and the hood too big, the one completely engulfing his hands, the other drooping down over his eyes to touch his nose. Tilting his head back in order to see, the young man smiled. "I say, halt, miscreant!" He waved his silk in the air. "Isn't that what you enforcer chaps say all the time? I rather like this." "Where have you been, Simpkin?" asked Blacklock. "Oh, out and about, hither and yon, here and there," replied the young man in bored tones. Reaching over, dragging the long black sleeve across the desk, Simpkin picked up the quill pen from beside Blacklock's ledger. Leaning back, he tickled himself on the nose with the feather, sniffed, snorted, and finally sneezed prodigiously, with the result that the hood flew down, completely covering his head. Blacklock's man in the back of the room made a kind of grunting sound, his hands clenching as though they had the young man in their grasp and were enjoying their work. Blacklock still neither moved nor spoke aloud, but Simpkin, pushing back the hood, suddenly shifted uncomfortably and very carefully laid the quill back down on the desk. "I went to the village," he said in a subdued voice. "You should have told me you were going." "I didn't think of it." Simpkin shrugged. His nose twitched. Starting to sneeze again, he caught Blacklock's eye and hastily pinched his nostrils together with a delicate hand. The warlock waited a moment before speaking. Smiling in relief, Simpkin removed his fingers from his nose. "Some day you will go too far," Blacklock began. "Choo!" Simpkin's sneeze descended like rain on the warlock's ledger. Without a word, Blacklock reached out his white hand, shut the ledger, and stared coldly at the young man across from him. "Frightfully sorry," Simpkin apologized meekly. Taking the bit of orange silk, he began dabbing at the desk-top. "Here, let me mop this up." "Dra-ach," spoke the warlock, freezing Simpkin in place with a motion of his hand. "Continue." Unable to move, Simpkin made a most pathetic sound with his frozen mouth. "You can talk," Blacklock said. "Do so." Simpkin did as he was told, his lips alone moving in his stiff face. His words coming slowly as he worked to form them, he looked very much like a man having a fit. "Where was I?" "The village. It is true. Catalyst. There." Halting, he cast Blacklock a pleading glance. The warlock relented. "Ach, dra," he said, removing the spell. Sinking back in his chair, Simpkin massaged his jaw and felt his face with his hands, as though reassuring himself it was still there. Glancing at Blacklock out of the corner of his eyes like a punished child, he continued sullenly, "And he isn't going to be there long, from what I've heard." Blacklock's face remained expressionless, giving the impression that it was only the sunlight glinting in his cold eyes that made them gleam. "He is a renegade, as we were informed?" "Well, as to that," Simpkin, feeling the atmosphere thaw slightly, dared to lift the bit of silk and dab at his nose. "I don't think renegade quite describes the catalyst. Pitiful is much nearer the mark. But it is true that he intends to journey into the outland. Bishop Vanya ordered him to go, which leads me to believe," Simpkin leaned over the desk, lowering his voice conspiratorially, "that he is doing so under duress, if you take my meaning." "Bishop Vanya?" Blacklock sent a swift glance to his henchman, who grinned, nodded, and began to walk forward. "Yes, he was there," Simpkin returned, smiling charmingly and leaning back in his chair, perfectly at ease once more, "along with the Emperor and the Empress. It was quite a merry party, I assure you." He twirled one end of his moustache between his fingers. "At last I felt I was truly in the company of my peers. 'Simpkin,' said the Empress, 'I adore the color of hose you are wearing. Please tell me the name of the shade, so that I may copy it.' 'Majesty,' I replied, 'I call it Knight of the Peacock.' And she said—" "Simpkin, you are a liar," said Blacklock in an expressionless voice, as the grinning henchman advanced. "No, really, upon my honor," Simpkin protested, hurt. "I truly do call it Knight of the Peacock, but I assure you I wouldn't dream of telling her how to copy it." Blacklock picked up his pen and returned to his work as his man drew nearer. In a flash of color, Simpkin changed back to his exotic clothes. Rising to his feet gracefully, he glanced around. "Don't touch me, lout," he said, sniffing and wiping his nose. Then, placing the silk in the sleeve of his coat, he looked down at the warlock. "By the way, cruel and pitiless one, would you like me to offer my services to this catalyst as guide through the wilderness? Something incredibly nasty is liable to snatch him otherwise. Waste of a good catalyst, wouldn't you say?" Apparently absorbed in his work, Blacklock said without looking up, "So there really is a catalyst. In a few weeks he'll be standing before you." "Weeks?" the henchman snorted. "A catalyst? Let me and the boys go after him. We'll have him back here in minutes. He'll open the corridors to us, and the Thon Lee, the corridor masters, will slam shut the gate," Simpkin sneered. "Neatly trapped you'd be then. I can't think why you keep these imbeciles around, Blacklock, unless, like rats, they're cheap to feed. Personally, I prefer vermin." The henchman made a lunge at Simpkin, whose coat suddenly bristled with thorns. Blacklock moved his hand. Both men froze in place. The warlock had not even looked up, but continued to write in the ledger. "A catalyst," Simpkin murmured through stiff lips. "What power give us? Combine iron and magic." Raising his head, ceasing to write, though he kept his pen poised, the warlock looked at Simpkin. With a word he removed the spell. "How did you discover this? You weren't seen?" "Of course not." Lifting his pointed chin, Simpkin stared down at Blacklock in injured dignity. "Am I not a master of disguise, as you well know? I sat in his very hovel, upon his very table, a very teapot. Not only did he not suspect me, he even washed and dried me, and set me on his shelf quite nicely. Blacklock silenced Simpkin with a glance. "Meet him in the wilderness. Use whatever tomfoolery you need to get him here." The cold blue eyes froze the young man as effectively as the magical spell. "But get him here, alive. I want this catalyst more than I've wanted anything in my entire life. Bring him, and there will be rich reward. Return without him, and I will drown you in the river. Do you understand me, Simpkin?" The warlock's eyes did not waver. Simpkin smiled. "I understand you, Blacklock," he said softly. "Don't I always?" With a sweeping bow, he started to take his leave, his mauve cape trailing the floor behind. "Oh, and Simpkin," Blacklock said, returning to his work. Simpkin turned. "My liege?" he asked. Blacklock ignored the sarcasm. "Have something unpleasant happen to the catalyst. Nothing serious, mind you. Just convince him that it would be unwise for him to ever think of leaving us." "Ah," remarked Simpkin reflectively. "Now this will be a pleasure. Farewell, lout," he said, patting the guard on the cheek with his hand. "Ich!" Making a face, He wiped his hand on the orange cloth and swept majestically out the door. "Say the word," muttered the guard, glaring through the doorway after the young man, who was sauntering through camp like a walking rainbow. Blacklock did not even deign to reply. He was once more working in the ledger. "Why do you put up with that fool?" snarled the guard. "The same might be asked of you," Blacklock answered in his expressionless voice, "and I might make the same reply, because he is a useful fool, and because someday I will drown him." Chapter 3. Lost. What was that? Jacobias, roused from a deep sleep, sat up in bed and looked around the dark hut, searching for the noise that had awakened him. There it came again, a timid tapping sound. "It's someone at the door," his wife whispered, sitting up beside him. Her hand clutched his arm. "Maybe it's Mosiah." "Humph," the field magus grunted as he tossed aside the covers and drifted effortlessly across the floor on wings of magic. A soft word of command broke the seal on the door, and the magus peered out cautiously. "Father Sarian," he said in amazement. I'm sorry to awaken you," stammered the catalyst. "May I disturb you further and invite myself in? It's really quite urgent, imperative that I speak to you," he added in a desperate tone, staring pleadingly at Mosiah's father. Sure, Father," Jacobias said, backing up and opening the door. The catalyst stepped inside, his tall, spare figure in its green robes outlined for an instant in the light of a full moon that was rising in the sky. The moonlight shone for a moment on Jacobias's face as he exchanged glances with his startled wife, who was sitting up in bed, clutching the blankets to her chest. Then he shut the door, extinguishing the moonlight and plunging the room into darkness. A word from the magus, however, caused a warm light to glow among the branches of the tree that formed the ceiling. "Please put that out," Sarian said, shrinking away from it and glancing fearfully out the window. Completely mystified, Jacobias did as he was asked, dousing the light, leaving them in darkness once more. A rustling sound from the bed indicated that his wife was getting up. "Can I get you something, Father?" she asked hesitantly. A cup of tea." What did one say to a catalyst who comes into your home at midnight, especially one who looks as if he were being pursued by demons? No, thank you," replied Sarian. He began, but cleared his throat and fell silent. The three stood in the dark, listening to each other breathe for several moments. Then there was another rustle and a grunt from Jacobias in response to his wife jabbing him in the ribs with her elbow. "Is there something we can do for you then, Father?" "Yes," said Sarian. Drawing a deep breath, he launched into his lines. "That is, I hope so. I'm desperate, you see, and I was told, that is, I heard, that you might be able to—" At this point he dried up, the words he'd so carefully prepared flying completely out of his head. Hoping they would come home again, the catalyst latched onto a word he remembered. "Desperate, you see, but it was useless. Sarian gave up. "I need your help," he said finally, simply. "I am going into the outland." If the Emperor had appeared in his hut and said he was going into the outland, Jacobias would have probably not been much more astonished. The moonlight had crept in through the window now, and was shining on the balding, middle-aged catalyst, standing stoop-shouldered in the center of the cabin, clutching a sack of what Jacobias realized must be all his worldly possessions. A noise from his wife, sounding suspiciously like a smothered, nervous giggle, brought a rebuking cough from her husband, who said sharply, "I think we'll take that tea, woman. You'd best sit down, Father." Sarian shook his head, glancing out the window. I must be gone while the moon is full." "Moon'll be up for a while yet," Jacobias said complacently, sinking into a chair, as his wife prepared the tea over a small fire she caused to spring up in the grate. "Now, Father Sarian," the magus eyed the catalyst as sternly as he might have eyed his teenaged son, "what is this nonsense about going into the outland?" "I must. I'm desperate," repeated Sarian, sitting down, still clutching his sack of belongings to his chest. And indeed he did look desperate as he sat at the crude little table across from the field magus. "Please don't try to stop me, and don't ask me any questions. Just grant me the aid I need, and let me go. I will be all right. Our lives are in the hands of the Alman, after all." "Father," interrupted Jacobias, "I know that among your order to be sent here to the fields is a punishment. Now, I don't know what sin you committed, nor do I want to know." He held up his hand, thinking Serian might speak. "But whatever it is, I'm certain 'tis not worth throwing your life away. Stay here with us. Do your service." Serian simply shook his head. Staring at him a moment, Jacobias frowned. Shifting in his chair, he appeared uncomfortable. It's not in me to talk of such things as I'm going to say now, Father. Your God and I have been on fairly good terms, neither one of us asking much from t'other. I never felt close to him, nor he to me, and I figured that's the way he wanted it. At least that's the way Father Tolman seemed to figure. But you're different, Father. Some of the things you've said have started me to wondering. When you say we're in the hands of the Alman, I can almost believe you mean me too, not just yourself and Bishop." Completely taken aback, Serian stared at the man. He had certainly not expected this, and felt ashamed, because it suddenly occurred to him that when he said we're in the hands of the Alman, he himself didn't really believe it. Otherwise, why would he be so frightened of venturing out into the wilderness? "It's just as well I'm going," he thought bitterly. "I'm a hypocrite now, too, apparently." Seeing Serian silent, obviously lost in reflection, Jacobias mistakenly assumed the catalyst was reconsidering. "Stay here with us, Father," the field magus urged gently. "It's not a good life, but it's not a bad one either. There's lots worse, believe me." Jacobias's voice lowered. "Go out there," he nodded toward the window, "and you'll find it." Serian bowed his head, his shoulders slumping, his face pale and tight with fear. "I see," said Jacobias after a pause. "So that's the way of it, is it? These words I'm saying are nothing new to you, are they, Father? You've been hearing them in your own heart. Someone or something is making you go." "Yes," said Serian quietly. "Don't ask me any more. I'm a terrible liar." Neither spoke as Jacobias's wife sent the tea floating to the table, where it spilled itself into cups shaped of polished horn. Sitting down beside her husband, she took his hand in hers and held on to it tightly. "Is it because of our son?" she asked in a frightened voice. Raising his head, Serian looked at both of them, his face pale and drawn in the moonlight. "No," he said softly. Then, seeing her about to speak, he shook his head. "We do what we have to do." "But, Father," argued Jacobias, "we do, or should do, what we are suited to do. Forgive me for speaking blunt, Father Serian, but I've seen you in the field. If you've been outdoors at all, it must have been in some royal lady's rose arbor. You can't take 10 steps without falling over a rock. The first days you were here, the sun burned you so bad we had to lay you in the creek to bring you round. You was fair roasted, and you jump at your own shadow. Why, I've never in my life saw a man run so fast as you did when that locust flew up in your face." With a sigh, Serian nodded, but he did not answer. "You're not a young man any more, Father," Jacobias's wife said kindly. Her heart softened by the catalyst's look of fear and despair. Reaching out her hand, she placed it over Serian's hand that rested trembling on the table. Surely there must be some other way. "Why don't you drink your tea and go back to your bed? We'll talk to Father Tolman." "There is no other way, I assure you," Serian said softly, with a quiet dignity that was apparent even through the strained look of fear on his face. "I thank you for your kindness and your caring. It is something I didn't expect." Rising to his feet, leaving his tea untouched, he faced them. "Now, I must please ask you to give me the help I need. I know you have contacts out there. I don't ask you to name them. Just tell me where to go and what I must do to find them." Jacobias, a look of indecision on his face, glanced at his wife. Leaving her tea untouched as well, she was staring into the coals of the fire. He squeezed her hand. Without turning her gaze to him, she nodded her head. Rumbling deep in his throat, Jacobias rumpled up his hair, scratched his chin, and finally said, "Very well, Father. I'll do what I can for you. though I'd sooner send a man beyond, I would indeed." "I understand," Sarian said, genuinely affected by the man's obvious pain, "and I truly thank you for your help." "You are a kind and gentle man," said Jacobias's wife suddenly, still staring into the fire. "I've seen you look at us with something in your eyes that says we're not animals, but people to you. If you see my son—" She could not go on, but began to weep silently. "You better be getting gone, Father," Jacobias said gruffly. "Moon's almost to the tops of the trees, and you've a ways to go. If you haven't made it to the river by the time she sets," he added sternly, "sit yourself down and wait till morning. Don't go bumbling about in the dark. You're liable to tumble down a cliff." "Yes," Sarian managed to say, drawing another deep breath and smoothing the folds of his robes around him with his shaking hands. "Now, come here." Jacobias led the catalyst to the door, which opened at his approach. "And look where I point, and listen to my words careful, for they could mean life instead of death, Father." "I understand," said Sarian, holding on to his courage as tightly as his hands gripped his sack. "See that star yonder? The one at the tip of the stars they call the God's Hand? You see it?" "Yes." "That's the North Star. It's not called God's Hand for nothing, 'cause it'll point your way if you let it. Keep that star in your left eye, as the saying goes. Know what that means?" The catalyst shook his head, and Jacobias checked a sigh. "It means— Never mind, just do this. Always make certain you're walking straight toward the star and just a bit to the right of it, like. Never let the star get to the right of you. Understand? If so, you'll end up in Centaur land. If they get hold of you, you can just pray to the almond for the swiftest death there is." Sarian stared up into the night sky, looking at the star, and felt suddenly dismayed. He had never looked up into the night sky before, he realized, at least not out here, not where the stars seemed so close and so many. Overwhelmed at the vastness and immenseness of the universe, and of his own tiny, tiny part in it, it seemed to Sarian terribly ironic that another tiny, cold, far-away and uncaring part was going to lead him. He thought of the font, where the stars were studied as they affected a person's life from his birth. He saw the charts spread out on the table. He recalled the calculations he had made regarding them, and it occurred to him that he had never once really looked at the stars as he was looking at them now that his life truly depended on them. "I understand," he murmured, though he didn't, not in the slightest. Jacobias looked at him dubiously. "Maybe I should take him," he muttered to his wife. Sarian glanced around quickly. "No," he said, "no, there would be trouble. I've stayed too long as it is. Someone might have seen us. Thank you very much, both for your help and your kind words. Goodbye. Goodbye. May the almond's blessing be with you both." "Maybe it's not right of me to say this, Father," Jacobias said roughly, "me not being a catalyst and all, but may the almond's blessing be with you." Flushing, he looked down at the ground. "There. I don't reckon he'll take offense, do you?" Sarian started to smile, but the quivering of his lips led him to believe he might very well weep instead, and that would be disastrous. Reaching out, he shook hands earnestly with Jacobias, who appeared to be in the throes of some dilemma, for he was still staring at Sarian as though trying to make up his mind to speak further. His wife, hovering near him, suddenly lifted Sarian's hand in hers and pressed it to her rough lips. "This is for you," she said softly, "and for my boy, if you see him." Her eyes filling with tears, she turned and hurried back inside the mean dwelling. Sarian's own vision was dim as he started to walk away, only to feel Jacobias's hand on his shoulder. "Listen," said the field magus. I think you should know. It may make things a bit easier for you. There are some people who've been making inquiries, so to speak, about you. They're in need of a catalyst, I fancy, so likely they'll be taking an interest in you above the ordinary, if you get my meaning." "Thank you," said Sarian, somewhat startled. Bishop Vanya had implied much the same thing. How had he known? "Where will I find these?" "They'll find you," Jacobias said gruffly. "Just remember about the star, though, or the first thing that'll find you will be death." "I'll remember. Thank you. Goodbye." But Jacobias was still not easy in his mind, apparently, for he held Sarian back one last instant. "I don't approve of 'em," he muttered, frowning. "Not from anything I've seen, mind you, just from what I've heard. I hope the rumors mayn't be true. If they are, I pray my boy hasn't got hisself involved. I didn't approve him going out there, but we had no choice, not when we heard the Duke Sereth was being sent to talk with him." "Duke Sereth?" repeated Sarian, puzzled. "But I thought he ran off with that young man who killed the overseer, that Joram." "Joram?" Jacobias shook his head. "Dunno who told you this. That strange young man ain't been seen here in over a year. Mosiah was hoping to find him, that's for certain. Something I wasn't hopeful of myself. A walking dead man." He shook his head again. "But that's not what I meant to go on about." Holding on to Sarian's arm, Jacobias looked at him earnestly. "I didn't want to say nothing about this round his mother, but if the boy is in bad company and is following ways of darkness, speak to him, will you, Father? Remind him that we love him and think of him." "I will, Jacobias, I will," Sarian said gently, patting the man's work-worn hand. "Thank you, Father." Jacobias cleared his throat, and wiping his hand over his eyes and nose, he waited a moment to compose himself before he went back into the shack. "Goodbye, Father," he said. Turning, he stepped back inside and shut the door behind him. Looking into the window, for a moment unwilling to leave, Sarian saw the field magus and his wife standing in the moonlight that beamed in through their window. He saw Jacobias take his wife into his arms and hold her close. He heard her muffled sobs. Sighing, Sarian clutched his sack and started walking across the fields, his eyes on the stars, and occasionally on the vast darkness to which the stars were drawing him. His feet stumbled over the uneven ground that was nothing to him but patches of white moonlight and black shadow. Reaching the edge of the village, he looked out over the fields of wheat that stirred gently in the breeze like a moonlit lake. Turning, Sarian glanced back one last time at the village, at his last contact, perhaps, with humanity. The tree-dwellings sat stolidly on the ground, their interlaced branches casting eerie, intricate shadows in the moonlight. There were no lights within the shacks. The faint light gleaming from Jacobias's window went out as Sarian watched. Too tired to dream, the field magi slept. For an instant the catalyst thought he might run back, but even as he gazed at the peaceful village, Sarian realized he couldn't. He might have, an hour earlier, when the fear inside of him had been very real, but not now. Now he could turn and walk away from them, turn and walk away from everything in his past life. He would walk into the night, guided by that tiny, uncaring star above, not because he had discovered any newfound courage. No, it was a reason as dark as the shadows of the moonlit trees that rustled about him. He could not go back, not until he had the answer. Bishop Vanya lied to him about Mosiah. Why? That nagging question and its attendant dark shadow accompanied Sarian into the wilderness, proving a valuable companion, for it kept the catalyst's mind occupied and forced his other companion, Fear, to straggle along behind. Keeping one eye on the star, a feat that proved increasingly difficult for the catalyst as he plunged deeper and deeper into the thick forests, Sarian pondered this question, trying to find excuses, trying to find explanations, only to be forced to admit to himself that there were no excuses, and that he had no explanations. Bishop Vanya had lied, that much was quite clear. What was more, it had been a conspiracy of lies. Stopping for a moment to rest, Sarian sank down on a boulder to massage his aching and cramping leg muscles. The strange, ominous sounds of the forest growled and whispered about him, but Sarian was able to ignore them by going back in his mind to Bishop Vanya's chambers in the font, the day he had been called there to hear Father Tolban's story. Vanya's words came to him clearly, mercifully drowning out a low snarl from some predatory animal stalking its prey through the night. It seems that this Joram had a friend. Sarian could hear Vanya quite plainly. A young man called Mosiah. One of the field magi, hearing noises in the night, woke and looked out his window. He saw Mosiah and a young man he is positive was Joram engrossed in conversation. He could not hear all of what was said, but he swears he overheard the words coven and wheel. He said Mosiah drew back at this, but his friend must have been persuasive, because the next morning Mosiah was gone. Yes, Mosiah had gone, but not because of Joram. He had fled because of rumors that the Duke Sereth were interested in him. A shrill scream behind Sarian, cut off suddenly by a furious growl, had the catalyst up off his boulder and running through the forest before he was quite aware of what had occurred. When he was once more master of himself, he drew several deep breaths to calm his rapidly beating heart. Forcing himself to slow down, he took his bearings on the star that he could barely make out through the branches above him, and discovered to his dismay that the moon was setting. The catalyst recalled Jacobias's warning against wandering about in the dark. At almost the same time he recalled quite clearly Father Tolban's furtive glance toward Bishop Vanya as the bishop was relating the tale about Joram and Mosiah. Sarian recalled Tolban's guilty flush when he saw the catalyst looking at him. A conspiracy of lies. But why? What were they hiding? Suddenly Sarian had the answer. Hurrying forward with some vague idea of making his way to the river before the moon set, Sarian worked out the mystery much as he worked out his mathematical equations. Vanya knew Joram was in that coven. He had lied to conceal the true source of his knowledge. In fact, Sarian realized, Vanya knew lots of things about the coven. That they were in need of a catalyst. That they were dealing with the king of Sharakan. It was logical, therefore, that the bishop had a spy planted within the coven. That much worked out. But, Sarian frowned, his equation lacked a final answer. If Vanya had a spy in the coven, why did he need Sarian? Distracted by these thoughts, the catalyst stumbled about in his mind nearly as badly as he was stumbling about in the gathering darkness. Coming to a halt, Sarian caught his breath, fixed his position by the star, and listened for the sound of the river. He did not hear it, and, logic finally convincing him that he had not walked far enough to reach it, he decided to heed Jacobias's words and rest for the remainder of the night. Sarian began to look for a place to spend the hours until dawn. He had not crossed the river yet, and naively assumed he was relatively safe. Not that it would have mattered much otherwise. The catalyst was so exhausted by both the unaccustomed exercise and the nervous strain and tension that he knew he could not go another step. Reasoning that it might be better to stay near the trail, without bothering to wonder who or what, and discovered to his dismay that the moon was setting. The catalyst recalled Jacobias's warning against wandering about in the dark. At almost the same time he recalled quite clearly Father Tolban's furtive glance toward Bishop Vanya as the bishop was relating the tale about Joram and Mosiah. Sarian recalled Tolban's guilty flush when he saw the catalyst looking at him. A conspiracy of lies. But why? What were they hiding? Suddenly Sarian had the answer. Hurrying forward with some vague idea of making his way to the river before the moon set, Sarian worked out the mystery much as he worked out his mathematical equations. Vanya knew Joram was in that coven. He had lied to conceal the true source of his knowledge. In fact, Sarian realized, Vanya knew lots of things about the coven. That they were in need of a catalyst. That they were dealing with the king of Sharakan. It was logical, therefore, that the bishop had a spy planted within the coven. That much worked out. But, Sarian frowned, his equation lacked a final answer. If Vanya had a spy in the coven, why did he need Sarian? Distracted by these thoughts, the catalyst stumbled about in his mind nearly as badly as he was stumbling about in the gathering darkness. Coming to a halt, Sarian caught his breath, fixed his position by the star, and listened for the sound of the river. He did not hear it, and, logic finally convincing him that he had not walked far enough to reach it, he decided to heed Jacobias's words and rest for the remainder of the night. Sarian began to look for a place to spend the hours until dawn. He had not crossed the river yet, and naively assumed he was relatively safe. Not that it would have mattered much otherwise. The catalyst was so exhausted by both the unaccustomed exercise and the nervous strain and tension that he knew he could not go another step. Reasoning that it might be better to stay near the trail, without bothering to wonder who or what had made the trail, Sarian gathered his robes about his bony ankles and hunched down at the base of a gigantic oak tree, making a very uncomfortable bed between two huge exposed roots. Drawing his knees up to his chin, he settled himself in the undergrowth and prepared to wait out the rest of the night. Sarian had no intention of falling asleep. He would not have believed it possible that he could fall asleep, in fact. The moon had set, and though the stars shone brightly above him, the night was dark and frightening around him. Strange noises rustled and growled and snuffled. Wild eyes stared at him, and in desperation he closed his own. "I am in the hands of the almond," he whispered to himself feverishly. But the words brought no comfort. Instead they sounded stupid, meaningless. What was he to the almond but just one of many wretched people in this world? Just one tiny being, not even as worthy of attracting the almond's notice as one of those bright gleaming stars. For he, poor mortal that he was, shed no light. Even some illiterate peasant could ask for the almond's blessing with more sincerity than his catalyst. Sarian clenched his fists in despair. His church, once as mighty and strong to him as the mountain fastness itself, was shaking apart and crumbling around him. His bishop, the man nearest his God, had lied to him. His bishop was using him for some dark, unseen purpose. Shaking his head, Sarian sought to recall his studies in theology, hoping to catch hold of the faith that was slipping away from him. But he might as well have tried to stop the outgoing tide by putting his hand in the water and catching hold of a wave. His faith was bound up in men, and men had failed him. No, be honest, Sarian told himself, quaking as the dreadful sounds of the night leaped out at him, dragging all the fears of his subconscious with it. Your faith was bound up in yourself. It is you who have failed. The catalyst covered his head with his arms in bleak hopelessness. Huddling beneath the tree, he listened to the horrible noises that were getting nearer, and waited to feel sharp teeth sink into his flesh, or to hear the harsh laughter of the centaurs. Slowly, however, the noises began to fade away, or perhaps he was fading away. It didn't matter anymore. Nothing mattered. Lost and wandering in a darkness vaster and more terrifying than the outland, Sarian resigned himself to his fate. Worn out and despairing, no longer caring whether he lived or died, he slept. Chapter 4. Found. Lifting his head and blinking in the bright morning sunlight, Sarian stared around at his surroundings. Completely disoriented, he had the confused thought that something had spirited away his cabin in the night, leaving him to sleep upon the ground. Then he heard a growling sound, and everything came back to him in a rush, including his fear and the knowledge that he was alone in the wilderness. Panicked, Sarian leaped to his feet. At least that's what he intended to do. As it was, he barely managed to move into a sitting position. Pain knotted his back muscles. His joints were stiff, and he seemed to have lost all feeling in his legs. His robes were wet with the morning dew. He was chilled and aching and thoroughly miserable. Groaning, Sarian laid his head back down on his knees and considered how easy it would be to stay here and die. "I say," said a voice in admiration, "I know warlocks who don't dare spend a night in the outland without ringing themselves round with fiery demons and such like, and here you are, a catalyst, sleeping like a babe in its mother's arms." Starting up and staring around wildly, trying to blink the sleep out of his eyes, Sarian focused on the source of the voice, a young man sitting upon a tree stump, his eyes regarding Sarian with the same undisguised admiration as heard in his voice. Long brown hair curled upon his shoulders, matched by a soft brown beard and a sleek mustache. He was dressed to blend in with the wilderness, in plain brown cloak and trousers and soft leather boots. Who Who are you? Sarian stammered, endeavoring not very successfully to stand up. Confused thoughts of the field magi having sent someone after him came into his half-asleep brain. "You're not from the settlement." "Let me give you a hand," the young man said, coming over and helping the catalyst rise stiffly to his feet. "Rather an elderly chap to be out wandering about in the woods, aren't you?" Sarian jerked his arm out of the young man's solicitous grip. "I repeat, who are you?" he asked sternly. "How old are you, if you don't mind my asking?" the young man inquired, looking at Sarian anxiously. "40-ish?" "I demand—" "Early 40s," said the young man, studying the catalyst. "Right?" "It's none of your concern," Sarian said, shivering in his damp robes. "Either answer my question or be on your way and let me go on mine." The young man's face grew solemn. "Ah, that's just it. I'm afraid your age is a bit of concern to me, you know, because your way is my way. I'm your guide." Sarian stared, too startled to reply. Then he recalled Jacobias's words. "There are some people who've been making inquiries about you. They're in need of a catalyst, so likely they'll be taking an interest in you above the ordinary." "My name's Simpkin," said the young man, reaching out his hand in a friendly manner. Weak with relief, Sarian returned the handshake, grimacing as he moved and bitterly regretting his night spent under the tree. "If you feel up to traveling," Simpkin continued placidly, "we really should be moving along. Centaurs caught 2 of Blacklock's men here a month ago, ripped them into small pieces not 50 feet from where we're standing. Ghastly sight, I assure you." The catalyst blenched. "Centaurs?" he repeated nervously. "Here? But we're not across the river." "'Pon my honor," said Simpkin, regarding Sarian with amazement, "you are a babe in the woods, aren't you? Here I thought you were incredibly brave, and it turns out you're just incredibly stupid. This is a centaur hunting trail you've been sleeping on. And now we've really wasted enough time. They hunt by day, you know. Well, I guess you don't know, but you'll learn. Let's be off." He stood looking at Sarian expectantly. "What are you staring at me for?" Sarian asked shakily, the phrase "ripped them into small pieces" having made him go cold all over. "You're the guide." "But you're the catalyst," Simpkin said ingenuously. "Open a corridor for us." "A corridor?" Sarian put his hand to his head, rubbing it in perplexity. "I can't do that. We'd be discovered. I'm desperate," falling back on his script. "I'm a renegade." "Oh, come," Simpkin said with a shade of coolness in his voice. "The farmers may believe that, but I know better, and if you think I'm going to travel months through this godforsaken forest when you could get us where we're going in moments, then you are sadly mistaken." "But the enforcers—" "They know when to look away," Simpkin said, eyeing Sarian. "I'm certain Bishop Vanya's given them their orders." Vanya. Sarian's suspicions, doubts, and questions, momentarily forgotten in his predicament, flooded back. How did this young man know about Vanya, unless he was the spy? I have no idea what you're talking about," Sarian stammered, with an attempt at a perplexed frown. "I'm a renegade. A court of the catalyst sent me to this wretched village for my punishment. I've never spoken to Bishop Vanya." "Oh, this is such a complete waste of time," Simpkin interrupted, stroking his brown curls with his hand and staring moodily down the trail. "You've talked to Bishop Vanya. I've talked to Bishop Vanya." "You've talked to Bishop Vanya?" Feeling his knees start to give way, Sarian grabbed hold of a tree branch to keep from falling. "Look at you," Simpkin said scornfully. "Weak as a cat. And this is the man you sent alone into the outland," he cried, appealing to some unseen being. "Of course I've talked to Vanya," Simpkin said, turning back to Sarian. His tubbiness laid his plans out quite clearly before me. "Simpkin," he said, "I would be grateful, eternally grateful, if you would assist me in this little matter." "Bishop, old chap," I replied, "I'm yours to command." He would have hugged me, but there are some things I draw the line at, and being hugged by fat, bald men is one. Sarian stared at the young man in amazed confusion, feeling dizzy and only half comprehending what he'd said. This is insane, was the first clear thought that came to him. This Simpkin talking to Bishop Vanya, his tubbiness. Yet Simpkin knew. "You must be the spy," Sarian blurted. "I must I?" Simpkin said, regarding him with a look both cool and mysterious. "You've as much as admitted it," Sarian cried, grasping hold of the young man's arm. Aching, frightened, and exhausted, the catalyst had reached his limit. "Why is Vanya sending me? I must know. You could bring him Joram, if that's all he wants. Why did he lie to me? Why the tricks?" "Now look here, old boy, calm down," said Simpkin soothingly. Suddenly serious, he laid his hand over Sarian's and drew him near. "If what you say is true, and I am working for Vanya, and mind you, I'm not saying I am—" "No, of course not," Sarian muttered. "Then you must know that my life would be worth less than the truly slovenly-looking garb you're wearing if anyone back at—" He nodded in what Sarian presumed was the direction of the Coven settlement. "Found out. Not that I care about myself," he added in a low voice, "but it's my sister." "Sister?" Sarian asked weakly. Simpkin nodded. "They're holding her captive," he whispered. "The Coven?" Sarian was growing more confused. "The Duke Sereth," hissed Simpkin. "If I fail—" Shrugging, he grasped himself around the neck and twisted his hands. "Snap," he said gloomily. "That's dreadful," Sarian gasped. "I could turn Joram over to them," Simpkin continued with a sigh. "He trusts me, poor lad. I'm his best friend, in fact. I could tell them all they wanted to know about the negotiations with the Emperor of Sherakan. I could help expose these technologists for the murderers and black-hearted sorcerers that they are, but that's not what we're after, is it?" Sarian deemed it safer not to reply, since he wasn't at all certain what he was after. He could only stare at Simpkin dumbly. How did he know all of this? Vanya must have told him. "It is a deep game we play, brother," said Simpkin, clutching Sarian's arm. "Deep and dangerous. You are in it with me, the only one I can trust." He caught his breath in a choking sob. "I'm thankful not to be alone anymore." Throwing his arms around the catalyst, Simpkin laid his head on Sarian's shoulder and began to weep. Taken aback by this unexpected development, Sarian could only stand helplessly in the middle of the forest, patting the young man awkwardly on the back. "There, I'm all right," Simpkin said bravely, straightening up and wiping his face. "Sorry for falling apart. It's this beastly strain. It will be better now that I have somebody to talk to. For the nonce, however, we really must be running along." "Yes," muttered Sarian, still feeling vastly confused. "But first, please tell me why they sent me." "Listen," said Simpkin in a tense voice, grabbing hold of Sarian's arm again. "Did you hear that?" Sarian froze, every sense alert. "No, there it was again. I didn't hear centaurs, not a doubt of it." Simpkin was pale, but controlled. "I was born in these woods. I can hear a squirrel's breath at 50 paces. Come on, open the corridor. Here, use my life force. I know where we're going. I'll visualize the destination." Sarian hesitated, still uncertain about using the corridor, when he knew the Thon Li, the corridor masters, would certainly be monitoring it. He didn't trust this young man or his wild tales, although he had no other explanation for Simpkin's extraordinary knowledge than that he must be a spy. Still, before he opened the corridor, suddenly Sarian did hear something, or thought he did, a crashing sound as of hooves galloping down the trail. There seemed no choice now. Gripping Simpkin's arm, the catalyst drew on the young man's life force, never noticing in his excitement that it was unusually strong, and stammered out the words that opened the corridor. The void opened, a patch of stark nothingness, gaping in the middle of the trail. Simpkin leaped inside, dragging the catalyst with him. The void elongated, condensed, and shut, leaving the forest to murmur and rustle in peaceful morning tranquility behind them. "Where are we?" asked Sarian, stepping cautiously out of the corridor. "Deep, deep in the outland," said Simpkin softly, keeping his hand on Sarian's arm as he stepped out. "Watch every step, guard every word, search every shadow." The corridor closed behind them. Sarian glanced back at it nervously, half expecting the Thon Li to leap out and apprehend them. Perhaps he was hoping someone would come out and apprehend them, he admitted to himself miserably, but no one did. The two had reached their destination safely, that destination being, as far as Sarian could see, a swamp. Around them, Tall trees with thick black trunks rose up out of murky black water. The catalyst had never seen such trees in his life. Shining wet with slime, the trees' twisted limbs curled round and about each other, until one tree was so entangled in the arms of another that it was impossible to tell where a single tree left off and its cousin began. The strange trees had no leaves, only twisting tentacles that shot out from the branches and dipped down into the water like long, thin tongues. This isn't the coven?" Sarian asked nervously, feeling his feet sink into the boggy ground. "No, of course not," Simpkin whispered. "It would never do now to appear suddenly in the middle of the coven, stepping out of a corridor, would it? I mean, people would ask questions. And believe me," he said, an unusually grim note hardening his voice, "you don't want Blacklock asking you questions." Blacklock? Sarian lifted his foot from the muck, and immediately a puff of foul-smelling gas burbled to the surface where his foot had been. Gagging, the catalyst covered his mouth and nose with the sleeve of his robe, watching in horrible fascination as oozing ground rushed in to cover his tracks. "Blacklock, head of the coven," said Simpkin with a tight, strained smile. "Duke Sereth. An enforcer?" "Former enforcer," Simpkin said succinctly. He decided his talents, and they are considerable, could be used more profitably for himself than his emperor, so he left. Shivering in the dank, chill air of the dark-tangled forest, Sarian gathered his robes closer around him and stood looking about despairingly, wondering if there were snakes. "You'll learn more about him, much more, all too soon," Simpkin said darkly. "Just remember, my friend," he gripped the catalyst's arm, "Blacklock is a dangerous man, very dangerous. Now come this way, I'll lead. Keep behind me and step exactly where I step." "We have to walk through this?" Sarian asked obliquely. "Not far. We're near the village. This is part of the outer defenses. Mind where you step." Looking at the black water gurgling up in the imprint left behind by Simpkin's foot in the muck, Sarian was careful to obey the young man's instructions. Creeping along behind him, the blood pulsing in his throat and his heart beating painfully, the once sheltered and secluded catalyst stared around at his surroundings in a vague kind of dreamlike horror. Something stirred in his mind, memories of childhood stories told to him by the housemagus when she put him to bed at night, stories of the creatures of enchantment that had been brought from the dark land of the ancients, dragons, unicorns, sea serpents. It was in places like this that they lived. They had terrified him then, lying safe in a warm bed. How much more terrifying were they now, perhaps watching at this very moment? Sarian had never supposed himself an imaginative man, locked as he was into his cold, logical, and comfortable cell of mathematics. But now he realized that his imagination must have been hiding beneath the bed, because now it leaped out, ready to astound and frighten him. "This is ridiculous," he told himself firmly, trying to remain calm, even as he was positive he saw the shining, scaled tail of a dreadful monster slither away in the murky water of the swamp. Trembling from fear and damp and cold, he kept his eyes on Simpkin, who was walking swiftly ahead of him, seemingly confident of every step. "Look at him. He's my guide. He knows where he's going. I have only to follow." The catalyst slowed, looking about him more intently, his senses now completely alert. Of course. How had he missed it at first? "Simpkin," Sarian hissed. "What is it, oh bald and quivering one?" The young man turned around carefully, looking annoyed at being stopped. "Simpkin, this forest is under an enchantment." Sarian gestured. "I can tell, I can sense the magic. It's unlike anything I'm used to." So it was. The magic was so pervasive, Sarian almost felt smothered by it. Simpkin appeared uncomfortable. I suppose you're right," he muttered, glancing about at the mist drifting up from the water and twining round about the twisting trees. "I believe I did hear at one time that this forest was enchanted, as you say. Who laid it? The coven?" "No," Simpkin admitted. "They don't go in for that sort of thing generally. Plus, we haven't had a catalyst around like yourself, you know, so it would have been rather difficult." "Then who?" Sarian came to a halt, staring at Simpkin suspiciously. "I say, old chap, I suggest you keep moving." "Who?" Sarian repeated angrily. Smiling and shrugging, Simpkin pointed at the catalyst's feet. Looking down, Sarian was alarmed to note that he was slowly sinking into the bog. "Give me your hand," said Simpkin, tugging at the catalyst. It took considerable effort to drag Sarian's feet free of the muck, and when they did, the ground let loose with a sucking pop as though angry at having to release its prey. Thoroughly frightened, there was nothing for the catalyst to do but keep stumbling after Simpkin, though Sarian was so oppressed with the stifling sensation of the heavy enchantment that he could scarcely breathe. It seemed it was sucking the life out of him, unbidden, draining his strength. "I must rest," Sarian gasped, staggering through the black water, his wet robes burdening him like a heavy weight. "No, not now," Simpkin said insistently. Turning, he caught hold of Sarian's arm and pulled him on. "There's firmer ground just a little farther." Clasped firmly in the young man's grip, Sarian trudged wearily on, noticing as he went that Simpkin was having no trouble walking, but was moving lightly over the surface, his boots barely leaving any impression at all. "After all, he is a magus," Sarian told himself bitterly, floundering after him. "Probably a wizard." "Here we are," said Simpkin brightly, coming to a halt. "Now you can rest a bit, if you must." "I must," Sarian said, thankful to feel solid ground beneath his feet. Following Simpkin up onto a small round knoll that rose out of the bog, Sarian wiped the chill perspiration from his face with his sleeve, and, shivering, glanced about their surroundings. "How far?" he began, when suddenly, his breath catching in his throat, he made a strangled sound. "Run!" he cried. "What?" Simpkin whirled around, crouching, prepared for any enemy. "Get out!" Sarian managed to gasp, trying to move his feet, but feeling the enchantment drawing him slowly and inexorably down. "Get out of what?" Simpkin's voice seemed to come from far away. The mist was rising and swirling around them. "Ring! Mushrooms!" Sarian shouted, falling to his hands and knees, as the ground shivered and quaked beneath his feet. "Simpkin, look!" With a last desperate lunge, the catalyst tried to escape from the magical ring by flinging his body outside it. But as he lurched forward, the ground gave way and he fell. His fingers scrabbled for an instant among the mushrooms as he sought frantically to hold on, but the enchantment was irresistible, drawing him down, down. The last thing he heard was Simpkin's voice, sounding ghostly through the whirling mist. "I say, old boy, I believe you're right. Frightfully sorry." "Simpkin," whispered Sarian into the impenetrable darkness. "Here, old boy," came a cheerful response. "Do you know where we are?" "I'm afraid so. Try to be calm, will you? Everything's under control." Calm. Sarian closed his eyes and drew a deep breath, seeking to slow the beating of the heart that was lurching unsteadily in his chest. When he knew the Thon Li, the corridor masters, would certainly be monitoring it. He didn't trust this young man or his wild tales, although he had no other explanation for Simpkin's extraordinary knowledge than that he must be a spy. Still, before he opened the corridor, suddenly Sarian did hear something, or thought he did, a crashing sound as of hooves galloping down the trail. There seemed no choice now. Gripping Simpkin's arm, the catalyst drew on the young man's life force, never noticing in his excitement that it was unusually strong, and stammered out the words that opened the corridor. The void opened, a patch of stark nothingness, gaping in the middle of the trail. Simpkin leaped inside, dragging the catalyst with him. The void elongated, condensed, and shut, leaving the forest to murmur and rustle in peaceful morning tranquility behind them. "Where are we?" asked Sarian, stepping cautiously out of the corridor. "Deep, deep in the outland," said Simpkin softly, keeping his hand on Sarian's arm as he stepped out. "Watch every step, guard every word, search every shadow." The corridor closed behind them. Sarian glanced back at it nervously, half expecting the Thon Li to leap out and apprehend them. Perhaps he was hoping someone would come out and apprehend them, he admitted to himself miserably, but no one did. The two had reached their destination safely, that destination being, as far as Sarian could see, a swamp. Around them, tall trees with thick black trunks rose up out of murky black water. The catalyst had never seen such trees in his life. Shining wet with slime, the trees' twisted limbs curled round and about each other, until one tree was so entangled in the arms of another that it was impossible to tell where a single tree left off and its cousin began. The strange trees had no leaves, only twisting tentacles that shot out from the branches and dipped down into the water like long, thin tongues. This isn't the coven?" Sarian asked nervously, feeling his feet sink into the boggy ground. "No, of course not," Simpkin whispered. "It would never do now to appear suddenly in the middle of the coven, stepping out of a corridor, would it? I mean, people would ask questions. And believe me," he said, an unusually grim note hardening his voice, "you don't want Blacklock asking you questions." Blacklock? Sarian lifted his foot from the muck, and immediately a puff of foul-smelling gas burbled to the surface where his foot had been. Gagging, the catalyst covered his mouth and nose with the sleeve of his robe, watching in horrible fascination as oozing ground rushed in to cover his tracks. "Blacklock, head of the coven," said Simpkin with a tight, strained smile. "Duke Sereth. An enforcer?" "Former enforcer," Simpkin said succinctly. He decided his talents, and they are considerable, could be used more profitably for himself than his emperor, so he left. Shivering in the dank, chill air of the dark-tangled forest, Sarian gathered his robes closer around him and stood looking about despairingly, wondering if there were snakes. "You'll learn more about him, much more, all too soon," Simpkin said darkly. "Just remember, my friend," he gripped the catalyst's arm, "Blacklock is a dangerous man, very dangerous. Now come this way, I'll lead. Keep behind me and step exactly where I step." "We have to walk through this?" Sarian asked bleakly. "Not far. We're near the village. This is part of the outer defenses. Mind where you step." Looking at the black water gurgling up in the imprint left behind by Simpkin's foot in the muck, Sarian was careful to obey the young man's instructions. Creeping along behind him, the blood pulsing in his throat and his heart beating painfully, the once sheltered and secluded catalyst stared around at his surroundings in a vague kind of dreamlike horror. Something stirred in his mind, memories of childhood stories told to him by the housemagus when she put him to bed at night, stories of the creatures of enchantment that had been brought from the dark land of the ancients, dragons, unicorns, sea serpents. It was in places like this that they lived. They had terrified him then, lying safe in a warm bed. How much more terrifying were they now, perhaps watching at this very moment? Sarian had never supposed himself an imaginative man, locked as he was into his cold, logical, and comfortable cell of mathematics. But now he realized that his imagination must have been hiding beneath the bed, because now it leaped out, ready to astound and frighten him. "This is ridiculous," he told himself firmly, trying to remain calm, even as he was positive he saw the shining, scaled tail of a dreadful monster slither away in the murky water of the swamp. Trembling from fear and damp and cold, he kept his eyes on Simpkin, who was walking swiftly ahead of him, seemingly confident of every step. "Look at him. He's my guide. He knows where he's going. I have only to follow." The catalyst slowed, looking about him more intently, his senses now completely alert. Of course. How had he missed it at first? "Simpkin," Sarian hissed. "What is it, oh bald and quivering one?" The young man turned around carefully, looking annoyed at being stopped. "Simpkin, this forest is under an enchantment," Sarian gestured. "I can tell, I can sense the magic. It's unlike anything I'm used to." So it was. The magic was so pervasive, Sarian almost felt smothered by it. Simpkin appeared uncomfortable. I suppose you're right," he muttered, glancing about at the mist drifting up from the water and twining round about the twisting trees. "I believe I did hear at one time that this forest was enchanted, as you say." Who laid it? The coven? No, Simpkin admitted. They don't go in for that sort of thing generally. Plus, we haven't had a catalyst around like yourself, you know, so it would have been rather difficult. Then who? Sarian came to a halt, staring at Simpkin suspiciously. I say, old chap, I suggest you keep moving. Who? Sarian repeated angrily. Smiling and shrugging, Simpkin pointed at the catalyst's feet. Looking down, Sarian was alarmed to note that he was slowly sinking into the bog. Give me your hand, said Simpkin, tugging at the catalyst. It took considerable effort to drag Sarian's feet free of the muck, and when they did, the ground let loose with a sucking pop as though angry at having to release its prey. Thoroughly frightened, there was nothing for the catalyst to do but keep stumbling after Simpkin, though Sarian was so oppressed with the stifling sensation of the heavy enchantment that he could scarcely breathe. It seemed it was sucking the life out of him, unbidden, draining his strength. I must rest, Sarian gasped, staggering through the black water, his wet robes burdening him like a heavy weight. No, not now, Simpkin said insistently. Turning, he caught hold of Sarian's arm and pulled him on. There's firmer ground just a little farther. Clasped firmly in the young man's grip, Sarian trudged wearily on, noticing as he went that Simpkin was having no trouble walking, but was moving lightly over the surface, his boots barely leaving any impression at all. After all, he is a magus, Sarian told himself bitterly, floundering after him, probably a wizard. Here we are, said Simpkin brightly, coming to a halt. Now you can rest a bit, if you must. I must, Sarian said, thankful to feel solid ground beneath his feet. Following Simpkin up onto a small round knoll that rose out of the bog, Sarian wiped the chill perspiration from his face with his sleeve, and, shivering, glanced about their surroundings. How far, he began, when suddenly, his breath catching in his throat, he made a strangled sound. Run, he cried. What? Simpkin whirled around, crouching, prepared for any enemy. Get out, Sarian managed to gasp, trying to move his feet, but feeling the enchantment drawing him slowly and inexorably down. Get out of what? Simpkin's voice seemed to come from far away. The mist was rising and swirling around them. Ring! Mushrooms! Sarian shouted, falling to his hands and knees, as the ground shivered and quaked beneath his feet. Simpkin, look! With a last desperate lunge, the catalyst tried to escape from the magical ring by flinging his body outside it. But as he lurched forward, the ground gave way and he fell. His fingers scrabbled for an instant among the mushrooms as he sought frantically to hold on, but the enchantment was irresistible, drawing him down, down. The last thing he heard was Simpkin's voice, sounding ghostly through the whirling mist. I say, old boy, I believe you're right. Frightfully sorry. Simpkin, whispered Sarian into the impenetrable darkness. Here, old boy, came a cheerful response. Do you know where we are? I'm afraid so. Try to be calm, will you? Everything's under control. Calm. Sarian closed his eyes and drew a deep breath, seeking to slow the beating of the heart that was lurching unsteadily in his chest. His mouth was dry. It hurt to breathe. He was standing on firm ground, however, which was some comfort, even though when he put his hands out and groped about in the darkness he could feel nothing around him. He could sense nothing around him either, nothing living, that is. For oddly enough, his entire being pulsed and throbbed with magic, the source of the enchantment, as Simpkin must have known. When he thought he could speak in a relatively normal-sounding voice, with only the hint of a quiver, he began, I demand to know... At that moment, Sarian's vision literally exploded with light and sound. Torches flared, stars seemed to shout from the sky and go flitting about him. Specks of green fire zoomed before his eyes and danced in his head. Brilliant bursts of white phosphorus blinded him as trumpet blasts deafened him. Reeling backward, he covered his eyes with his hands and heard laughter tingle and sparkle around him, while other deeper laughter boomed and shouted. Blinking and rubbing his eyes, trying to see in the dazzling, smoky atmosphere that was somehow light and dark at the same time, Sarian heard a deep, low voice flowing out of the laughter like a cool river running through a vast, echoing cave. Simpkin, my sweet, pretty boy, you have returned, and have you brought me my desire?" "Well, not exactly. That is, perhaps. Your Majesty is so difficult to please." "I am not difficult to please. I would have settled for you." Come now, Your Majesty. We've been over that, you know," Simpkin answered, with a catch in his breath, or so it seemed to Sarian, who was still trying to see through the bursting blaze of light. "You know I would be honored, but if I left the coven, Blacklock would come searching for me, and he'd find me, and then he'd find you. He's a powerful warlock." Sarian heard a throaty growl of impatience. "Yes," said Simpkin hastily, "I know you could handle him and his men, but it would be so ugly. They have iron, you know." At this, the darkness was filled with hissing and yammering, dreadful to hear, while the lights blinked and flared, causing Sarian to shield his eyes with his hand. "Some day," said the deep, low voice, "we will deal with this matter. But now there are more urgent needs." Sarian heard a rustling sound, as if someone had moved, and instantly silence fell. The dazzling, brilliant lights winked out, the horrible noise stopped, and the catalyst was once more left standing in the darkness. But this darkness was alive. He could hear it breathing all around him, light, quick, shallow breaths, deep, even rumbling breaths, and above them all, a soft, whispering, throaty breathing. He had no idea what to do. He dared not speak or call Simpkin's name. The breathing continued all around him, coming closer, it seemed, and the tension built inside him until he knew that any moment he would fling himself into the darkness and begin to run aimlessly, probably dashing himself to pieces among rocks. Light flared again, only this time it was a pleasant yellow light that did not blind him or hurt his eyes. He could see by it, he discovered, once his eyes became accustomed to it, and, looking around, he saw Simpkin. The catalyst blinked in astonishment. It was the same young man who had found him in the wilderness. The same brown hair curled upon his shoulders, the same brown mustache adorned his upper lip. But the brown robes were gone, so were the leather boots. Simpkin was now dressed in nothing but shining green leaves that twined about his body like ivy. He was facing Sarian and regarding the catalyst with a pleading look on his expressive face, a look that changed the next instant when a figure emerged from where it had been standing in the darkness behind Simpkin. The figure stepped into the pool of shimmering light, and Sarian forgot about young men, forgot about bishops, forgot about enchanted traps. He very nearly forgot about breathing, and it was only when he felt light-headed and faint did he remember to draw a deep, quivering breath. "Father Sarian, may I present Her Majesty Elspeth, Queen of the Fairies?" It was Simpkin's voice, but Sarian could not look at him. He could look at only one thing. The woman drifted closer. Sarian felt his throat close, and an aching sensation spread through his chest. Golden hair cascaded in undulating waves to the floor, casting a halo of light about the woman as she walked. Silver eyes shone brighter and colder than the stars Sarian had looked upon in the night. She did not walk, that he could see, but she came closer and closer to him, filling his vision. Her naked body, and Sarian had never in his life imagined anything so soft and white and smooth, was wreathed in flowers, and these blossoms, which might have been used to modestly conceal her nakedness, had precisely the opposite effect. Hands of roses and lilacs cupped her white breasts, seeming to offer those breasts to the spellbound catalyst. Fingers of morning glories traced across her sleek stomach and caressed her shapely legs, as if saying to Sarian, "Don't you envy us? Cast us aside. Take our place." Nearer and nearer, her fragrance intoxicating him, she drifted toward him until she came to rest before him, her slim feet barely touching the ground. Sarian could do nothing, say nothing. He could only stare into her silver eyes and smell the lilacs and tremble at her nearness. Tilting her beautiful head to one side, Elspeth studied him intently, earnestly, her sweetly curving lips puckering with the seriousness of her regard. Raising her hands, She laid them on Sarian's shoulders. The movement of her arms lifted her breasts from their rose and lilac garden. Sarian shut his eyes, swallowing painfully, holding himself rigid and stiff as her fingers traced along his shoulders, down over his chest and around his back. "How old is he?" the low, throaty voice asked suddenly. Sarian opened his eyes. 40 or so, answered Simpkin cheerfully. Elspeth frowned, almost a pout, her lips curving downward. Sarian swallowed again as her hands came to rest lightly on his shoulders. "That is not too old for humans?" "Oh, no," Simpkin said hastily. "Not old at all. Many consider it to be the ideal age, prime of life." Sarian, finally able to withdraw his gaze from the lovely woman before him, started to ask Simpkin what was going on, if he could find his voice, that is. But the young man scowled so fiercely and nodded so emphatically at the Queen that the catalyst kept quiet. Elspeth's frown deepened. "He is thin. He is not strong." "He is a scholar, a wise man," answered Simpkin quickly. "He has spent his life in study." "Indeed," Elspeth said with interest. Sarian found himself in the silver-eyed gaze once more. "A wise man. We like that. There is much we would learn." Pausing a moment longer, her head tilted to one side, keeping Sarian in her enchanting gaze, Elspeth at last nodded slowly to herself. "Very well," she murmured. Clasping Sarian's hand in her own, she drifted up, turned to face her people, and floated down to stand beside him. Her golden hair floated about him, enveloping him. Her touch tingled through his body like a sweet burning poison. Lifting the catalyst's unresisting hand, Elspeth cried out, "Fairy folk, bow down, prepare for the celebration. Do homage to the one we have chosen to father our child." Chapter 5. The Wedding Feast. Sarian paced back and forth, back and forth, back and forth in the small cavern chamber, until, too exhausted to take another step, he collapsed onto a soft leafy bower, and, groaning, let his head sink into his hands. "I say, old boy, cheer up. You're the bridegroom, the reason for the feast, not its main course." At the sound of the cheerful voice, Sarian raised his haggard face. "What have you gotten me into? You have—" There, calmly, old boy, calmly," Simpkin said with a laugh and a grin as he entered the room. Nodding his head casually behind him, he gripped Sarian's wrist tightly and jerked him up off the bed. "Company," he muttered under his breath. "We can talk back here," he added, steering the catalyst toward the far end of the cavern. Glancing over his shoulder, Sarian saw several of the fairy folk standing or flitting about the doorway, leering at him, giggling and winking. With the arrival of the fairies, the cavern, that up until now had been dark and peaceful, erupted into chaos. Highly sensual beings, fairies live literally from moment to moment. Their only object in life is to indulge themselves in any sensation that will give them an instant's gratification. The magic of the world flows through them like wine. They live in a constant state of intoxication. Neither rules nor morals govern their actions. No conscience guides them. Each does as he or she pleases, without regard to others. Their only bond, and the only force that keeps their small band together, is their unswerving loyalty to their queen. When her mind is with them, there is some semblance of order, but once it is withdrawn— Sarian stared in shock. Where previously a leafy, fragrant bower had filled one corner of the shadowy cavern, now a great pool of water stood there, lilies and swans floating upon its surface. An instant's time changed the swans to horses, splashing frantically to escape the water. The lilies were parrots, screeching raucously and flapping about the caverns. And then the pool was a coach drawn by the horses, who came charging straight at the catalyst. Shutting his eyes and flinging his arms over his head with a shriek, Sarian felt the steeds' hot breath and heard the thunder of their hooves, expecting to be crushed at any second. Laughter hooted around him. Opening his eyes, he saw the horses change to lambs that gamboled at his feet, while he screamed in terror. His breath catching in his throat, Sarian staggered backward, only to feel Simpkin's arm embrace him firmly. "Don't look," said the young man, forcibly turning Sarian around. Closing his eyes, Sarian drew in a deep breath, only to regret it immediately. Every smell conceivable flew up his nostrils and down his lungs. Delicate perfumes, foul odors of decaying bodies, the smell of freshly baked bread. "What must I do now? Quit breathing?" he asked Simpkin, but the young man ignored him. "That's better," said Simpkin, patting Sarian's hand solicitously. Turning to the fairies crowded in the doorway, he added by way of explanation, "Touch of nerves, man of the cloth, never been with a woman, if you know what I mean." The fairies obviously did know, by the raucous noise they made. Blood rushed to Sarian's head. He felt dizzy, burning with fever, and chilled, all at the same time. Snatching his hand away from Simpkin, he groaned again and tried to force himself to think clearly. "Best sit down, old chap," said Simpkin, guiding Sarian to the mossy cushion that changed to a fainting couch and then to a giant toadstool before they were even halfway near it. "I'll see if I can induce the wedding guests to go inflict their attentions on more deserving personages." Numbly following Simpkin's direction, Sarian cast the toadstool a shuddering glance and sank down upon the floor, only to find himself sitting upon the soft, leafy bower once more. He thought of all the dangers he had expected to face in the outland, everything from being ripped apart by centaurs to falling under a dragon's terrible enchantment, being taken captive by the fairy queen and expected well, this was something he'd never considered. "I don't even believe in the fairies," he muttered to himself. "Or I didn't. It's all nursery tales. The mushroom ring. That is how fairy folk trap mortals." The voice of the old housemagus sang in his ears like the laughter of the fairies. "Anyone foolish enough to step into the enchanted ring will fall down, down, down into their caves far beneath the ground, and there the poor mortal, be he ever a wizard so powerful, will find himself enthralled by the fairy spells, and so he will lose his own magic and become a prisoner, spending his days in luxury, his nights in unspeakable acts, until he goes mad from the pleasure." As a child, Sarian had a confused idea of what unspeakable acts might be. He recalled thinking dimly that it had something to do with cutting out someone's tongue. Even so, it had been a sufficiently frightening story to set the small boy running away in gleeful panic at the sight of a mushroom in the grass. But I forgot. I lost the wonder of that little boy. Here I am, lounging on a cushion of sweet-smelling grasses and clover and moss, softer than the finest couches of the emperor. Here I am, my blood burning every time I conjure up a vision of Elspeth, part of me longing to commit those unspeakable acts. Half turning, peering out through half-open lids, Sarian's unwilling gaze was drawn, fascinated, to the fairy folk in the doorway, whom Simpkin was trying unsuccessfully to shoo away. "I know I am not dreaming," Sarian whispered to himself, "because even in my dreams I do not have the imagination to conjure up such as these." Sprouting up in his doorway like their enchanted mushrooms, the fairy folk shifted and changed before his eyes like their mad, magical creations. Some were nearly 4 feet tall, with brown, laugh-crinkled, mischievous faces, like children grown old but not wise. Others were tiny, small enough to fit in the palm of Sarian's hand. These appeared as little more than balls of light, each a slightly different color. But on staring at them closely, Sarian thought he could detect delicate, naked, winged bodies surrounded by a magical radiance. And in between these two extremes was an entire range of other fairy species, some short, some squat, some thin, some all, some none. There were children, too, smaller copies of the adults, and animals of every description, who wandered about freely, many appearing to serve as mounts or servants to the larger fairies. None of the fairies were as tall or looked as human as Elspeth, but that wasn't unusual, according to Sarian's nursery tale remembrances. Just as the queen bee is the largest and most pampered in the hive, so the fairy queen is tall and voluptuous and beautiful, for the same reason, he guessed, his face burning, to continue her species. Without a queen to guide them, the irresponsible fairies would die. The queen must, therefore, mate with a human male and produce a child. Sarian put his head in his hands, trying to blot out the sight of the leering grins and the flitting lights. But he couldn't blot out their voices. So different are the varieties of fairy folk, and so varied their voice range and pitch, from squeaking sounds like mice to deep rumblings like frogs, that Sarian was bewildered and even uncertain as to whether or not they were all speaking the same language. He couldn't understand a word, but he noticed Simpkin could. Simpkin could not only understand them, but he could converse with them as well. He was doing so now, sending them into gales of merriment. Writhing in embarrassment, Sarian could just imagine what he was telling them. "Explain this logically, Sarian," he told himself. "Explain this, Catalysts, with all the books in your libraries. Explain these people away, and then explain to yourself why you are watching them dance in your flower-filled bower. Explain why you are thinking of losing yourself in this sweet prison, of yielding to that soft white flesh. No." The yammering and twittering and giggling was beginning to tear his nerves to shreds. "I've got to get out of here," Sarian realized wildly, getting a grip on reality. "I'm going mad, as the old stories said. But how? Simpkin is in league with them. He brought me here." But even as Sarian thought this, a vision of Elspeth came to his mind. Swelling breasts, soft skin, warmth, sweetness, perfume. Frantically, Sarian started up from the cushion of moss, the look on his ashen face one of such panic and determination to flee that Simpkin, catching a glimpse of him, shoved the fairy folk unceremoniously out into the hallway and slammed shut the oaken door. "Let me out!" Sarian cried in a hollow voice. "Now, do be reasonable, my dear fellow," began Simpkin, standing in front of the door. Sarian did not answer. Grabbing hold of the young man with a strength born of desperation, he threw him to one side. "Sorry to do this, but you must listen to reason," Simpkin said with a sigh. Speaking several words in the bird-like language of the fairy, he watched with a sigh as the oaken door began to dissolve and reshape itself into part of the cavern wall, just as the catalyst lunged against it. Groaning in pain, feeling his reason start to slip away, the catalyst let his body slide slowly to the floor. "Don't take it so hard, old chap," Simpkin said, squatting down beside him and laying a reassuring hand on Sarian's shoulder. "I'm going to get us out of this predicament. You've just got to give me a little time, that's all." Casting the leafily clad young man a bitter glance, Sarian shook his head and did not reply. Simpkin's voice quavered. "I see. You don't trust me, after everything I've done for you, what we've been to each other." Two great tears rolled down into his beard. "I've thought of you as my father, my poor father. He and I were very close, you know," the young man said in choked tones, "until the enforcers came and dragged him away." Two more tears trickled down his face. Covering his face with his hands, Simpkin stumbled across the room and landed on the cushion of leaves, sending up a shower of fragrant blossoms. "You know what they'll do to my sister if I don't get you back to the coven," he sobbed. "Oh, this is too much to bear, too much." Staring at the young man in amazement, Sarian was completely at a loss. Finally, the catalyst stood up and walked across the cavern floor. Coming near the weeping young man, Sarian clumsily patted Simpkin on the shoulder. "There now," the catalyst said awkwardly. "I didn't mean to hurt you. I'm just distraught, that's all." No response. "Can you blame me?" Sarian asked feelingly. "First you lead us into an enchanted forest." "That was an accident," came a muffled voice from amid the flowers. "Then the mushroom ring." "Anyone can make a mistake." "Then the next thing I see you are dressed like one of them." "Only being hospitable." "The Queen calls you by name. You speak their language. You even joke with them, for men's sake." Sarian concluded in exasperation, losing his patience and committing an unforgivable sin by taking the god's name in vain. "What am I supposed to think?" Sitting up, Simpkin peered at him with red-rimmed eyes. "You might have given me the benefit of the doubt," he said, sniffing. "It can all be explained, I assure you. Only, well, there isn't much time now," he added hastily, wiping away his tears. "You don't have a comb, do you?" Glancing at Sarian's bald head, he sighed. "Stupid question. I'll have to make do, I guess, though I look a perfect fright." Picking twigs out of his hair and beard, Simpkin began combing through his curls with a forked stick that he plucked from the bower. "You'd better get ready, too," he stated, glancing at Sarian. "I say, can't you come up with anything better than those drab robes? I've an idea. Open up a conduit to me. I'll have you decked out in no time. Leaves from the copper maple. That would do quite nicely. Not ostentatious in the least. A pine bough in the strategic location. Perfect thing. The pine needles itch a little at first, but you'll get used to it. Oh, come on. After all, you are getting married." "I am not," cried Sarian, springing to his feet and pacing feverishly about the sealed cavern chamber. "Well, of course not," Simpkin said with a light little laugh that cracked about halfway through. Clearing his throat, he glanced hopefully at the pale-faced catalyst. "I mean, it wouldn't be unthinkable, would it? Elspeth is really quite charming, don't you know? A great personality, not to mention—" Sarian shot him a vicious glance. "Yes, you're right, unthinkable," Simpkin said firmly. "Therefore I have a plan. Everything all arranged. My sister, you know," he added in low tones. "Life at stake. I believe I mentioned how they are holding her captive." "What do we do?" Sarian asked, wearily cutting Simpkin off in mid-tragedy. "Wait for my signal," said Simpkin, standing up and arranging his leaves in a fashionable manner. "Ah, here they are, come to escort the bridegroom to his blushing bride." "What will the signal be?" Sarian whispered as the stone door began to dissolve. Outside he could see flaming torches surrounded by thousands of dancing, blinking lights, and he could hear hundreds of shrill, deep, soft, loud voices raised in eerie, enchanting song. At the far end of the vast flower-decked cavern he could barely make out the figure of Elspeth, seated on a throne made of a living oak tree, her golden hair glistening in the torchlight. Sarian swallowed. "The signal?" he repeated hoarsely. "You'll know it," Simpkin assured him. Taking the catalyst by the arm, he led him forward into the presence of the Fairy Queen. "More wine, my love?" "No, thank you," stammered Sarian, putting his hand over the golden goblet. Too late. With a word, Elspeth caused the cup to fill to overflowing with the sweet, blood-red liquid. Grimacing, Sarian snatched his hand away and wiped it surreptitiously on his robes. "More honeycomb?" Some appeared on his golden plate. "No, I'm more fruit, meat, bread." Within seconds the plate was heaped with delicacies, their rich aroma blending with the other smells, smoke of torches, steaming platters of roast meat, and near him the fragrance of Elspeth herself, dark, musky, more intoxicating than the wine. "You've eaten nothing," she said to him, leaning so close that he could feel her hair brush against his cheek. "Really, I'm not hungry," Sarian said in a faint voice. "I expect you are nervous," Elspeth said, her lips curving into a smile, her eyes inviting him to draw nearer still. "Is it true that you have never lain with a woman?" Sarian flushed redder than the wine and cast an irritated glance at Simpkin, who was sitting next to him. "I had to tell them something, old boy," Simpkin muttered out of the corner of his mouth, draining his goblet. "They simply couldn't understand why you carried on so when their queen made the announcement about you fathering the child, and so forth. All that hand-waving and shouting. You were lucky they just put you in that little room to cool off. Once I explained—" "Why are you bothering with that fool? Pay attention to me, my love," Elspeth said in a soft voice, catching hold of the fabric of Sarian's robe and tugging him toward her. She moved in a playful manner. Her voice was soft and sultry, yet her words chilled Sarian. "I will be very good to you, my own, but remember, you are my own. I demand your complete attention. At all times, day and night, every thought you think must be of me. Every word you speak must be to me." Lifting his hand, she rubbed it against her petal-smooth cheek. "Now, my own, since you will not eat, and since it is too early to go to the bridal bower—" When is that?" Sarian asked, flushing. "Moonrise," said Simpkin, watching the wine level rise in his goblet again with appreciative eyes. Elspeth gave him an angry glance, but at that moment a riotous clamoring broke out on the other side of the Fairy Queen, momentarily distracting her. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Sarian grabbed hold of Simpkin's shoulder. "Moonrise? That's less than an hour." "Yes," said Simpkin, staring into the wine. "We've got to get out of here," Sarian whispered frantically. "Soon," murmured Simpkin. Sarian dared not pursue the matter further, for the quarrel or joke or whatever it had been was quieting down. Trying to keep hold of himself, all the while feeling as if he was about to scream and fling himself into the center of the table, Sarian decided that a sip of wine might be beneficial. Lifting the goblet to his lips, trying to keep his hand from shaking, he stared about him with the dazed look of a sleepwalker. He had attended revels in court. He had attended what were considered wild revels in court. All Fool's Day, for example, when, supposedly, all propriety is cast to the wind. But, staring at the madness and mayhem going on before him, his senses were literally so overwhelmed that he could not comprehend it completely, but saw it in blurs of color and bursts of noise and flares of light. Every conceivable activity was going on around him, from pitched battle being fought in the center of the table to shameless love-making on couches. Bears danced in the aisles, acrobats juggled flaming brands, children sang bawdy songs, food splattered on the walls and floors and ceilings. Looking over here, he was horrified. Looking over there, he was embarrassed. Looking somewhere else, he was nauseated. "Are you thinking of me?" whispered a sweet voice in Sarian's ear. The catalyst started. "Of course," he answered hastily, turning to face Elspeth, who smiled, and, inserting her hand up the sleeve of his robes, softly caressed his arm. And as he looked at her, the catalyst noticed something. Though all might be chaos around her, she herself was a haven of peace, of restfulness. He felt drawn to her to escape the madness. "And now," she said, slightly pouting, "you will tell me why you have never been with a woman." "You enjoy my touch, I can tell," she added, feeling Sarian's muscles tense involuntarily. It is not the custom of my people," stammered Sarian, licking his dry lips and breaking free of her grasp to reach for his wine goblet again. "Such mating is done by animals, but not by civilized men and women." "I had heard something of this," said Elspeth, her silver eyes gleaming with laughter and amazement, "but I did not believe it." She shrugged, her breasts, decked with lilies of the valley, rising and falling with her soft breath. "How, then, do you have children?" "When the will of the Alman was made known to the people regarding this matter," Sarian said, his voice shaking, "we catalysts, together with the Theldari, the shamans skilled in such medicines, were given the knowledge to perform this rite. The granting of a life, after all, is a sacred gift and should be entered into only in the most reverent frame of mind." Oh, how silly this sounded, so close to her soft body. "A truly beautiful speech," blubbered Simpkin, causing his wine goblet to fill again. "You're going to make a wonderful father, just like mine." Breaking down, he laid his head on Sarian's arm and wept. "Simpkin," hissed Sarian, shaking him, aware of Elspeth's glittering-eyed gaze upon them. "Stop this. Sit up." Simpkin sat up, but only to wrap one arm around Sarian's neck and drag him down with him, causing the catalyst to bang his head smartly on the table. "What are you doing?" Sarian demanded, trying to free himself, and nearly choking from the wine fumes exhaling from Simpkin's mouth. "This signal," Simpkin said in a loud whisper, wrapping his other arm around the catalyst's neck and smiling up at him drunkenly. "Time to," he belched, "escape." "What?" demanded Sarian, still trying to break Simpkin's hold, but every time he loosened one of the young man's hands, the other entwined itself around him again. Simpkin was hanging onto his neck, then falling forward around his waist, then leaning his head on his chest, lolling around his shoulders. "Escape," whispered Simpkin, frowning solemnly. "Now." "How?" Sarian muttered, dimly aware that there was singing going on in the background. To his dismay, he saw moonlight filtering down onto the table through the rifts in the high cavern ceiling. Elspeth was rising to her feet, her beautiful face as cold and pale as the light shining on it. Tell him I'm sick, said Simpkin, belching again. Horrible illness. Plague. But you're drunk, Sarian snarled furiously. Suddenly Simpkin lurched forward, his dead weight dragging Sarian to the floor. The fairies laughed and cheered. Elspeth was shouting something. Completely tangled up in Simpkin, his robes and the chair, Sarian lay on his back on the floor, Simpkin on top of him, as feet of every shape and description danced and darted about him. Lifting his head from where it rested on Sarian's chest, Simpkin looked at the catalyst with round, solemn, unfocused eyes. You see, he breathed in a great laden whisper, fairies never get drunk. Physically impossible. They'll believe I'm sick. Escape, see? Sarian stared at the young man hopefully. Then you're only pretending to be drunk? Oh, no, said Simpkin solemnly. Never do anything halfway. Just help me to my feet, all 4 of them. At that moment, several of the stronger male fairies grasped hold of Simpkin and dragged him off the catalyst. Several more helped Sarian to his feet, the catalyst stalling as long as possible to try to think what to say and do, wondering if he might not be able to get out on his own. Simpkin, meanwhile, was being held upright by the combined forces of 4 fairies, 2 holding his feet and 2 more flying over his head, gripping him firmly by the hair. Looking at the young man's rolling eyes, crazed grin, and wobbly legs, Sarian suddenly went calm with despair. Leave without Simpkin? Impossible. Sarian had no idea where he was, and he guessed, from what little he had seen, that the fairy kingdom was a vast catacomb of twisting, winding tunnels and caverns. He would be lost by himself. Besides, if he did make it back into the wilderness, his life was worth nothing anyway. Stay here with Elspeth. He would go mad soon, but what sweet madness. Sighing softly, Sarian turned to the fairy queen. Send for your healer, he commanded in his sternest voice. What? She appeared astonished, and raising her hand instantly quieted the clamor and commotion of the fairies. Darkness descended suddenly on the great hall, except for a light that gleamed from her golden hair. A healer? We have no healer. What? None? Sarian was shocked. No Mananish, at least? What for? Elspeth responded scornfully. We are never sick. Why do you think we avoid human contamination? Pausing, she looked at Simpkin more intently, her eyes narrowing. Until now, Sarian said grimly, pointing to Simpkin, who was looking worse all the time. His face had turned an unbecoming green beneath the beard. His eyes were rolling in his head. The fairies supporting the weak and reeling young man stared at their queen in alarm. Here, offered Sarian, stepping over and putting his arm firmly around Simpkin's sagging body. I'll take him to his chambers. I'll take care of him, said Elspeth calmly. At once. Sarian's heart leaped into his throat as he saw her preparing to cast a magic spell that would probably have sent Simpkin to the bottom of the river. No, wait, the catalyst cried, hanging on to the foolishly grinning Simpkin. Peacefully swaying from side to side, he was humming a little ditty. No, you mustn't send him away. We need to know what he's got. Sarian finished in a burst of inspiration. To see if it's catching. Fatal, said Simpkin mournfully, and was promptly sick all over the floor. The fairies who had been attending him screeched and jabbered in fear and anger, backing up until there was a clear circle around the catalyst and his guide. Are humans subject to such frailties? Elspeth asked, frowning. Yes, oh yes, Sarian said breathlessly, seeing a ray of hope drift down among the moonbeams. It happens to me constantly. Looking at him, Elspeth smiled. Then it is well that we mingle the blood of your child with mine. In time, perhaps, we will wipe out this weak human trait. Take him to his chambers, then. You 4, she detailed 4 of the tallest of the tall fairies, accompany them. When Simpkin is settled, bring my beloved to my bed. Moving closer, she brushed her lips against Sarian's cheek. Her warm flesh, soft and curving, pressed against his, and for an instant the catalyst was as weak as Simpkin. Then she was gone, her cloud of golden hair shimmering around her. "Let the merriment continue," she shouted, and the darkness came alive. Sarian turned, his despair complete, and proceeded to half-walk, half-drag the drunken Simpkin through the hall, followed by 4 dancing fairy guards. "Well, it was a good try," Sarian whispered to Simpkin with a sigh, "but it didn't work." "It didn't?" asked Simpkin, looking about in amazement. "Did they catch us? I don't remember running." "Running?" Sarian said, puzzled. "What do you mean, running? I thought we were trying to convince them to let us go because you were sick." "I say, that's a good idea," said Simpkin, regarding Sarian with misty-eyed admiration. "Let's try it." "I did," snapped Sarian tensely, his arms and back aching with the strain, his hands pricked by the leaves Simpkin was wearing. He was growing increasingly nauseated from the smell of forest, wine, and vomit. "It didn't work." "Oh." Simpkin appeared downcast, then almost immediately cheered up. "I guess we'll have to make a run for it." "Shh," cautioned Sarian, glancing back at the guards. "That's nonsense. You can't walk, let alone run." "You forget," said Simpkin with a lofty air. "I am a skilled wizard, class Albinara. Open a conduit to me, Catalyst, and I will walk the wings of air." "You really know the way out?" Sarian asked dubiously. "Course. How do you feel?" "Much better since I was sick." "Very well," Sarian muttered nervously, glancing back at the guards, who weren't paying the least attention to them. "Which way?" Simpkin stared around, swiveling his head like an owl. "That way," he indicated, nodding at a dark, unused corridor branching off to their right. Glancing behind him, Sarian saw the 4 guards lagging behind, staring back wistfully at the revelry they were missing. "Now!" Simpkin cried. Sarian started to whisper a prayer to the Allman. Remembering bitterly that he was on his own now, he opened a conduit to the magic around him. Drawing it into his body, he hastily made the mathematical calculations necessary to give the young man life, but not enough to completely drain himself. Filled with the magic he could never use, he extended the conduit to Simpkin and felt the surge as the young wizard drew it from him. Suffused with magical energy, Simpkin took to the air with the grace of a drunken loon. Seeing the young man safely on his way, Sarian broke into a run, the pent-up fear and nervousness surging in his blood, giving him an unusual burst of strength as he dashed down the cavern corridor. He heard their guards cry out, but he dared not risk looking behind him to see what was happening. He was having enough trouble staying on his feet as it was. Though here and there a torch sputtered on the wall, the cavern corridor was shadowy, the floor was strewn with rocks and rubble. He had no idea where they were headed. Corridors branched off in all directions, but Simpkin flew past them without pausing, his leaves fluttering around him like those of a tree in a high wind. The shouting behind them grew louder, echoing down the cavern walls in an alarming fashion. Sarian thought he could hear Elspeth's furious voice rising shrill and harsh above them all. The torches winked out, plunging them into a darkness so complete that Sarian instantly lost all sense of what was ahead of him, above him, or below him. "Ouch! Drat!" "Simpkin!" Sarian cried fearfully, coming to a halt, not daring to take another step in the darkness, though he could hear the shouts of the fairies exulting loudly. "More life, Catalyst!" Simpkin called out. His breath coming in gasps, his heart lurching in his chest, Sarian opened the conduit once again. Immediately the corridor was lit with a faint light, shining from Simpkin's hands. The young magus hovered before him, rubbing his nose. "Bashed into a wall," he said ruefully. Glancing back, Sarian saw lights leaping down the corridor, gaining on them rapidly. "Let's go," he gasped, and ran forward, only to stumble very quickly backward with a cry. A huge black spider, nearly as large as the corridor itself, hung in a gigantic web spun across their path. A sudden vision of having plummeted into that web in the darkness, of hairy legs crawling over his body, of stinging poison paralyzing him, crowded into Sarian's mind, leaving him so weak and drained that he could barely stand. Leaning back against the wall, he stared at the hideous spider that was watching them with fiery red eyes. "It's useless," he said quietly. "We can't fight them." "Nonsense," Simpkin remarked. Flying over to Sarian, he grabbed the catalyst by the arm and tugged him down the corridor, heading for the web. "Are you mad?" Sarian gasped. "Come on," Simpkin insisted. Dragging the terrified catalyst along after him, he lunged straight for the body of the huge spider. Frantically, Sarian tried to break free of Simpkin's hold, but the young man, now filled with magical energy, was too strong. The spider's red eyes loomed larger than twin suns. Its hairy legs reached out. The web was wrapping round, suffocating him. Sarian closed his eyes. "I say, old friend, I can't keep this up forever," came an aggrieved voice. Opening his eyes, Sarian saw to his amazement nothing. The dark corridor stretched ahead of them, empty except for Simpkin, who hovered in the air near him. "What? The spider?" Sarian glanced around wildly. "Illusion," Simpkin said scornfully. "I was fairly certain it wasn't real. Elspeth's good, not that good. Real spider in the wink of a finger? Ha!" he snorted. "Of course," he added, struck by a sudden thought, his eyes widening. "Always possibility, I suppose. Real spider, posted to guard corridor. Never occurred to me. Almond's blood, we dashed right into the middle of the web." Seeing Sarian's horrified expression, the young magus shrugged and clapped Sarian on the shoulder. "Could have been a bit sticky for us, couldn't it, old fellow?" Too exhausted to speak, Sarian could only draw in painful breaths and try to push the terror out of his mind. Shouts behind him helped considerably. "How far do we have to go?" he managed to ask, stumbling forward. "Round bend," Simpkin pointed. "I think." Glancing at the catalyst staggering wearily along the ground beside him, the young man asked, "You going to make it?" Sarian nodded his head grimly, though his legs had long ago lost any sensation of feeling, and seemed to be just so much dead weight for him to carry around. The shouts were getting closer. Glancing behind again, he could see the dancing lights, or perhaps it was spots bursting before his eyes. He wasn't certain, and at that moment he didn't care. "They're gaining," he croaked, his voice catching in his throat as a sharp, swift pain tore through his side. "I'll stop that," Simpkin said. Whirling about in mid-air, he raised his hand. Lightning shot from his fingers, exploded on the cavern ceiling, and immediately the air around them was filled with booming thunder, falling rock, and the choking smell of sulphur. Blinded, deafened, and in dire peril of being struck on the head by the collapsing cavern roof, Sarian hurled himself forward, assisted by Simpkin. "That ought to keep them busy," the young man muttered in pleased tones as they dashed down the corridor. The catalyst had no idea what happened after that. He ran and stumbled and fell, and had the vague impression of Simpkin hauling him to his feet, and ran some more. He had the hazy remembrance of pleading with Simpkin to let him lie down and die in the darkness and end the burning pain that was tearing through his body. He heard shouts behind him, and then the shouts stopped, and he wanted to stop, but Simpkin wouldn't let him, and then there were shouts again, and finally sunlight. Sunlight. It was the only thing that could have penetrated the darkness of fear and pain that was closing over Sarian. They had escaped. Fresh air blew on his face, giving him added strength. With a final burst of energy that came from somewhere unknown inside him, the catalyst made a lunge for the opening he could see now, shining brightly at the end of the tunnel. What would he do once he was outside? Would the fairies follow them into the forest, pursue them, hunt them down, drag them back? Sarian didn't know, and he didn't care. If he could just feel the sun on his face, grass beneath his feet, see sheltering trees spread their boughs above him, everything would be all right. He knew it. Victory and exultation flooding through him, Sarian reached the end of the tunnel, burst out into the sunlight, and nearly fell off the edge of a sheer cliff. Grabbing hold of the catalyst, Simpkin dragged Sarian away from the edge of the ledge, stumbling backward into a rock wall. Sarian sank to his knees, at first too exhausted and confused to comprehend what had happened. When the dizziness cleared and he was able to look around, he saw that he and Simpkin were perched on a small ledge of rock that extended out from the tunnel about 10 feet before it ended in a drop of 100 feet or more straight down into a heavily wooded river canyon. His body aching, his hope dashed as effectively as if it had leaped off the rock edge and tumbled to the ground below, Sarian could do nothing but look at Simpkin, too exhausted even to speak. "This is rather unexpected," the young man admitted, stroking his beard as he stared down into the tops of the trees below. "I know," he said suddenly. "Damn, I should have taken a right at the second fork instead of a left. I always make that mistake." Sarian closed his eyes. "Go ahead and save yourself," he said. "You have life enough to float down on the wind currents." "And leave you behind?" "No, no, old fellow," Simpkin said. He floated over to stand before the catalyst, still weaving slightly from the effects of the wine. "Couldn't think of abandoning you, like a father to me." "Don't start crying," Sarian snapped. "No, sorry." Simpkin choked and wiped his nose. "We're not done for yet. If you have a bit more strength left." He peered at the catalyst hopefully. "I don't know." Sarian shook his head. He wasn't certain he had strength enough to even keep breathing. "It's this sort of talent I've got," Simpkin said persuasively. "I can change myself into inanimate objects." Sarian stared at him, uncomprehending. "That's crazy," he said finally. "I know the mathematical calculations involved. It'd take 6 catalysts with full strength to give you enough life." He heard the shouts behind him, then mingled with harsh, raucous laughter as the fairies realized their prey was trapped. "No," Simpkin said eagerly. "I said it's my talent. I can do it at will, with just my own force generally. Now I'm a bit flagged and somewhat muddled from the wine, so if you could help—" "I don't—" "Quickly, man!" Simpkin cried, grabbing hold of Sarian and pulling him to his feet. Too spent to argue, not caring anyway, Sarian opened the conduit and expended his last energy. Magic flowed through him like blood from an open vein, and then he was empty, drained. He had no more to give, not having the strength required to draw in any more from the world around him. The shouts grew louder and louder. They'd be here soon. Perhaps he should just jump, he thought, and stared dreamily out over the ledge. He pictured himself falling through the air, the ground leaping up to meet him, his body crashing onto sharp rocks, smashing, breaking. Feeling his stomach clench, Sarian backed up precipitously and walked right into a tree. Whirling, he looked at the tree in amazement. It hadn't been there before. The ledge had been bare. "Up! Climb up!" the tree said in a muffled voice. Staring in wonder, Sarian reached out a trembling hand to touch the tree's rough bark. "Simpkin?" "There's no time to waste. Hide in the boughs, quickly." Too tired to think clearly or even to marvel at this strange occurrence, Sarian hitched his robes up around his waist, and catching hold of a low-hanging bough, pulled himself up into the tree that was standing on the edge of the rock ledge. "Higher! You've got to climb higher." Clinging to the trunk, Sarian managed to scrabble his way up a little farther. Then he came to a stop. Pressing his cheek against the limb, he shook his head. "I can't go any further," he murmured brokenly. "All right." The tree sounded irritated. "Hold still. Thank goodness you're wearing green." This won't fool them, Sarian thought, listening to the voices echoing in the cavern. All it will take is one of them to look up here or fly up here, and... A gust of wind hit the tree, and a limb beneath Sarian's feet gave way with a sudden snap. Grasping hold of a branch, pulling himself up, the catalyst stared down at the splintered limb, and hope vanished completely. Brown and dried up inside, the limb was dead as he himself was going to be soon. Another gust swirled about the mountain, another dead branch fell to the ledge. Beneath him, Sarian could feel the entire tree shaking and shivering. There was a crack, then a snapping and rending sound. Finally, with a heart-rending shudder, the tree toppled over the edge of the cliff. Clinging to Simpkin's bark and leaves, Sarian heard the young man murmuring to himself as they fell, "Strike me dead. I'm rotten." Chapter 6. The Coven of the Wheel. So this is the catalyst. Yes, dear boy, not a very imposing specimen, is he? Still, there must be more to him than was readily apparent to me after our little outing. He's been sent here after you, Joram. Sent? Who sent him? Bishop Vanya. Oh, and the catalyst told you that, did he, Simpkin? Of course, Mosiah. I'm in the old chap's complete confidence. He thinks of me as the son he never had, told me so many times. Not that I trust him. After all, he is a catalyst. But I heard the same thing from Bishop Vanya, about Joram, that is, not about me being the son he never had. And I suppose the Emperor sent along his regards. I'm sure I don't know why he would, not to you peasants. Go ahead and laugh. I have merely to await the day of my vindication. This Sarian is after you, Dark One. He looks in fairly bad shape. What did you do to him? Nothing. Upon my honor. Is it my fault, Mosiah, that it is a cruel and vicious world out there? A world into which, I dare say, our catalyst will not soon dare to venture by himself. Sarian awakened with a sneeze. His head was clogged and aching, and he was afflicted with a sore, raw throat. Coughing, the catalyst huddled into his robes, afraid to open his eyes. He was lying in a bed, but where? In my own bed, in my cell in the font, he told himself. When I open my eyes, that's what I'll see. This has all been a dream. For several pleasant minutes he lay wrapped in his blankets, pretending. He even pictured all the old familiar objects in his room, his books, the tapestries he'd brought from Marilon. All would be there, just as it was. Then he heard someone moving about. Sighing, Sarian opened his eyes. He was in a small room, the likes of which he had never seen before. Pale sunlight, filtering through a cracked window, illuminated a scene the catalyst might have pictured existing beyond. The walls of the room were not shaped of stone or of wood, but were made up of perfectly formed rectangles arranged one on top of the other. It had a most unnatural appearance, and looking at it, the catalyst shuddered. Everything in the room appeared unnatural, in fact, he noticed with growing horror as he propped himself up to look around. A table in the center had not been crafted lovingly from a single piece of wood, but was made up of several different pieces of wood brutally forced together. Several chairs were formed the same way, looking misshapen and fiendish. If Sarian had seen a human being walking about whose body had been made from the bodies of other dead humans, he could not have been more appalled. He imagined he could almost hear the wood screaming in agony. But there was the sound again. Sarian peered uncertainly into the shadows of the small room. "Hello?" he wheezed. There was no reply. Puzzled, he lay back down again. He could have sworn he heard voices. Or had that been a dream? He'd had so many dreams lately, terrible dreams, fairies, and the most beautiful woman, and a dreadful tree. With another sneeze, he sat up in bed, groping about for something to wipe his streaming nose. "I say, oh bruised and battered father, will this do?" A bit of orange silk materialized out of the air, fluttering to lie on the blanket near Sarian's hand. The catalyst drew back from it, as though it had been a snake. "'Tis I, in the flesh, so to speak." Looking behind him, toward the sound of the voice, Sarian saw Simpkin standing at the head of the bed. At least the catalyst supposed it was the young man who had rescued him in the outland. Gone were the plain brown robes of a woods ranger. Gone were the leaves of the fairy. A brocade coat of the most startling blue, combined with a paler blue waistcoat, covered a red silken blouse that glowed brighter than the watery sun. Green skin-tight breeches were buckled with red jewels at the knees. His legs were wrapped in red silken hose, while green frothy lace peeped out from everywhere, wrists, throat, waistcoat. His brown hair was sleek and shiny, his beard combed smooth. "Admiring my ensemble?" asked Simpkin, smoothing his curls. "I call it corpse blue." "Dreadful name, Simpkin," said the Countess du Père. "I am aware of that," I replied with feeling, "but it was the first impression that came into my mind, and things so rarely come into my mind at all that I thought I'd better latch hold of it, so to speak, and make it feel welcome." Simpkin sauntered over to stand beside Sarian as he talked. Gracefully lifting the orange silk scarf from the blanket, He handed it to the astounded catalyst with a flourish. "I know. The breeches. Never seen anything like them, I suppose. Latest fad at court. Quite the rage. I must say I'm fond of them. Chafe my legs, though." Another sneeze and a fit of coughing from the catalyst interrupted Simpkin, who, motioning a chair to come to his side, sat down upon it, crossing his legs so that he might better admire his hose. "Feeling a bit rotten? Nasty cold you've caught. Must have been from when we tumbled into the river." "Where am I?" croaked Sarian. "What is this place?" "I say, you're positively frog-like. And as for where you are, it's where you wanted to be, of course. I was your guide, after all." Simpkin lowered his voice. "You're among the technologists. I've brought you to their coven." "How did I get here? What happened? What river?" "Don't you remember?" Simpkin sounded hurt. "After I risked my life changing into a tree and then leaping over the precipice, holding you in my branches, arms, as tenderly as a mum holds her child." "That was real?" Sarian peered blearily at Simpkin through watery eyes. "Not a night dream?" "I am cut to the quick," Simpkin sniffed, looking deeply wounded. "After everything I've done for you, and you don't remember. Why, you're like a father to me." Shivering, Sarian pulled the blankets up around his neck. Closing his eyes, he blotted out everything. Simpkin, corpse-blue coats, the abysmal room, the voices he'd heard or dreamed. The young man prattled on, but Sarian ignored him, too sick to care. He almost dozed, but a horrifying feeling of falling came over him, and with a catch in his breath, he started awake again. Then he became aware of a sound in the distance, a sound that had seemed a thumping, rhythmic undercurrent to his night devils. "What's that?" he asked, coughing. "What's what?" "That noise. That banging. The iron forge." The iron forge. Sarian's soul shrank within him. Vanya had been right. The sorcerers of the coven had relearned the ancient banished art, the art of darkness that had nearly caused the destruction of the world. What kind of people were these who had lost their souls to the ninth mystery? They must be fiends, devils, and he was alone among them now, alone except for Simpkin. Who was Simpkin? What was he? If Sarian hadn't dreamed the tree and the fairies, then perhaps the voices he had heard had been real too, and that meant Simpkin had betrayed him. "He's been sent here after you, Joram." There had been no frippery in the voice that said those words. "Is it my fault that it is a cruel and vicious world out there, a world into which, I dare say, our catalyst will not soon dare to venture by himself?" There was no green lace, no orange silk, no sleek, shining smile. Corpse blue, as cold and cutting as the iron. "Joram knows who I am and why I am here," Sarian realized, shuddering. "He will kill me. He has done murder before. But perhaps they won't let him. They need a catalyst, after all. At least that's what Vanya said. Yet how can I help these fiends, these foul sorcerers? Will I not be helping them further their dread art? Didn't Vanya foresee that?" Sarian sat up in bed, struggling to breathe, his thoughts coming sluggishly through the cold in his head. "I won't," he determined. "The first time this Joram and I are alone together, I will open a corridor and return with him. Though he may be dead, he and I together possess life enough between us to effect the magic. I will take him back and rid myself of him. Let Vanya do to him what he will. Then I will leave their font and their spies, their lies and their pious empty teachings. Perhaps I will return to my father's house. It is empty. The church owns it. I will shut myself up with my books." Sarian lay back down, tossing feverishly. He had the vague impression that Simpkin had left the room, flying through the air like some gaudy tropical bird, but he was too ill and too distraught to pay any attention. The catalyst sank into a troubled sleep. A vision of a sorcerer rose up before him, emerging from the flame and smoke of the iron forge, a man whose face was twisted by every evil passion, whose eyes burned red from having stared into the fire day after day, whose skin was coated with the foul soot of his black art. As Sarian stared in petrified fear, the sorcerer drew near him. In his hand he held a glowing rod of iron. "Easy, father. Do not be alarmed." Sitting up without any conscious remembrance of doing so, Sarian found himself trying desperately to throw off his blankets and escape from his bed. The bright glare of flame blinded him in the darkened room. He couldn't see. He didn't want to see. "Father," a hand on his shoulder shook him. "Father, wake up. You're having a fever dream." Shuddering, Sarian came to himself. Sanity returned. He'd been dreaming again. Or had he? Blinking his eyes, he stared into the flame. The voice that spoke wasn't Simpkins. It was older, deeper. The sorcerer. As his eyes became accustomed to the light, Sarian saw the glowing rod of iron diminish into nothing but a flaming torch, held in the hand of an old man, whose wrinkled face peered at him benignly. The touch of the hand upon his shoulder was gentle. With a shivering sigh, Sarian sank back down onto his pillow. This was not a sorcerer. Nothing but a servant, perhaps. Glancing about, he saw that the room was dark. Was it night, he wondered vaguely, or had the blackness of this evil place finally blotted out the light? "There, that's better, Father. The lad said you were restless. Lie back and relax. My wife is coming with the healer." "Healer?" Sarian stared at the old man, puzzled. "You have a healer?" "A druid of the Mananish class. Nothing more, I'm afraid. She is quite skilled in herb lore, however, having much knowledge that has been lost in the outside world. Such skills are not needed among the druids, I suppose, with you catalysts to assist them in their work." Padding over to the far end of the room, the old man used the flame of the torch to start a fire in the grate, then doused the torch in a bucket of water. "Perhaps we will not need to rely upon the gifts of nature now, since you are among us, Father," the old man continued. Taking up what appeared to be a slender stick of wood, he thrust one end of it into the blaze, caused it to burn, and carried it over to the table, talking all the while about the healer and her skill. Lying back, Sarian followed the old man's movements about the firelit cabin with a strange sense of euphoria, his mind only half attending to the conversation. Even the sight of the old man using the end of the flaming stick to set fire to the top of several tall, thick sticks that stood on crude pedestals did not disturb the catalyst's strange sense of uncaring relaxation. He was rather startled to notice that the fire did not die out or immediately consume the sticks. A small flame remained burning steadily at the top of each, filling the room with a soft, glowing light. "The Mananish is a good woman, very dedicated to her calling. Her healing arts have saved the lives of more than one person in our settlement, but how many more could have lived if her powers of magic had been enhanced? You have no idea," the old man said with a sigh, returning to his seat and smiling down at Sarian, "how long I have prayed to the Alman to send us a catalyst." Pray to the Alman? Sarian was confused for a moment. Then the truth penetrated his slow-moving mind. "Ah, of course. You're not one of them." "One of whom, Father?" the old man asked, his smile broadening slightly. "The sorcerers." Sarian gestured outside, coughing. "These technologists. Are you a slave?" Reaching beneath the collar of his long grey robes, the old man brought forth a strange-looking pendant attached to a finely wrought golden chain that hung about his neck. Made of wood, the pendant was carved into the shape of a hollowed-out circle connected by 9 spokes. "Father," said the old man simply, a look of pride coming into his wrinkled face, "I am Andan, their leader." "Steady, Father. That's right. Lean on my arm. This is your first day out. We don't want to overdo it." Walking slowly beside the old man, his hand on Andan's arm, Sarian blinked in the bright sunshine as he gratefully drew in a breath of fresh air, fragrant with the smells of late summer. "Your adventures must have been quite terrifying," Andan continued, as they proceeded slowly out of the cabin's small yard and into the dirt road that ran through the settlement. Noting the stares of the villagers, the old man acknowledged them with a nod of his head. No one spoke to them, however, although many regarded the catalyst with unabashed curiosity. Their respect and veneration for the old man was obvious, however, and they did not disturb them. So these are dark sorcerers, Sarian thought. Faces of twisted evil passions. Faces of young mothers nursing small babies. Red, glowing eyes. Tired, weary, work-worn eyes. Chants to the powers of darkness. The laughter of children playing in the street. The only difference that he saw between these people and those in the village of Walren, or even between these people and those in Marilon, was that these people used little or no magic. Forced to conserve life, since they had no catalysts to replenish it for them, the sorcerers walked, trudging through the mud of the refuse-strewn street, wearing soft leather boots. Sarian's gaze went to a group of men working busily, shaping a dwelling place. But these were not magi of the Pronalban, lovingly drawing the stone up out of the earth, skillfully molding it with their magical spells. These men used their hands, stacking the rectangular blocks of unnatural stone one on top of the other. Even the stones themselves were made by the hands of men, so the old man said. Clay put into molds and baked in the sun. Pausing a moment, Sarian watched in grim fascination as the men placed the stone in neat and orderly rows, joining them together with some sort of adhesive substance that they spread between them. But this was not the only use of technology. Everywhere he looked, in fact, he was confronted with the dark arts. None were more in evidence than the symbol of the coven itself, the pendant the old man wore around his neck, the wheel. Small wheels caused laden carts to roll across the ground. A huge wheel stole life from the river, using it, so Andan said, to run other wheels inside a brick building. These wheels caused great stones to rub together, grinding wheat into flour. Marks of the sorcerers were even carved into the land itself. Across the river, the catalyst could see the dark eyes of man-made caves glaring at him, as if in reproach. Here, long ago, so Andan told him, the technologists tore the stone containing iron out of the earth, using some sort of devilish substance that could literally blast rock to fragments. A skill now lost, Andan mentioned sadly. The sorcerers now had to rely on iron ore left from that distant past. And over and above every sound, the talking, the laughing, the crying, was the eternal, never-ending clanging that came from the forge, sounding through the village like a huge, dark bell. Perversion of life, screamed the catalyst in Sarian. They are destroying the magic. But the logical part within him answered, survival. And perhaps it was that same logical part that Sarian caught toying with wonderful new mathematical concepts using this art. He had already noticed that the brick dwelling in which he lived was warmer and snugger than the dead, hollowed-out trees used by the field magi. Might not something be done? Shocked to find himself thinking such things, Sarian forced his attention back to the old man. Yes, your adventures must have been quite terrifying. Captured by giants, fighting a centaur, Simpkin saving your life by transforming himself into a tree. I'd enjoy hearing your version someday if it wouldn't upset you to talk about it. Andan smiled indulgently. One hesitates believing Simpkin. Tell me something about Simpkin, Sarian said, glad to turn his mind to other matters. Where did he come from? What do you know about him? Know about Simpkin? Nothing, really. Oh, there's what he tells us, but that's all nonsense, I suppose, like his tales about Duke so-and-so and the Countess of something or other. Glancing at the catalyst, Andan added in a mild tone, We don't ask questions of those who come to make their home among us, Father. For example, one might wonder what a catalyst of the font, as you so obviously are, if you forgive my saying so, was doing trying to cross the border into the outland by himself. Flushing, Sarian stammered, You see, The old man interrupted him. No, I'm not asking, and you needn't tell me. This has been our custom here, a custom that is as old as this settlement. Sighing, Andan shook his head. His eyes were suddenly old and weary. Perhaps it is not such a good custom, he murmured, his gaze going to a large building that sat apart from the others on top of a small rise. Taller than the others, built out of the same rectangular, unnatural rock, the structure appeared newer than most in the settlement. If we had asked questions, we might have avoided much sorrow and pain. I don't understand, Sarian had noticed during his recovery, a shadow lying over those who came to visit him, Andan, his wife, the healer. They were nervous, talking in low voices sometimes, glancing about warily, as if fearful of being overheard. He had thought of asking, more than once, what the matter might be, recalling certain words of Simpkin's, but he still felt a stranger among them, and uncomfortable in his strange and dark surroundings. "I told you I was the leader of my people here," Andan said, in such a low tone that Sarian had to bend down to hear him. The street they walked wasn't crowded, but the old man seemed unwilling to risk the chance of even the few people hurrying along on their various errands overhearing his words. "That isn't precisely true. I was once, years ago, but now another leads us." He looked at Sarian out of the corner of his eye. "You will meet him soon. He's been asking about you." "Blacklock," said Sarian before he thought. Stopping, the old man stared at him. "Yes, how did you—" "Simpkin told me something of him." Andan nodded, his face darkening. "Simpkin, yes. Now there's someone, Blacklock I mean, who could tell you more about the young man, I believe. Simpkin seems to spend a great deal of time with the warlock. Not that Blacklock would answer your questions, mind you. A true Duke Sereth, that one. I have often wondered what he did to cause them to cast him out of that dread order." The old man shivered. "But—" Sarian looked around at the numerous dwellings and small shops that lined the streets of the village. "There are many of you here, and only one of him. Why— Didn't we fight him?" The old man shook his head sadly. "Have you ever been apprehended by the enforcers? Have you ever felt the touch of their hands upon you, draining you of life like a spider drains its victim of blood? No need to reply, Father. If you have, you understand. And as to us, yes, we are many, but we are not one. That you may not understand now, but you will come to in time." The old man changed the subject abruptly. "But if you're still interested in Simpkin, you might discuss him with the two young men who share his dwelling place." Seeing that Andan was obviously intent on leading the conversation away from the former enforcer, Sarian let the matter drop, and returned once more, and not reluctantly, to Simpkin, saying that he would be interested to meet his friends. "Joram and Mosiah are their names," remarked Andan. "You might have heard of Mosiah from his father, since you lived for a time in Walren." Glancing at the catalyst, he stopped suddenly in concern. "Why, how pale you are, Father. I was afraid this outing might be overdoing things a bit. Would you like to sit down? We're near the park." "Yes, thank you," Sarian said, though he wasn't in the least tired. So Simpkin had been telling the truth when he said he and Joram were friends, and those voices in his room he'd heard when he had been ill. Joram, Mosiah, Simpkin. They're working now. Mosiah and Joram, that is. Simpkin's never turned a hand that anyone's seen, Andan said, helping Sarian to a seat on a bench in the cool shadow of a large spreading oak tree. "Are you feeling better, Father? I can send for the healer." "No, thank you," Sarian murmured. "You were right. I have heard of Mosiah. I've heard of Joram, too, of course," he added in a low voice. "An unusual young man," said Andan. "I presume that since you are from Walren, you heard about the murder of the overseer." Sarian nodded, afraid to speak, afraid of saying too much. The old man sighed. "We knew of it, too, of course. Word spread rapidly. Some among us viewed him as a hero. Some thought he would be a useful tool." Andan glanced darkly at the large brick building on the hill. That, in fact, was why he was brought here. "And you?" Sarian asked. He had come to have a profound respect for this gentle, wise man. "What do you think of Joram?" "I fear him," Andan admitted with a smile. "That may sound strange to you, Father, coming from a sorcerer of the dark arts." "Yes," he patted Sarian's hand. "I know much of what you have been thinking. I see the horror and revulsion on your face." It is just hard for me to accept," Sarian stammered, flushing. "I understand. You are not alone. Many who come to us feel the same way. Mosiah, for example, still finds it difficult, I think, to live among us and accept our ways." "But about Joram," Sarian said hesitantly, wondering if his interest seemed too suspicious. "Were you right? Is he to be feared?" The catalyst felt chilled, and waited anxiously for the response. But when it came, it wasn't what he had expected. "I don't know," Andan said softly. "He has lived among us a year, and I feel I know less about him than I do you, whom I have known only a few days. Fear him? Yes, I fear him, but not for the reason you might think, and I'm not the only one." Andan's gaze went once again to the brick building on the hill. "An enforcer? Afraid of a 17-year-old boy?" Sarian looked skeptical. "Oh, he wouldn't admit it, maybe not even to himself. But he does, or if not, he should." "Why?" asked Sarian. "Is the young man so formidable? Has he such a violent nature?" "No, none of that. There were extenuating circumstances to the murder, you know. Joram had just seen his mother killed. He doesn't have a wild or violent nature. If anything, he is too controlled, cold and hard as stone, and alone, so very alone." "Then, I think," Andan frowned, trying to give word to his thoughts, "it is because— Have you ever walked into a crowd of people, Father, and noticed one person almost immediately? Not for anything he might do or say, but just for his presence alone? Joram is such a one. Perhaps because he took a life, he has been marked by the almond. There is an intensity about him, a sense of destiny, a sense of dark destiny." The old man shrugged, his face grave. "I can't explain it, but you can judge for yourself. You will soon meet this young man, if you want. That's where we're headed. Joram, you see, works in the iron forge." Chapter 7. The Forge. According to the Catechism, to deal in the dark art of the ninth mystery is to deal in death. According to the Catechism, the souls of those who deal in death shall be cast in the fiery pit, and shall dwell there forever in agony eternal and unending. Thus do they act out their own doom, Sarian thought as he stared into the firelit, red-tinged darkness of the forge. Andan had entered the cavern ahead of him, saying something to the men who worked there, gesturing behind him at the catalyst. Now, aware that Sarian had not followed him, the old man turned around. Sarian saw his lips moving, though the noise of the forge was such that he could hear nothing. Andan gestured. "Step in. Step in." Yellow and orange, the heat of the fire beat upon the old man's face. The red heart of the forge burned in his eyes. The wheel he wore at his breast blazed with a flaming light. Consumed with horror, seeing the sorcerer of his fevered dreams spring up before him, Sarian drew back from the gaping entryway. Andan might truly have been the fallen one, rising up to drag the catalyst to the flames. At the sight of Sarian's fear, an expression of puzzled hurt creased Andan's face, but it was followed almost immediately by understanding. "I am sorry, Father." Sarian saw Andan's lips form the words. "I should have realized how this would affect you." The old man came toward him. "Let us return home." But Sarian could not move. Transfixed, he stared at the scene. The iron forge was located in a cave in the side of a mountain. A natural chimney carried away the noxious fumes and heat from vast quantities of glowing red charcoal banked in the center of a vast round stone ledge. Crouched over it like a wheezing monster, a large bag-like contraption breathed air on the coals, giving them fiery life. What are they doing?" Sarian asked, wanting to leave, yet drawn to it by a terrible fascination. "They are heating the iron ore until it becomes a molten mass," Andan shouted over the banging and hissing and wheezing, "that contains refuse of the ore and the charcoal as well." As Sarian watched, one of the young men working in the forge walked over to the ledge, and using what appeared to be a hideous extension of his arm, made out of metal, lifted a lump of the red-hot iron from its bed among the coals. Setting it down on another ledge, this not of stone but of iron itself, he took a tool and began pounding the hot iron. "There he is. That is Joram," said Andan. "What is he doing?" Sarian felt his lips shape the words. He couldn't hear himself speak. "He is hammering the iron into the form he wants," Andan continued. He does it this way, or else he could pour the hot iron into a mold and let it cool first, then work it. Destroying the life within the stone, shaping the iron with a tool, perverting its God-given qualities, killing the magic, dealing in death. The thoughts pounded in Sarian's head with each strike of the hammer. He started to turn away, but at that moment the young man working in the black shadows of the forge lifted his head and looked out at him. It is written that the alman knows the hearts of men, but does not rule them. Thus man is free to choose his own destiny, but thus also can the alman foresee how each man will act to fulfill that destiny. By making themselves one with the mind of the alman, the diviners were able to predict the future. It is also said that two souls destined to touch each other for good or for evil will know this in the instant of their meeting. At that moment, two souls met. Two souls knew. As the hammer's ringing blows cracked the black slag covering the smoldering red iron, Joram's dark-eyed stare sent a shivering blow through Sarian. Shaken to the very core of his being, the catalyst turned away from the forge and its fire-lit shadows. Andan was hovering near him. "Father, you're not well. I'm sorry. I should have realized how shocking." But the old man's voice was lost in the pounding of the hammer blows and in the steady, intense gaze of those brown eyes. For Sarian knew those eyes. He knew that face. Stumbling through the streets of the settlement, having the dim impression that Andan was with him but unable to see or hear the old man, Sarian saw only the clear, cold eyes that not even the reflected fire of molten iron could heat. He saw the heavy black brows tracing a line of bitterness across the sweat-covered forehead. He saw the grim, unsmiling mouth, the high-planed cheekbones, the shining black hair tinged a burning red. "I know that face," he said to himself, "but how? Not in that aspect." Sorrow, not bitterness, came to his mind, a sorrow that never quite left the face, not even in gaiety. Perhaps he had seen the face 17 years ago in the font. Perhaps he had known this boy's accursed father. Only the vaguest recollection of hearing about the renegade catalyst's trial came to Sarian. The scandal had been talked of for weeks, but he had been too involved in his own torment to be interested in another man's. Perhaps he had taken note of him unconsciously, without realizing it. That must be the explanation. It had to be. And yet... Visions of the face drifted into his mind. He could see it smiling, laughing, yet always tainted, always haunted by a shadow of sorrow. He recognized it. He knew it. He could almost put a name to it. But it vanished before he could grasp it, drifting from his mind like smoke upon the wind. Chapter 8. The Warlock. Picking his way through the mud streets of the technologist's village, Simpkin looked very much like a bright-plumaged bird wandering through a dreary brick jungle. Many of the people working about the area regarded him with looks of wary wonder, much as they might have regarded a rare bird appearing suddenly in their midst. Several scowled and shook their heads, muttering unflattering comments, while here and there a few called out cheerful greetings to the gaudily dressed young man as he walked through the streets, careful to keep his cape out of the mud. Simpkin responded to both imprecations and greetings the same, with a casual wave of his lace-covered hand or the doff of a pink-feathered cap that he had just added as an afterthought to top off his wardrobe. The village children, however, were delighted to see him again. To them he was a welcome distraction, easy prey. Dancing about him, they tried to touch his strange clothes, made fun of his silk-covered legs, or dared each other to sling mud at him. The boldest among them, a hefty child of 11 who had the reputation as the town tough, was urged to go for a solid hit between the shoulder blades. Creeping up behind the young man, the child was prepared to throw when Simpkin turned around. He did not speak to the child, he simply stared at him. Shrinking away, the child hurriedly withdrew, and promptly beat up the next smaller child he encountered. Sniffing in disdain, Simpkin drew his cape protectively around him and was continuing on his way when a group of women accosted him. Coarsely dressed, uneducated, their hands reddened and calloused from hard labor, They were, nevertheless, the leading ladies of the town, one being the wife of the blacksmith, another the wife of the mine foreman, the third the wife of the candlestick maker. Crowding around Simpkin, they eagerly and somewhat pathetically demanded to know the news of a court they had never seen, except through the young man's eyes, a court they were as far removed from as the moon from the sun. To their delight, Simpkin readily complied. "The Empress said to me, 'What do you call that shade of green, Simpkin, my treasure?' To which I replied, 'I don't call it at all, your Majesty. It simply comes when I whistle.' Ha ha! What? Drat, what did you say, my dear? I can't hear a thing above the infernal banging." He cast a scathing glance toward the forge. "Health? The Empress? Abysmal, simply abysmal, but she insists upon holding court every night. No, I'm not lying. In frightfully poor taste, if you ask me. You don't suppose she has anything catching?" I said to old Duke Marduk. Poor man, I didn't mean to upset him. Grabbed his catalyst, he did, and disappeared in the wink of an eye. Wouldn't have supposed the old boy had it in him. What did you say? Yes, this is the absolute latest in fashion. Chafes my legs, though. And now I must be getting along. I am running errands for our noble leader. Have you seen the catalyst? Yes, the ladies had seen him. He and Andan had been visiting the forge. The two had returned to Andan's home, however, the catalyst having been taken suddenly ill. "I don't doubt it," Simpkin murmured into his beard. Doffing his cap and bowing deeply to the ladies, he proceeded on his way, eventually arriving at one of the larger and older homes in the settlement. Knocking at the door, he twirled his cap in his hands and waited patiently, whistling a dance air. "Enter, Simpkin, and welcome," said an old woman pleasantly as she opened the door. "Thank you, Marta," Simpkin said, pausing to kiss the wrinkled cheek as he passed. "The Empress sends her best wishes, and thanks for your inquiry about her health." "Get along with you," Marta scolded, waving her hand to dispel the strong wave of gardenia fragrance that enveloped her as Simpkin walked past. "Empress, indeed! You're either a liar or a fool, young man." "Ah, Marta," said Simpkin, leaning near her to whisper in confidence, "the Emperor himself posed that very question. Simpkin, he said, 'Are you a liar or a fool?'" "And what was your answer?" Marta asked, her lips twitching, though she tried to sound severe. "I said, 'If I say I am neither, your Majesty, then I am one. If I say I am one, then I am the other.' Do you follow me so far, Marta?" "And if you say you're both?" Marta tilted her head, putting her hands beneath the apron of her dress. "Precisely what His Majesty inquired. My reply, 'Then I am either, aren't I?'" Simpkin bowed. "Think about it, Marta. It kept His Majesty occupied for at least an hour." "So you've been to court again, have you, Simpkin?" asked Andan, coming over to greet the young man. "Which one?" "Marilyn, Zithel, it doesn't matter," returned Simpkin with a gaping yawn. "Let me assure you, sir, they're all alike, especially this time of year. Preparing for harvest revels and all that. Quite boring. 'Pon my honor, I'd be more than happy to stay and chat, especially," he sniffed hungrily, "since dinner smells positively heavenly, as the centaur said of the catalyst he was stewing. But what was I saying? Oh, catalyst. Yes, that's the very reason I've come. Is he about?" "He is resting," said Andan gravely. "Not taken ill, I suppose?" Simpkin asked nonchalantly, his gaze wandering about the room, and just happening to fix on the figure stretched out upon a cot in a shadowy corner. "No, we walked rather farther this morning than he was up to, I'm afraid." "A pity. Old Blacklock sent for him," said Simpkin coolly, twirling his cap in his hand. Andan's face darkened. "If it could wait." "Afraid not," Simpkin replied, with another yawn. "Urgent and all that. You know Blacklock." Moving to stand near her husband, a worried look on her face, Marta put her hand on his arm. Andan patted it. "Yes," he said quietly, "I know him. Still, The figure on the bed roused itself. "Do not worry, Andan," said Sarian, getting to his feet. "I am feeling much more myself. I think it must have been the fumes or the smoke. It made me feel light-headed." "Father, you've no idea," cried Simpkin in a choked voice, leaping forward and throwing his arms around the startled catalyst, "how perfectly wonderful it is to see you up and about. I was so worried, so frightfully worried." There, Sarian said, flushing in embarrassment and trying to disengage the young man who was sobbing on his shoulder. "I'm all right," Simpkin said bravely, stepping backward. Sorry, forgot myself. Well, he rubbed his hands together, smiling. All ready? If you're tired, we could take a cart. A what? Cart, said Simpkin patiently. You know, moves over the ground, drawn by a horse. Thing with wheels. No, I'd really prefer walking, Sarian said hastily. Well, up to you, Simpkin shrugged. Now must be off. Herding the catalyst along in front of him, the young man practically pushed him out the door. Goodbye, Marta, Andan. Hopefully we'll be back in time for dinner. If not, don't wait up. Before he quite knew what was happening, Sarian found himself standing in the street, rubbing the sleep from his eyes. He'd napped almost all afternoon, he realized, seeing the sun starting to set behind the trees that lined the riverbank. But he didn't feel any better, and he wished he hadn't fallen asleep. Now his head ached. He felt incapable of thinking clearly. Of all the times to see Blacklock, the man everyone from Andan to the devil-may-care Simpkin seemed to hold in quiet terror. I wonder what Joram thinks of him, Sarian wondered. Then he shook his head angrily. What a stupid thought, as if it mattered. Hopefully the walk will wake me, he told himself, falling into step with Simpkin, who was prodding him along. What can you tell me about this Blacklock? Sarian asked Simpkin in a low voice as they moved among the lengthening shadows cast by the buildings in the slowly gathering gloom of twilight. Nothing I haven't already. Nothing you won't find out soon enough, Simpkin replied nonchalantly. I hear you spend a good deal of time with him, Sarian commented, glancing at Simpkin sharply. But the young man returned the glance with a cool and sardonic smile. They'll be saying the same of you shortly, he remarked. Shivering, Sarian drew his robes around him. The thoughts of what this warlock, this enforcer-turned-outlaw, might ask him to do alarmed him. Why had he never considered this before? Because I never expected to live long enough to get here before, Sarian answered himself bitterly. Now I am here, and I have no idea what to do. Maybe, he said to himself hopefully, it won't be any more than giving these people sufficient life so that they can go about their work easier. The thought of the new mathematical calculations he'd made occurred to him. Surely that would be all they could expect of him. Tell me, Sarian said to Simpkin abruptly, glad to change the subject and take his mind off one worry by investigating another. How do you manage to work that magic you do? Oh, you've been admiring my hat, Simpkin inquired with a pleased air, twirling the cap's feather. Actually, the difficult part comes not with conjuring up the article, but in deciding upon just the right shade of pink. Too much, and it makes my eyes look swollen, so the Duchess of Fenwick told me, and I rather fancy she's right. I don't mean the hat, Sarian snapped irritably. I meant the tree, turning herself into a tree. It's quite impossible, he added. Mathematically speaking, I've been over and over the formula. Oh, I don't know a thing about math, Simpkin said with a shrug. I just know it works. I've been able to do it since I was a small tyke. Mosiah says it must be like lizards changing their skin color to match rocks, and jolly things like that. I'll tell you how it came about, if you like. We've got a ways to go, I'm afraid. His gaze went to the tall building. Standing black against the reddish light of the setting sun, it cast a stark, dark shadow over the entire settlement. I was abandoned as a babe in Marilyn, Simpkin was saying in a subdued voice, dumped in a doorway, left on my own. I never knew my parents. I probably wasn't supposed to have happened, if you know what I mean. Shrugging, he gave a short, forced laugh. I was taken in by an old woman, not out of charity, I assure you. By the age of 5, I was working, picking through refuse for anything valuable that she could sell. She beat me regularly for good measure, and finally I ran away. I grew up in the streets of Lower City, the part you don't see from the crystal spires. Do you have any idea what the Duke Seraph do with abandoned children? Sarian was staring at him in amazement. Abandoned children? But me either, Simpkin continued with his tight little laugh. They just disappear. I saw it happen. Friends of mine vanished, never seen nor heard from again. One day the enforcers suddenly materialized in the street right before me. I couldn't escape. I can still hear, Simpkin's eyes grew dreamy, the rustle of their black robes, so near me, so near. I was terrified. You can't imagine. My one thought was that they mustn't see me, and I concentrated on that thought with my whole being. He smiled suddenly. And you know what? They didn't see me. The Duke Sereth walked right past me, as they would have walked past any other water pail on the street. Sarian rubbed his head. You are saying that out of sheer terror you were able to perform a remarkable transformation? Yes, Simpkin replied with a touch of modest pride. Later I learned to control it. Thus I survived many, many years. Sarian was silent a moment. Then he said grimly, What about your sister? Sister? Simpkin glanced at him in bemusement. What sister? I'm an orphan. The sister the coven is holding captive, remember? And then there's your father, the one the enforcers dragged off, the one I remind you of. I say, old fellow, Simpkin looked at him in deep concern. You must have received a smart blow to the head when we jumped off the cliff. Whatever are you talking about? We didn't jump, Sarian said through clenched teeth. We fell because you were rotting? Simpkin stopped dead in the street, his face stricken. I am wounded deeply. Here, take my dagger, one materialized in his hand, and stab me in the heart. Yanking aside his brocade coat, he revealed a broad expanse of green shirt. I can live no longer with the stain of this dishonor. Oh, come on, Sarian said, aware that everyone in the vicinity was staring at them. Not until you have apologized, Simpkin said dramatically. Very well, I apologize, Sarian muttered, staring at the young man in confusion so vast he couldn't even begin to frame questions. I accept, Simpkin said graciously, and the dagger disappeared, replaced by a flutter of orange silk. Looking into Joram's eyes, Sarian had seen a soul, tormented, dark, burning with anger, but a soul nonetheless, its very passions giving it life. Looking into the eyes of the warlock, Sarian saw nothing. Flat, opaque, the eyes regarded him fixedly for several moments, then, with a flicker of the thin lids, Blacklock bade him be seated. Sarian obeyed, his will drained from him by those eyes quite as effectively as by any spell. Duke Sereth, a privileged class, their black-robed presence in Thimhallan granted security and peace. This did not come cheaply, but the people, remembering the old days, were willing to pay the price. Though vastly different, in many ways, the warlock class mirrored that of their opposites, the catalysts. As powerful in magic as the catalysts are weak, the children born to the mystery of fire are a rarity in the world. They, too, are taken from their homes at an early age and placed in a school whose very location is secret. Here the powerful magic skills of the young witches and warlocks are developed and channeled. Here they are taught the strict, severe discipline that will henceforth govern their lives. The training is harsh and demanding, for it is necessary to leash this power and keep it under control. That was what started the trouble long ago in the old dark world, so legend tells. Witches and warlocks, not content with keeping their magic art hidden, went abroad into the land to try to claim it as their own. They brought down the wrath of the populace upon their race. The persecutions began that would eventually force many of their people to flee the land and seek a new home among the stars. Most of those born with the mystery of fire become Duke Sereth, the enforcers, the law-keepers of Thimhallan. A few, the most powerful, become Decarnduke, the war masters. There are, of course, those who fail. Nothing is said of these. They do not return to their homes. They simply vanish. It is widely believed that they are sent beyond. What is their reward for this strict, dark life? Limitless power. The knowledge that even the emperors themselves, though they do their best to hide it, look with fear upon those black-robed figures that glide silently about the royal palaces. For the Duke Sereth possess a magical spell that is theirs and theirs alone. As the catalyst has the power to grant life, the enforcer has the power to take that life away. Rarely seen, rarely speaking, the Duke Sereth walk the streets or halls or fields, cloaked in invisibility, armed with the null magic that can drain the life from mage or wizard, leaving him as helpless and powerless as a babe. Blacklock was one of the failures. Not content with power, the story had it that he sought richer, more material reward. No one knew how he had managed to escape. It must have been no easy task, and proved the man's extraordinary skill and cool courage, for the Duke Sereth lived together, isolated in their own small community, keeping themselves under a surveillance as strict as the surveillance of the populace. Sarian considered all of this as he sat, chilled and nervous, in the presence of the black-robed warlock. Blacklock had been working in his ledgers again, and had indeed only laid such work aside once the catalyst and Simpkin had been introduced by one of the henchmen. Wrapped in the accustomed silence of his kind, Blacklock stared at Sarian, learning more from the way the man sat, from the lines on the face, from the position of the hands and arms, than he could have learned in an hour of interrogation. Though he fought to remain calm and unmoved, Sarian fidgeted under the scrutiny. Terrifying memories of his own brief encounter with the enforcers in the font at the time of his crime made his throat dry and the palms of his hands sweat. Part of their effectiveness lay in their ability to intimidate by their presence alone. The black robes, the folded hands, the enforced silence, the expressionless face, all this was carefully taught to engender one emotion, fear. "Your name, Father," was Blacklock's first spoken words, not so much a question as a verification. "Sarian," the catalyst replied, after a first unsuccessful attempt to speak. The warlock's hands rested on his desk, the fingers interlacing. Silence, as thick and heavy as the black robes he wore, blanketed the room. Blacklock stared at the catalyst impassively. Gradually becoming more and more unnerved, feeling those penetrating eyes plunging deep into his soul, Sarian was not comforted by the fact that even Simpkin appeared subdued, the gaudy colors of his attire seeming to fade in the dark shadow of the warlock's presence. "Father," said Blacklock at last, "it is a custom in this village that no one questions a man's past. I allow this custom to continue, generally because a man's past doesn't mean a damn thing to me. But there is something in your face I don't like, Catalyst. In the lines around your eyes I see scholar, not renegade. In the sunburned skin I see one who is accustomed to spending long hours in libraries, not fields. In the mouth, the set of the shoulders, the expression of the eyes, I see weakness. Yet you are a man, so I am told, who rebelled against your order and ran into the most dangerous, deadly place in this world, the Outland. Therefore, tell me your story, Father Sarian." Sarian glanced at Simpkin, who was toying with the bit of orange silk, affecting playfully to tie it around the feather in his cap that sat on his lap. The young man neither looked at him nor appeared the least bit interested in the proceedings. There was no help for it but to play this bitter game to its conclusion. "You are right, Duke Seraph." Blacklock did not appear disturbed at this use of a title he had no claim to. Sarian had adopted it, hearing one of his henchmen address him as such. "I am a scholar. My special field of study is mathematics. 17 years ago," continued Sarian in a low voice that surprised himself with its steadiness, "I committed a crime brought about by my thirst for knowledge. I was caught reading forbidden books." "Which forbidden books?" interrupted Blacklock. As Duke Seraph, he would of course be familiar with most banned texts. "Those dealing with the ninth mystery," Sarian replied. Blacklock's eyelids flickered, but otherwise he made no sign. Pausing to see if the warlock had any further questions, Sarian felt rather than saw that Simpkin was listening attentively with unusual interest. The catalyst drew a breath. "I was discovered, due to my youth, but due more to the fact, I believe, that my mother was cousin to the Empress. My crime was hushed up. I was sent to Marilyn in hopes that I would soon forget my interest in the dark arts." "Yes, so much I know to be true, Catalyst," said Blacklock, his hands unmoving, still folded together, still resting on his desk. "Continue." Sarian blanched, a tightening sensation gripping his stomach. He had assumed correctly that Blacklock would already know something about him. The man undoubtedly still had contacts among the enforcers, and such information would not be hard to acquire. Then, of course, there was always Simpkin. Who knew what game of his own he was playing? I discovered that I could not help myself, however. I am fascinated by the dark arts. I was an embarrassment to my order at court. It was a simple thing to have myself transferred back to the font, where I hoped to continue, in secret of course, my studies. That was not to be, however. My mother had just recently died. I had formed no strong ties nor attachments at court. I was therefore considered a threat, and so I was sent to the settlement of Walren. A wretched life, field catalyst, but a secure one, Blacklock remarked. Certainly better than life in the outland. Moving slowly and deliberately, the two index fingers of the warlock's hands unfolded and extended themselves. It was the first sign of movement the man had made since they entered, and both Simpkin and Sarian could not help but watch, fascinated, as the fingers came together, a flesh-and-bone dagger pointing at the catalyst. "Why did you leave?" "I heard about the coven," Sarian answered, maintaining his steady tone. "I was rotting in that village. My mind was turning to mush. I came here to study and learn the dark arts." Blacklock did not move or speak. The fingers remained pointed at Sarian, and if they had been a dagger held to his throat, he could have felt no greater pain or fear than he experienced staring at them as they rested upon the desk. "Very well," Blacklock said suddenly, the sound of his voice making the near-hypnotized catalyst start. "You will study. Only you must learn not to faint at the sight of the iron forge." Blood rushed to Sarian's face. Lowering his head, with those flat eyes, he hoped it would be taken for confusion, not for guilt. It hadn't been the sight of the forge itself that upset him, not nearly as much as the sight of Joram. "You will be given a house in the village and share in our food, but, like everyone else here, you will be expected to work for us in return." "I will be more than happy to provide my services to the people of the settlement," Sarian said. "The healer tells me that the mortality rate among the children is very great. I hope we will be leaving within the week," pursued Blacklock, completely ignoring the catalyst's words, "to lay in stores for the winter. Our work in the forge and the mines takes up so much manpower that, as you might imagine, we are unable to devote ourselves to raising food. The field magi settlements provide us with what we need, therefore." "I will accompany you, if that is what you want," said Sarian, somewhat mystified. "But I think I could be of much more use here." "No, Father, you will be of much more use to me," said Blacklock expressionlessly. "You see, the villages do not know that they are going to be helping us through the long winter. In the past, we were forced to depend on raids, stealing food by night, demeaning work that generally acquires very little. But," he shrugged and moved his fingers up to rest upon his lips, "we had no magic. Now we have you. We have life. What is more important, we have death. This winter should be a good one for us, will it not, Simpkin?" If this sudden question was intended to startle the young man, it did not succeed. Apparently absorbed in now trying to untie the orange silk from around the feather, Simpkin discovered that the knot was too tight. After tugging at it without result, he irritably consigned both hat and silk to the ethers. "I really don't care what kind of winter you have, Blacklock," he said with a bored air, "since I'll be spending most of it in court. Robbing the natives does sound a bit of a lark, though." I cannot help you do that," Sarian stammered. "Robbing. Those people have barely enough to live on as it is." "The penalty for running away, Catalyst, is the turning. Have you ever seen it done? I have." The fingers on the lips moved, descending slowly to point once more at Sarian. "I can see your mind working, scholar. Yes, as you surmised, I have contact still among my order. Telling them where to find you would be simplicity itself. I would even receive money, not as much as I can earn using you, but enough to make the thought one that I can consider with equanimity. I suggest you spend the remaining days learning how to ride a horse." The hands unfolded and separated, one stretching out to grip the catalyst's arm. "It is a pity there is only one of you," Blacklock remarked, his eyes holding Sarian in their imprisoning gaze. "Had we more catalysts, I could mutate some of the men and give them wings, allowing them to attack from the air. I studied the skills of the Dakarnduke for a time." The grip tightened painfully. It was thought I might qualify as a war master, but I was considered unstable. Still, if all goes well in the North Kingdom, who knows, perhaps I may be war master yet. And now, Catalyst, before you leave, grant me life." Staring at the man in horror, Sarian was so shaken that he could not for the moment remember the words of his ritual prayer. Blacklock's grasp tightened still further, fingers of iron closing over the Catalyst's arm. "Grant me life," he said softly. Bowing his head, Sarian complied. Opening his being to the magic, he drew it into him and let a portion of it flow through him into the warlock. "More," said Blacklock. "I can't. I am weak." The grip grew tighter, enhanced by magical energy. Sharp needles of pain darted through the Catalyst's arm. Gasping, he let the magic surge through him, suffusing the warlock with life. Then he collapsed, drained, back in his chair. His face expressionless, Blacklock released him. "You are dismissed." Though he did not speak and made no gesture, the door to the room opened and one of the henchmen stepped inside. Rising unsteadily to his feet, Sarian turned numbly and walked toward the door with faltering steps. Simpkin, yawning, rose too, but subsided into his chair again upon noticing an almost imperceptible flicker of the warlock's eyelids. "If you can't find your way back, O bald one," called Simpkin languidly, "wait for me. I'll just be a moment." Sarian did not hear him. The rushing of blood in his ears was too loud, unbalancing him. It was all he could do to walk. Glancing out the window into the darkening evening, Simpkin saw the Catalyst stagger and nearly fall, then lean wearily against a tree. "I really should go help the poor chap," Simpkin said. "You were rather brutal with him, after all." "He's lying." "Egad, my dear Blacklock, according to you, Duke Sareth, there isn't a person alive on this planet from the age of 6 weeks on up who ever breathes a word of truth. You know the real reason why he is here." "I told you already, O merciless master. Bishop Vanya sent him." The warlock stared at the young man. Simpkin blanched. "It's the truth. He's after Joram," he muttered. Blacklock raised an eyebrow. "Joram," he repeated. Simpkin shrugged. "The young man they brought from the settlement, half dead. The dark one with the hair. Chap who killed the overseer. He works in the forge." "I know him," Blacklock said with a shade of irritation. He continued to stare intently at the young man, who was gazing out the window at Sarian. "Look at me, Simpkin," the warlock said softly. "Very well, if you insist, although I find you extremely uninteresting," Simpkin replied, attempting to stifle a yawn. Lounging back in his chair, one silk-clad leg thrown over the armrest, he gazed at Blacklock obligingly. "I say, do you use a lemon rinse on your hair? If so, it's starting to go a bit dark at the roots." Suddenly, Simpkin stiffened. His playful voice grew harsh. "Stop it, Blacklock. I know what you're trying to do." His words trailed off drowsily. "I've been through this before." Shaking his head, Simpkin tried to break free, but the flat blue eyes of the enforcer held him fast in their unblinking, unwavering stare. Slowly, the eyelids of the young man fluttered, blinked, opened wide, then fluttered, blinked, fluttered, and closed. Murmuring words of magic, ancient words of power and spellbinding, Blacklock rose slowly and silently to his feet and walked around the desk to stand near Simpkin. Chanting the words over and over again in a soothing refrain, he rested his hands upon Simpkin's smooth, shining hair. The warlock closed his eyes and, throwing his head back, exerted all his powers of concentration upon the young man. "Let me see into your mind. The truth, Simpkin. Tell me everything you know." Simpkin began to whisper something. Smiling, Blacklock stooped low to hear. "I call it grape rose. Mind the thorns. I don't believe they're poisonous." Chapter 9. The Experiment. Night flowed into the village like the dark waters of the river, submerging fears and sorrows in its gentle current. Around the brick houses it crept, its shadows growing deeper and deeper, for it was a cloudy, moonless night. Gradually, almost every light in the village was engulfed by the rising darkness. Nearly everyone let sleep wash over him, sinking down into the murky depths of dreams. But when night was at its flood, when the silent waters of sleep were at their deepest, light from the forge continued to glow red, burning away sleep and dreams for one person at least. The firelight glistened in black curling hair, flickered in brown eyes, and beat upon a face now neither sullen nor angry, but intent and eager. Within the fires of the forge, Joram heated iron ore in a crucible, iron that he had ground as finely as he could. The mold for a dagger sat to one side of the young man, but he did not pour the molten iron into it. Instead, he lifted another crucible from the fire, this containing a molten liquid similar in appearance to the iron except for its strange white-purple color. Joram regarded the second crucible thoughtfully, a look of frustration causing the thick black brows to contract. "If only I knew what they meant," he muttered. "If only I understood." Closing his eyes, he called to mind the pages of ancient writing. He could see the letters, could see every shape and twist and idiosyncrasy of the hand that had formed them, in fact. So often had he mulled over and studied the page. But it did not help. Again and again before his eyes rose those strange symbols that might have been another language to him for all the meaning they conveyed. Finally, with a bitter shrug and a shake of his head, Joram tilted the contents of the second crucible into the first, watching as the hot liquid streamed into the burning pool of iron. He continued pouring until he had nearly doubled the measure of iron, then stopped. Looking at the mixture, he shrugged again and added a bit more for no particular reason except that it felt right. Putting the second crucible aside carefully, Joram stirred the molten mixture, examining it with a critical eye. He saw nothing out of the ordinary. Was this good or bad? He didn't know, and with another frustrated shrug poured the alloy into the dagger mold. It would cool quickly, the text had noted, minutes compared to the hours it took to cool iron. Still, it did not seem quick enough to Joram. His fingers itched to strike off the mold and see the object he had created. To take his mind off it, he lifted the second crucible and returned it to its hiding place among a pile of cast-off broken tools and other refuse of the smithies. This done, he walked to the front of the cavern and peered through the cracks of the crude wooden door. The village was silent, drowned in sleep. Nodding his head in satisfaction, Joram returned to the forge. It must be ready now. His hands shaking in anticipation, he struck aside the wooden forms that held the mold, then broke the mold itself. The object within had only the very crudest resemblance to the weapon it would become. Lifting it out with the tongs, he plunged it into the fires of the forge, heating it until it glowed red-hot as the text had instructed. Carrying the dagger to the anvil, he lifted his hammer and with practiced blows pounded it into shape. He hurried, being not too particular as to the weapon's construction, since this was only a test. What happened next was critical, and he was anxious to proceed. At last, deeming the dagger good enough for his purposes, he lifted it by the tongs again, and drawing a deep breath, plunged the hot weapon into a bucket of water. Steam billowed up in a cloud, momentarily blinding him, but with the hiss of the red-hot iron in the water came another sound, a sharp crack. Joram's heavy brows drew together in a scowl. Impatiently waving his hand to clear the air, he jerked the weapon from the water and brought up only a shattered fragment. Hurling it onto the refuse pile with a bitter curse, he was about to dump out the worthless alloy he had produced, when a prickling feeling at the base of his neck made him turn around quickly. "You work late, Joram," said Blacklock. The warlock's face was visible as he stepped into the light of the forge, along with the hands that he held clasped in front of him in the manner of the enforcers. Other than those, he was a patch of night within the red-lit forge, the black of his robes absorbing the light and even the warmth of the fire. "It was my punishment," said Joram coolly, having had this matter arranged beforehand. "I was negligent in my work today, and the master ordered I stay until the dagger was finished." "It appears that you will be here most of the night," the warlock stated, his cold-eyed gaze going to the refuse pile. Joram shrugged, his face flowing into its embittered, angry lines, much as the molten iron had flowed into the mold. "I will if I am not permitted to get on with my work," he said sullenly, walking around to pump the bellows. Deliberately turning his back upon the warlock, he almost, but not quite, shouldered the black-robed man aside. A tiny line creased Blacklock's smooth forehead, his lips pressed together, but there was no sign of annoyance or irritation in his voice. "I understand that you claim to be of noble birth." Grunting from the exertion of his labors, Joram did not bother to reply. Not appearing surprised or disconcerted by this, Blacklock moved to where he could see the young man's face. "You can read." Joram paused in his work for an instant, but continued almost immediately, the muscles in his back and arms rippling and knotting with the exertion as he operated the device that sent a blast of air onto the coals of the forge. "I hear you have been reading the books." Joram might have been deaf. His arms moved in unceasing rhythmic motion, his dark hair fell forward, curling about his face. "A little knowledge to one who is otherwise ignorant is like a dagger in the hands of a child, Joram. It can hurt him very badly," Blacklock continued. "I would have thought you had learned your lesson when you committed murder." Glancing at Blacklock through the tangle of his black hair, Joram smiled a smile only visible in the dark firelit eyes. "I would have thought there was a lesson there you could learn," he said. "You see, you are threatening me." From his calm, even tone, Blacklock might have been speaking of the weather. "The child brandishes the dagger." "You will cut yourself upon its sharp edges, Joram," the warlock murmured. "You really will, either yourself," Blacklock lifted his shoulders, "or someone else. Can your friend, what's his name, Mosiah, can he read?" Joram's face darkened. The steady pumping of the bellows slowed slightly. "No," he answered. "Leave him out of this." "I thought not," Blacklock said blandly. "You and I are the only ones in the village who can read, Joram, and I think that is one too many of us, but there is nothing I can do about it, short of melting your eyes in your head." For the first time the warlock moved his hands, unclasping them and bringing one up to stroke the thin blonde mustache that ran across his upper lip. Joram had ceased to work. Keeping his hands on the handles of the bellows, he stared fixedly into the fire. Blacklock drew nearer. "It would grieve me to destroy the books." Joram stirred. "The old man will never tell you where they are." "He would," Blacklock said with a smile. "In time. In time he would be searching for things to tell me. I have not pressed him before on the matter because it simply wasn't worth upsetting these people by resorting to violence. It would be a pity if I were forced to change my policy, particularly now that I have the magic." Joram's face flushed, burning in the light of the glowing coals. "You won't have to," he muttered. "Good." Blacklock clasped his hands together once again. "We Duke Sarath know something of these books, you know. There are things written in them that the world is better off for having lost." The warlock stared intently at Joram, who remained standing where he was, looking into the fire. "You remind me of myself, young man," Blacklock said, "and that makes me nervous. I, too, hated authority. I, too, believed myself above it." The faintest tinge of sarcasm colored his otherwise gray voice. "Though I am not of noble blood. To rid myself of those I believed were oppressing me, I, like you, committed murder without guilt, without remorse. You liked that taste of power, didn't you? And now you crave more. Yes, I see it. I feel it burn in you. I've watched you learn this past year to manipulate people, to use them and get them to do what you want. You got the old man to show you the books that way, didn't you?" Joram did not answer or raise his gaze from the flame, but his left fist clenched. Blacklock smiled, a smile that was dark in the firelight. "I see great things before you, Joram. In time you will learn how to handle this lust that consumes you, but you are a child still, as young as I was when I committed my first impetuous act, the act that drove me here. There is one difference, though, between you and me, Joram. The man I sought to displace was not aware of me or of my ambition. He turned his back upon me. Unclasping his hands, the warlock laid one upon the young man's arm. Even in the warmth of the forge, Joram shivered at the chill touch. I am aware, Joram, and I will not turn my back upon you. Why don't you just kill me? Joram muttered with a sneer, and have done with it. Why not indeed? Blacklock repeated. You are of little use to me now, though you may be when you are older. Whether you grow older will depend upon you and those who take an interest in you. What do you mean, those who take an interest in me? Joram glanced at him. The catalyst. Joram shrugged. He is here for you. Why? Because I am a murderer. No, Blacklock said softly. Enforcers hunt murderers, not catalysts. Why? What is he here for? I have no idea, Joram replied impatiently. Ask him, or ask Simpkin. Blacklock's eyes stared searchingly into Joram's. The warlock began speaking words of magic. He saw the brown eyes glaze, the lids droop. Moving his hand up to touch Joram's face, the warlock raised an eyebrow. You are telling the truth. You don't know, do you, young man? What's more, you don't believe Simpkin. I'm not certain I do either, and yet, how can I risk it? What is Simpkin's game? Irritably, the warlock dropped his hand. Feeling as though he had awakened from a disturbed and fitful sleep, Joram blinked and glanced quickly around the forge. He was alone. Chapter 10. The Spy. Bishop Vanya has retired to his private chambers for the evening, was the message the deacon who acted as secretary gave to all who asked to see His Holiness. These were not many, everyone living in the font, and a good majority of those who did not, being very familiar with the bishop's habits. He retired to his chambers to have the evening meal in private, or with those few fortunate enough to be invited as guests. While in his chambers he was not to be disturbed for anything short of the assassination of any of the emperors. Death of the emperors by natural causes could wait until morning. Duke Sarath stood outside the bishop's chambers, their sole task to make certain that His Holiness remained undisturbed. There were several reasons for this well-guarded privacy, reasons both public and private. Publicly, it was known all over Thimhallan that Bishop Vanya was something of a gourmand, and refused to allow any sort of unpleasantness to interrupt his dinner. Guests at his table were carefully selected to provide interesting and non-controversial dinner-time conversation, which was viewed as important to the digestion. Publicly, it was known that Bishop Vanya worked extremely hard during the day, devoting himself completely to matters of the church and state. Rising before the sun, he rarely left his office until it had set. After such a rigorous day, it was important to his health to have these hours of unbroken rest and relaxation in the evening. Publicly, it was known that the bishop used these quiet hours in meditation and discussion with the almen. These were the public reasons. The real reason, of course, was a private one, known only to the bishop. Vanya used these quiet hours for discussion, but not with the almen. Those to whom he talked were of a more worldly nature. There had been guests to dinner this autumn night, but they had left early, the bishop indicating that he felt unusually tired that evening. After the guests had gone, however, Vanya did not proceed to his bedchambers, as might have been expected. Instead, moving with a swiftness and an alacrity that accorded ill with pleas of exhaustion, the bishop removed the spell that sealed off a small private chapel and opened the door. A beautiful and peaceful place, the chapel was built along ancient lines and traditions. Its dark interior was illuminated by stained-glass windows, conjured up many centuries ago by the most skilled of artisans, whose specialty lay in glass-shaping. Benches of rosewood stood before an altar of crystal, also centuries old, decorated with the symbols of the 9 mysteries. Here Vanya performed the ritual of dawn, the evening prayers, and sought guidance and counsel of the almen, something he did infrequently, if at all, it being Bishop Vanya's private opinion that it was the almen who could use the guidance and counseling of his minister, not the other way around. Vanya entered the chapel, which was illuminated by a perpetual gleam of light shining from the altar, as pale and restful as moonbeams, gracing the chamber with an air of peaceful tranquillity. There was neither peace nor tranquillity in the bishop as he walked through the chapel, however. Moving swiftly, without a glance at the altar, Vanya crossed the room and came to stand before one of the handsomely decorated wooden panels that formed the interior of the small chapel. Laying his hand upon the panel, the bishop murmured secret arcane words, and the panel dissolved beneath his fingertips. Before him opened up a vast void, empty and dark. A corridor. But it was not an ordinary corridor, not part of that vast network of time-dimensional tunnels created long ago by the diviners that crossed and crisscrossed Thimhallan. This corridor had been created by the diviners, but it connected to no other corridor. Only one man knew of its existence, the bishop of the realm, and it went to only one place. It was to that place that Bishop Vanya proceeded, arriving there within the space of a heartbeat. Stepping out of the corridor, the bishop was in a pocket made of the very material of the corridors themselves, a pocket that existed only in the warped fabric of space and time. It seemed to Vanya that whenever he entered this place, he was entering some dark and inner part of his own mind. He could see nothing within this place, nor could he touch walls or feel a floor, though he had the sensation that he walked in it. He had the impression that the pocket of time and space was round. There was a chair in the center where he could sit down if his business proved long, but the chair may have well been in his mind, for it seemed to have armrests when he wanted them, and to lack them when he didn't. At times it was soft, at other times firm, and sometimes when he was irritated or pressed for time, or felt like walking as he talked, the chair wasn't there at all. This evening the chair was there, and this evening it was soft and comfortable. Sitting in it, Vanya relaxed. This was not a meeting that demanded the application of subtle pressures, threats, or coercion. It was not one of delicate negotiation. This was a meeting of an informative nature, clarification, reassurance that all was proceeding according to plan. Settling back, Vanya allowed himself a moment to absorb and activate the magic in the room that permitted this communication to work. Then he spoke aloud into the darkness. "My friend, a word with you." The magic pulsed around him. He could feel it whisper against his cheek and stir across the fingers of his hand. "I am at your service." It was the darkness that spoke to Vanya, though human lips, well over hundreds of miles distant, formed the words. Because of the magic within the room, the bishop heard the words as his own mind formed them, not necessarily as the person on the other end of his conscious thought spoke them. Thus the room was known as the Chamber of Discretion, for two people could converse with each other, neither knowing the other's identity unless it was revealed, neither ever being able to recognize the other by sight or sound. In the ancient days, so legend had it, there had been several of these chambers built. Each of the royal houses, for example, had one, as did the various guilds. Following the second rectification, however, the catalysts had moved swiftly to see that the other pockets in the corridors were sealed up, giving as pretext the reasoning that in a world of peace no one need have secrets from each other. It was assumed by all parties that when the catalysts sealed off the other chambers of discretion, they sealed off their own in the font as well, which only goes to prove the old adage that assumptions are lies believed by the blind. "Are you alone?" Vanya's mind queried his unseen minion. "For the moment, but I am busy. We ride within the week." "I am aware of that. Did the catalyst arrive?" "Yes." "Safely?" "In a manner of speaking. He is better now, if that is what you mean. At least he has no desire to venture by himself into the outland." "Good. He will perform adequately?" "I see no problem. He seems, as you described him, naive and weak, easily intimidated. But, the man is a mass of quivering jelly. He may cause trouble once, but that will be dealt with harshly, I presume. Once he has learned his lesson, I foresee no further problems. I hope not. The voice in Vanya's head sounded skeptical, causing the bishop to frown. Where are the technologists in terms of the forging of the weapons? Vanya continued. With this catalyst's help, production should accelerate rapidly. How are matters progressing in Sharakan? Have you contacted His Majesty there? You probably know more about that than I do, Holiness. I must move cautiously, of course. I cannot afford to reveal my hand. It is a dangerous game I play. His Majesty has been discreetly informed of the acquisition of a catalyst and how it will affect us. That is the best I could do. Adequate. His Majesty must be confident of you. His demeanor is becoming increasingly warlike. We are, of course, attempting to quell this storm. Vanya made a gesture with his hand, as of smoothing turbulent water, and when the time comes, we will be grieved to admit our failure. Things are moving here. The Empress's brother is becoming a nuisance, but he is easily dealt with. When war is declared, we will be ready to act. Is there anything else? Yes. What about Joram? What does this catalyst intend to do with him? What does it matter to you? The boy is a cat's paw, nothing more. The only thing you need concern yourself with is keeping him alive. What are the catalyst's instructions? What will he do? Do? I doubt if he has the guts to do anything. I have recommended caution to him. He is to report to me in a month or so. I will entreat him to move slowly in the matter. But make your preparations. When I give you the word, you will need to move swiftly. You have your orders. Do I need to remind you of them? Vanya's frown deepened. I sense dissatisfaction in you, my friend. I am not accustomed to this questioning. What is wrong? Has your disguise been penetrated? Of course not, Bishop. The voice grew cold. We both know my talents. That was why you chose me. But certain matters have arisen that were unexpected. Someone is taking a greater interest in this than I like. Who? Vanya demanded. I think you know. The voice inside Vanya's head was smooth. I think, in fact, that you have dealt me marked cards. How dare? I dare because of who I am. And now I must go. Someone is coming. Remember, Holiness, in my hand I hold the king. The magical link between the two broke, leaving Vanya sitting, staring into the darkness, his lips pursed, his fingers crawling spider-like over the arm of his chair. King? Yes, my friend, but I hold swords. Book 3. The Science. We are many, but we are not one. If the technologists had risen in a group and rebelled against Blacklock, the warlock and his henchmen must have fallen. Without a catalyst to grant him life, the enforcer's magical powers were limited. His henchmen, few in number, could not have held out long against hundreds. These hundreds did not arise, however. Most of the sorcerers were in fact in complete agreement with Blacklock's plans for joining with the people of Sharakan and declaring war. It was time for the sorcerers to bring the power of the ninth mystery back to the world, to once more take their rightful place among the inhabitants of Thimhallan. And if they had to bring death and destruction back to the world as well, wouldn't this be mitigated by the wonders they would introduce, wonders that would improve life? There were those among the technologists who were wise enough to see that in this kind of dream the sorcerers were simply repeating the tragic mistakes of the past, but these people were in the minority. It was all very well for Andan, an old man, to talk of patience and peace. The young were sick and tired of skulking about in the wilderness, leading dreary lives of drudgery, when the riches and wealth of the world could be theirs, should be theirs. Thus they followed Blacklock wholeheartedly, abandoning their farms, working with a will in the mines and the forge to craft the weapons that were to carve them a future. This future came to be embodied for them in the monument that stood in the center of the village, the great wheel. Older than the village itself, the wheel had been rescued from the destruction of the sorcerers' temples by the persecuted technologists following the Iron Wars. They brought it with them as they fled for their lives into the outlands.
Well, the work's done.
I live inside my own world of make-believe. Kids screaming in their cradles,
Vay vay.